Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
The culmination of the Blast Premier Circuit and the final Tier 1 event of the year. We are live from Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Final.
All year long, the best teams have sacrificed. They have fought hard. They have lost. We've seen tears. We've seen emotions. We've seen so many of these players lift trophies. And we've got some of the best teams that made their way here fighting tooth and nail. Are you ready?
JKS delivers a triple! What a flick from Yakinda! It's the Blast World Finals show match. Dream Team and Team Mina. Ooh, smoky in here. We love this one. We know what it is. We've seen it before. Kenny looks like he... Oh.
This is crazy.
Oh,
the nades are raining.
Kenny's hiding up. He's at the ground. He's at the ground in the floor. It's never been done like this before. Kenny, yes. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Last grand finals of the year.
And here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead. Believe your eyes. Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable. The last champions of 2022 is G2!
Making a transfer is a big decision for a lot of teams. Like if you're a top 5 team and you want to change a player, that is a huge risk.
When we talk about transfers, there has to be some sort of disconnect between expectations of a team, goals, and what is that frustration or that disappointment is always the source of any kind of transfer.
To make a good transfer good, I feel like needs to have a lot of discussion and needs for you to think that it's gonna work in the long run.
So I think it's very key to know first, like, which role do you need want the new player to fill in your team.
I mean, obviously the main one is like if they fit in the team role-wise. You don't want like two people doing the same job on the team. Most teams try to balance it out with like how people play and try and find like the ideal situation.
A huge factor is, of course, is he working out socially with his teammates? And you need to know how he is as a person, not only as a player, but also as a person, because he needs to fit into the team. The best ever, oh my God.
When it comes to the best transfer, there's an obvious choice.
If you think about the Astralis era, that's one of the best.
Kirby, who kind of initiated that move, willing to move away from the Astralis, and Magis comes in.
I think it worked out so well because he was exactly the missing piece that they needed to fill out the puzzle. I think he played perfect roles that they were missing in the team, both offensively and defensively.
Unsuspectingly, they become the absolute team that will terrorize everybody. Went on to create the era, win all of these majors. Historically, that has to be the most successful transfer we've seen. In 2022, Rob's joining FaZe definitely made all the difference in the world for them. Kerrigan finally had last piece of the puzzle.
I mean, they won the major after he was on the team for like, what, 6 months?
I would say the best transfer in 2022 is definitely Monesi.
I feel like something I got to be a part of for a small time was Monesi to G2, and I feel like he proved himself last year, and I think he's only gonna do better.
He's young, he's quick, he's an AWPer, he has insane movement, it's one of very many clutches.
For us, when we changed Jabi in instead of Refresh, we wanted a new boost to the team.
I think a lot of people doubted their decision when they removed Refresh. First event with Jabi went horribly wrong, last place in the main stage of Cologne, of course, but they kept on believing in their project. We could see how they ended up the year, winning in Copenhagen, of course, the grand final in Rio, and as far as I'm concerned, it's also one of the most successful changes we've had in 22.
Hat-trick to NIP is a very exciting transfer. He's like the same type of prospect that Monesi was last year.
NIP have needed an AWPer for so long because S-Tag was kind of forced into it, and then they had Rez AWPing for a little bit, so I guess role-wise, Hat-trick makes the most sense for NIP. I think they're going to be a lot stronger now.
I think one team that maybe has benefited from staying together is maybe G2 is a long shot, but I think they played really well at the Blast World Final.
I think Liquid can still be a strong team. If Yekindar just keeps doing what he's doing, just fragging out everyone, then I think they can still be a good team.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to start the season. I'm just feeling super excited. They, as well as us and all the teams who picked up a new player, they're trying to prove it now.
The most important aspect of being an AWPer is obviously like individual mechanical skill, but there's a lot of layers to it.
How you can search frags, how you can make entries for your team.
Oh, the snap out of Monesi.
I think the most important aspect of being an AWPer is being unpredictable, because being predictable means that a team can counter you very easily.
Wiz, good support, gets himself a second and a third.
What's really important is that you need to have very good communication.
Dexter is now on his own. It's all on his shoulders, and he's hitting some crazy shots. A no scope on top.
Some players play aggressive, some players play like more passive and just like playing the structure with their team.
To come into a team and instantly occupy the role as an AWP player, especially if you're a rookie, is incredible tough.
And first when I joined, I was not even AWPing on the team, all of us AWPing. And then Nico said after some time that, yeah, let's try you as AWPer. I think the most hardest part was getting used to AWPing in a team.
Rookie now, it's all on Jade. It's a running no-scope.
Prime Simple, like in 2018, 2019, I was watching him and I just liked the aggression of his style and just kind of tried to play it like that.
When we played in NAVI third roster, I played with Monesi and team and we like swapped on some maps. Some maps he played main op, some maps I played main op.
I started playing with him and NAVI Junior, I don't know, since I was 14 years old. Like, I'm proud of him that he's an NIP now and I'm really happy. You can see me smile, I don't know.
I think that definitely is one of the most delicate weapons in terms of balancing in CSGO, because kind of the overall aspect of the gun is just unique in this game.
The nerf coming in for the AWP, I actually personally like a lot. It doesn't change that much. Instead of having 10 bullets, you have 5.
Sometimes I had even situations when I forgot I have 5 bullets, and then when I'm shooting my last bullet, what's going on?
I just opened Reddit and I find the topic about 1v4 on Anubis. That's after update. In situation 1 versus 4, I had only 4 bullets. So if you miss any of these bullets now, you have no chance to win the round.
It adds a little bit of a higher skill ceiling, I would say, to the AWP players. Those who are consistently hitting shots instead of just taking random shots through the smokes and wasting bullets, so to speak.
I think I have kind of a really important role in my eyes of becoming a good North American opera. But I think that for me right now, I just need to kind of just work on getting better every month, every day.
Before like NAVI, I wanted to play for international team, at least for a good experience, and of course I think we have good roster and we win titles, you know.
I see people watching me around like on the stage, and it helps me to play my game. Maybe I'm too confident to say that I don't have pressure on stage.
Those who are able to withstand the pressure, those who are able to maneuver around the chaos with all the utility today are exceptionally skilled players.
I think winning championship roster is a lot of things coming together.
The expectations for each other is high.
It's like if you want to be the best, you need to go that extra step.
For me, what makes a championship roster is to have a team that function in and out of the server.
Everyone needs to be like the same sort of motivation on the team.
If you're irritated with each other all the time, then you're not going to really get anywhere.
The level throughout the years has definitely changed.
If you watch games from like 8 years ago, you can just laugh at it because people just weren't as good back then as they are today.
Because now everybody knows what to do when anything happens. CS as a whole has gotten a lot more defined. There's a lot more like nuances, things that go into building a good team in the way that the game is played.
It's harder to stay on the top because everybody's working hard. It's very easy to work from behind to set a target. This is where we need to be, and now we're there. How do you act as a leader and as a team? And how do you keep everyone motivated to think bigger?
The next 2 years will show, is it going to remain the same, or is there going to be a team now that is going to be one step ahead of everyone else?
I think championships teams over the years have changed. I think we look at domination from the beginning of the CSGO of the Fnatic and NIPs, right? I think now it's very hard to do what Astralis did.
It definitely changed the way how people look at CS, how they build their team, and how important things are out of the server too.
That's definitely the most important era. I think that really took CS to the next level.
Like these guys dominated for like so long, and everyone took everything from them.
I just feel like as a team, we're just a really well-oiled machine. Like it could just come down to like mentalities. Like they're just all on the same wavelength.
This year is going to be really interesting to see which teams will come out on top.
I can't really rule out anyone, honestly. Like, I saw how many different teams won a trophy last year. The top 5 or top 6 even, top 7, they can all win a trophy.
I still think it's pretty much an open playing field. I think we don't know which teams will come out on top.
There's definitely some teams that have more to show, especially we are one of them. I think G2 is going to be punching upwards as well. I think they have a super talented lineup.
Obviously hard work ahead for everyone. Everything is up for grabs. One win at Katowice, if you're top 6 team, you're number one team in the world. And now you start rolling on momentum.
You also have to see who can kind of remain on top, because in my opinion, from past experience, making it to the top is one thing, staying there is a completely another thing.
More stunners at the Blast Premier Spring Groups, and yesterday for Heroic, the sweet, sweet taste of revenge. Although a fiery start for EG, lightning, unfortunately for them, would not strike twice as the Danes returned to dominate the remainder of the series. That set up Liquid in a grudge match of their own, but although a different map brought into the mix, OG would still put Liquid in the blender. Stamina, grit, and Starform from Dexter leaves Nexa and his men once again awaiting to face FaZe, this time in the group grand final. My name is Freya Spears, joining me as always down here on the floor. I've got Jacob and Matthew joining me. Gentlemen, we had some banging CS going down yesterday. Any particular highlights for you?
I mean, obviously the OG win versus Liquid took me off guard. Huge surprise on my end. I thought that as a rematch, it would be just Liquid handling the business, winning their own map pick, punishing on Ancient. Turns out, history turned very different. You have 2-1 here, victory from OG Esports, a very clear and decisive overpass as a third map, leaving us wondering where the hell is Liquid now in the rankings?
Yeah, I think they didn't lie, Team Liquid, when they came out and spoke to James Banks, saying that they didn't have a lot of preparation coming into this tournament, only a couple of days of practice, and that's what I sense from watching them play as well. Very rusty on the server. You look at Yekindar, he hasn't had that much impact, you know, a little bit up and down performances. Elise as well, the 2 star carries with the rifles, not doing too much within Liquid, so I think it's safe to say right now that Liquid is a bit rusty, and OG is taking full advantage of that, playing more good Counter-Strike and trending even more upwards, as they did in Abu Dhabi, as we spoke about.
And Liquid were talking about this volunteer of willing to play 7 maps, which in paper is great. In theory, it's great. If you can actually have a 7-map pool and you can have a floating veto, it gives you so much advantage tactically into any veto. But the reality is that you usually take a huge hit on the level that you have on the maps you want to play, and you get punished. And I don't know if Liquid's in a place now where they have enough confidence and momentum to take that kind of risk.
The thing is, can a team from near airport play 7 maps? You know, they don't really practice in North America. They travel all the time. They don't really have the same amount of opportunities, so to speak, to practice as the Europeans do. So I feel for all teams out there, if there was one team I would probably argue shouldn't be focusing on 7 maps, it'd be Liquid.
When we talk about punishing, EG certainly did that in the first map of the series versus Heroic. Obviously, Heroic bringing Nuke into the mix. And then things just fell silent, unfortunately, for EG. I mean, good signs on that first map, some great mid-round calling from Neelan, but not enough to outlast the Danes.
Yeah, I guess EG entertained the idea that we could have an earthquake on Planet Counter-Strike for a while, because the new game had a lot of authority to it, had a lot of finesse. We were very long on compliments for Neelan, both individually and as a team. We had a couple of crazy clutch moments where they made Heroic look like they were the team of rookies. But I guess the reaction after that was unforgiving. As soon as Heroic kicked into 4th gear, this was over. There was no conversation. The game kind of turned boring because Heroic were so overpowered, and they very easily made that a 2-1.
I'm super annoyed by watching EG play Counter-Strike right now, to be completely honest, because they're giving us this indication that they can actually play good Counter-Strike. They're taking a couple of maps off Heroic throughout this tournament, beat them obviously in the first game as well, and then, as you said, against Vitality, nowhere to be found. The last 2 maps against Heroic yesterday, nowhere to be found, and now they find themselves in a position where they're going up against a team like Complexity, where you would argue that EG have shown a higher peak but a lower low. So it's very hard to figure out where they're at right now.
Yeah, just want to contextualize, obviously, no elimination for the teams in this group. They do just fall down into the gauntlet. I say just, though, that's definitely a hard-fought battle they're going to be seeing going forward. Liquid also going to be taking on Big in that one. But I do want to flip over to some of the highs that we saw yesterday in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys voted over on the Blast Premier Instagram. So who's going to be crowned our 3rd best player, Jacob?
Well, we got the Danish resident in Stavn. It's a 1v3 clutch down 15-7 against EG, and you thought the game was over right here, but he played it to perfection with the FAMAS, using the smoke to his own advantage, taking advantage of the fact that the EG players got a little bit ahead of themselves and overpeaked. Well done by Stavn.
Good for them. They didn't have to be too sad about it. Number 2, now we have a Hext from Evil Geniuses on Overpass. I know the scoreline is a little bit hard, it's a bit of a deficit at that moment, but his individual play is pristine, the way he opens up the site and even goes to close the ace on that 1v1 versus Cadian, 2nd round for EG.
Highlight machine, Mr. Dexter himself. We've seen him plenty of times with the AWP, and he does it one more time on Mirage. A nice ace. The first shot is splendid, the second one is good, the third one is great, and look at this, getting a 4th and switching up the AWP with delaying Galil on the floor and just cleans up houses. Dexter right now is playing some beautiful Counter-Strike, and as said, he's a highlight machine.
The update. That's why he had to switch.
Yeah,
that's why he had to switch.
True.
The update.
Love that.
Not enough bullets.
Better for him, huh?
There you go. Galil is fine.
You know what I also love, alongside our highlights, some more Counter-Strike, which we're going to be seeing going down today as we preface the first team to be making it towards the spring finals, going to be coming up later as Heroic take on Vitality. But first, it's time for another rematch as NAVI take on NIP.
They need B right now. Who?
That's split.
Two
That's
there.
split.
It's some beast like
I'm
that.
going B. I'm going B.
I'm gonna push him in.
Cheetah dead. Nice.
What?
That's
Nice,
main guy.
two B main.
Hello?
One more B main. B main and one cheetah. Cheetah dead. B main.
Nice. I'm blind. I'm blind.
B main and lurker.
He's dropping. Did you scope? No.
Cheetah dead. Cheetah dead.
Nice. Let's B main. Let's B main.
Cheetah. Off the cheetah.
I got up.
Okay.
Temple.
Dead.
Emo.
Temple dead.
Emo one.
Nice.
Emo.
One way. He's
Dead. I got cheetah. Bomb down, beam in.
I got the bomb. He's out. Hobbit guys. Hobbit or Ninja.
Emo.
Dead.
Nice. Ninja clear.
I got cheetah.
Emo is clear. I'm in triple.
Mid player and A player.
What's he flying?
I respawn temple.
I'm just playing
Ninja one.
Yeah. Ninja.
Cheetah dead.
Nice. What the hell? He didn't see you?
Yeah. 2 CT I think. Stun.
His ramp.
Hall's dead.
Nice.
I'm coming back around for a minute.
One on
I'll try.
ticket. On top of ticket.
Race ticket. Ah, couldn't cross.
I'm going to area for a second.
Opposite
Left side or right side?
Is that
Stop on default.
Yeah.
Could be halls as well.
I'm watching halls now.
Nice. Nice round.
Fun match.
Left, rotating.
Back up to the left. Nice.
Push cut. Wait, kill him. Back up. Come here. It's hot. We can't. Let's go under.
He's vents.
Where vents?
Okay. One is back up behind us. He's Deacon. That's back up.
Are we certain he's there?
No, I'm not sure. But he was back up before, okay? He left. He was shooting us.
He's Deacon, I think.
Holding Deacon.
He's a Deacon.
Nice.
Ilya, you're so good. So good, Ilya. Nice round, boys. Sick, Ilya.
I'm going up.
Smoke, man.
They smoke me.
Mollies.
I nade in front, Roger.
Let door.
I'm holding door.
Top refresh.
Can be outdoor. I have hat, Roger. I have hat.
Nothing else.
Picking you. Nissan. Only one, right?
Can be outdoor.
Coming door.
He's going back top.
Door one. You hold door, Ilya.
Holding door, yes.
Nothing ramps, guys.
I pick on your contact, Roger.
A rerun for the Ninjas as now a second chance to topple NAVI, the latter being the squad that took the reins last time around, but this is far from a finished project, to be fair, for NAVI. Blade has made it crystal clear that with the addition of MPL, this is a long-term vision for the team. But for NIP, some overnight development. Sure, we thought it was just going to be Headtrick that was spicing up, changing up this roster, but as we saw, Matthew, from an announcement on the NIP Twitter, Hamper's out, Maxter is coming in.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate news, of course, unfortunate event for NIP.
Yeah.
Losing Hampus halfway through the competition. We hope that Hampus is all right and he's going to be fine. Obviously, thoughts for him right now. And for the NIP side, leaves us with a whole lot of questions. We have Maxter coming in, which I personally have never seen in an official game. I have literally no idea what he's going to prevail. All we seem to know is that he's going to fit in position for Hampus.
Yeah, we did a little research and we can see him, being involved in the Young Ninjas project. He's part of that academy team and he was listed as a substitute next to Nilo as well, and that's the guy they went with. Unfortunately, as you said, Hampus is no longer going to be around. I think we could see that on the server as well, that Hampus was checked out a little bit, didn't have a great time, didn't play the best of Counter-Strike. So speedy recovery to him, and hopefully we get him back, because it is a big personality and a big player that we're losing right here. We spoke about Hampus for the vast majority in 2022 as being one of the better in-game leaders out there, one of the guys who could dictate the game with the rifle work that he did, with the lurky style. And as you said, we don't really know what Maxter brings to the table compared to Hampus.
Well, I can tell you what's not going to happen is the help that Hampus usually gives to Alexibi is going to be missing.
Sure.
I think it would be ludicrous to expect a little rookie coming in from the academy to have that kind of voice, to have that kind of decision. So I think Alexibi is going to be quite isolated. in these games, he's not going to get a whole lot of help from the rest of the crew. I hope that with the coach, they have been having talks about how they want to play the game, because if they hit the brick wall, I think at.CET is going to be pretty much on his own finding out solutions.
You're saying that, and I agree with you. Hampus, usually the secondary voice within the team, is going to help out. But in terms of raw firepower, I also do think Maxter is going to be an upgrade. Hampus have been struggling massively. I think his rating at this event was 0.77 or something along those lines. I can't imagine Maxter coming in with all that young energy, not doing better firepower device. And maybe that's what they need against a team like NAVI.
When you take kind of, I guess, a wider proximity view of this change-up for the team, how do you feel like that's just going to be impacting the other members, aside from the in-game leader and aside from, you know, Maxter himself?
That's why I feel sorry for NIP, because we're just coming off a break. We're just coming off a period where the teams actually had a bit of time to prepare new map pool, prepare a strategy, prepare a way of, you know, going into the season. So that feels like a little bit of a wasted time for NIP. Obviously, we don't know for how long or whether or not Hampus is going to return for the next tournament or what's going on in that regard, but let's play with the idea that he's going to be out for a couple of months. Those 2 weeks, that break they've just had right here, that kind of gets wasted. Of course, you've been integrating hat-trick. Of course, LXCB is still trying to build an identity, but right now for NIP, that's a setback compared to everyone else here at this tournament.
They were already saying in interviews that they were far from being ready with hat-trick only, that they didn't even have that much time to practice. They were still kind of figuring things out. I am guessing that they're going to shift into do-it-yourself IKEA mode. I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to have to be extremely short-term vision. LXCB is just going to try to craft ideas spontaneously on how to win for the next 2 to 3 weeks, right? There's Katowice around the corner as well. And then after that, it's going to be time to revisit. Where are we going? What kind of deep Counter-Strike do we have to work on? For now, that's not the question. The question is just, how do I win this round?
Yeah, certainly a tough situation for the NIP squad to be facing. But let's get some thoughts from the in-game leader on the new blood entering the server.
Alexi, the change coming into the start of the year was one thing, now having a stand-in as well. Obviously, it's really sad for us to not see Hampus here, but from your perspective in IGL, fitting in a new player, I know he's taken over the same roles and positions of Hampus, but like, what on earth do you do in this situation? Where's your mind at?
I mean, I feel like our minds are everywhere at the moment, but the fact that we have such a great group behind us, the performance coach, our manager, coach, everyone, they're doing the best to make us feel comfortable. Yeah. And we obviously know now that it was early days already, even with the hat-trick on the team. Yeah. But now it's a bit of a mess. But we try to not let that affect us and just focus on what's in front of us and just try to do the best we can with the situation we have right now. Sometimes it might not be perfect, but you can always do your best, right? And yeah, I mean, it's a best of 3 now against NAVI. And I feel like the maps are okay. We played the same maps against them last time. So in my opinion, if we learned something or remember how they play, even with a stand-in, if we're just sharp, we can make it happen.
Now, you already told me before about how motivated, how much hat-trick plays, right? I'm guessing Maxter, being another youngster coming in, he's kind of got that same buzz around him. What kind of energy, what have you seen from him so far? Because I know it's been a day of just hardcore practice, but tell me what you've learned about this guy.
I mean, I like him. He's funny, and I feel like, just as you said, like energetic, he's young, talented. You can just feel the vibes, and him obviously maybe feeling a bit of pressure, him being on, if I'm not mistaken, like the first tier 1 LAN. But, I mean, pressure in a good way, right? Like, I feel like he's played a long time to play in a stage like this, or an environment like this, rather. And I think he's gonna show up with a lot of energy, and I think also lifts some of the pressure you have on yourself always when you're at a situation like this. I think FaZe is the most comfortable team because Carrigan makes it work every time. But yeah, it's a new thing for me, but I feel like it's gonna be fun on the server because you kind of feel like it's gonna be way more flowy. We can't play our normal playbook. We might have a thing or two here and there, but obviously it's just one day like notice before everything happens. So, I mean, we try our best now.
Now, when you said a bit more flowy, does that mean kind of away from that direct structure you guys have been before, and this is like a little bit loose?
Yeah, I mean, you could say more loose on more like feeling plays and whatever, okay. But I feel like it's gonna be more like us trying to get into a situation and me just mid-game calling on the flow. So you can't rely on stuff that you say on freeze time and everything would be perfect. It's kind of like obviously we know some of the basics or try to run some of the basics, but you gotta pick it up from somewhere because we don't have all the details until the end of the rounds or whatever. So Yeah, just way more flow, I think, and just the overall hype and just playing with the momentum we're given.
A carbon copy of the vetoes from last time around. And Matthew, Alexi B echoing exactly your sentiments, just having to take things one step at a time with this change.
And he's going to have a huge workload on his hands. If his plan is going to the game, trading, and then assuming that he's going to find the solution to where to go, I'm pretty sure that his brain is going to be overloaded. I'm hoping he's coming up on bananas or whatever the hell he needs in terms of dopamine for the duration of this game, because this is going to be complicated for him. I just wanted to quickly touch before we move on Hetrick. We know that there's a lot of eyes set on him, and we are kind of dissecting his first few performances. One silver lining of this unfortunate situation is once you have a standing coming in, I feel like the pressure kind of goes away. There's no more pressure anymore. There's a huge caveat to whatever it is you're doing. So maybe for him, that's a good opportunity right now to let loose a little bit. There's a bit less structure. Show us what you can do. Go crazy. Let's go.
Well, of course, Alexi B also mentioned that the coach has been instrumental in the restructuring of NIP. So let's check in with him.
And Max, out of other players on the Young Ninjas roster, was it just the best fit for the roles you wanted?
Yes, I do look at like when they scrim and when they have officials sometimes, just so I kind of know what kind of players they are. Of course, there's a lot of potential in the Young Ninjas team, but I mean, I think Maxter was the right fit for Hampus.
And in terms of that, is it literally just a straight one-for-one trade in roles and positions? Is it just going to be exact slotting, or is there some more changes you've had to do?
On some maps, we changed a little bit, but I mean, I just wanted to make Maxter comfortable as well. And we have a lot of versatile players, and hopefully we will see that today.
Now, the one benefit I would say, I think it benefits the rest of the players on the team, is you get exactly the same veto as last time around. So is that something where you can throw in something a bit more wild, you know, take a few more risks in order to try and beat NAVI? Because I guess for you guys, the pressure's off a little bit.
Yes, definitely the pressure is off a little bit, but we still, I think we have a really good game plan when, like, going into this game, and we talked a lot about why it happened as it happened, especially like on Overpass, because Overpass has always been our strong map. So we struggled a lot on CET sides, definitely, to like versus NAVI, and now we have a way clearer and I would say easier plan as well.
And for a young player like Maxter coming in, right, you go into a tier 1 event, you have 1 day's notice. What do you even tell him to say, like, oh, I feel comfortable? Not You're playing NAVI in your first game. No one really wants that.
I mean, that is something Truls will do, our performance coach. Okay. I've been just like trying to get him into like all the tactical things and aspects. But yeah, of course, like it's a huge task for him. But we had a lot of practice yesterday, and he's playing very good. Way better than I thought and I expected. So yeah, hopefully he will show that today.
Good that the Ninjas have had a little bit of time with new blood Maxter coming into things. Last time when this match was playing, just beforehand, we obviously are drawing a lot of comparisons between Hetrick and NPL, not least because they used to be on the same team of NAVI Juniors as well. How, in terms of their development, have they developed in front of your eyes then, Jacob?
I mean, I think Hetrick won that duel, if you may allow me to say that. Hetrick had a good showing in NIP in the first couple of games, especially against NAVI as well. NPL had a rough start at the World Finals in Abu Dhabi, but he's slowly but surely starting to show some of that progress. He's had a couple of good maps, a couple of good sites, Inferno being one of them right here. You saw him actually find a lot of impact in this game, so good to see that. And the cynic in me is just thinking, yeah, we talk about how that may relieve the pressure on Hetrick. Yeah, we talk about how they may, you know, make NIP think they have no pressure, but it's also something that NAVI can take advantage of. They are also a bit of a wounded animal. We've seen a NAVI not play too well. We've seen an NPL not get off to the best start. If I'm him right now, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going in against NIP. It's not really going well for them. They're making a roster change. They're bringing in Maxter. This is a game I want to dominate. This is a game where I want to establish myself. This is a game where I want to dictate the game and come in and have one of those good performances. So if you be a little bit cynical right here, I think right now NPL is the one winning from all of this, because he gets another golden chance of actually stepping into the tier 1 scene.
Where do you land on the NPL discussion then, Matthew? Because I think if Jacob was perfectly alluding to back at World Finals, it was a strugglesome period for him to be kind of making their debut on just a handful of maps that Blade had selected him for. Now as a permanent member of the team, how is he kind of sitting with you so far?
I think he's shown different phases, different roles in which he's had plus minus comfort. I think on Inferno, for example, he's played it twice here in Copenhagen, and that was very decent. But what I would like to talk about is how complicated and hard it must be to be on that NAVI roster and not performing. I think they're one of the highest or most demanding team there is out there. Not only because of the structure and because of the name and all of the, the prestige, that's coming on with NAVI, but also just playing next to Simple, playing next to Electronic, having Blade behind you. I guarantee you, these people expect the best out of you. And I think we've seen it with SDY in a different manner, but whenever you start underperforming, I think it gets on your shoulder, it gets on your mind. So I'm hoping that NPL very quickly catches on, that he very quickly improves, and he gets that positive feedback from within the team. Otherwise, it might be really complicated.
It's a good point to bring forward because it's needed right now. We've spoken a little bit about Electronic having a struggle some period. We've spoken about Simple not looking like him old self right now, in a bit of a slump compared to his own standards. So usually you could be NPL, you could cruise through the game, you could have 10, 15 kills and you would still win, and that would be a nice way of ease into things. But they actually rely on this kid right now. If he's not performing, there's enough lack of firepower within NAVI right now, as we've seen in this tournament, that he is a vital part of this membership already. So as you said, there's already some added pressure on towards him.
And you also have to add, of course, 2022 was a very complicated year for NAVI. It was very tumultuous. Events in the world, of course, the situation in Ukraine, the trophies that they would have had, the era that didn't happen, all that disappointment and the frustration, I think it bottled up. And I don't know if they can take much more than that. I think they very quickly need some good signs, some wins, some momentum. I don't know how they can their resilience can stand if things get hard as well. So if you're NAVI, you're definitely quickly looking for good signs and some green numbers.
Well, Jacob, you spoke of Simple, so let's get him on the mic with Banks.
So Sasha, the journey for NAVI is now started for 2023. You've said about like having a stable roster, you know what you're going to have for 2023, but what are you learning from each game so far? Because you've had a couple of series now, you've had some up and downs already, but what's the main takeaways?
I just see how we progress as a team. So we changed a lot of roles, and we just need to play to have more synergy on these roles between players.
And in terms of that synergy, right, obviously these changes are not small when you change roles and positions all the time. How long do you think it will take for you guys to be up to standard? Because obviously everyone looks at NAVI and puts a lot of pressure on you guys being one of the best teams in the world.
I think at least 1 month, 1.5 months, and we will definitely gonna be play for the trophies again. Like right now we still have a chance, but in 1.5 months, maybe max 2 months, our chances will increase.
I like it. So you fully believe in the process as well. And talking about belief, when you played the G2 game, there was a moment where you guys were very quiet. I think they were up 14-7. That 2v4 happens. You win the round, but then we saw the NAVI come alive again. Is that something you guys are lacking at times, like the confidence?
Yeah, I think we just had bad start against NAP and against G2 on those two maps. And I just think we really know how to do comeback, and we know how to snowball other teams. But we just need time to, as I said, it's all about time. Because every time when you change at least one player, there's a lot of examples like G2, Vitality, and other teams who, like even us with Boomich and Perfecto and Beat, we still wanted to play more as a team before we actually get some trophies.
Definitely so. Now, in terms of looking at your individual performance, there's many people that look at your numbers now and go, oh, it's not as good, whatever, etc. But yet your numbers are still better than what most players would even dream and hope of. For you, what do you look at when it comes to individual performance? That it will get better or back to the levels you were at once the team situation is more comfortable?
Yeah, first of all, as a team, to be more comfortable. And the second thing, I just started to play like I did before, 24/7. So I'm pretty sure everything will change in better way than in last year.
And talk to me about Electronic as the IGL now, because you guys were very positive about him. Obviously, he's still learning. But the thing I look at is the trade-off between Electronic used to be the second star of the team, so sometimes we miss that. How does that affect you guys?
I think I think we're still trying to learn to be a star player, Beat and Perfecto. And I think in terms of individual performance, Electronic doing a great role because he put a lot of big numbers in practice and official games as IGL. But the main thing is to start play better as a team, and I'm pretty sure the other players on different positions will play much better.
I like it. So it's the waiting game right now for all of us. Now, going up against NIP again today in the rematch, it's exactly the same maps as what we saw last time around, but obviously they come in with a young stand-in. Does this make it easier for you guys just because this player won't have the experience, or could it cause a bit more confusion as they'll do some stuff that's a bit more random?
I think it can give some confusion to our game because maybe they will try to change positions in Mirage because LXCB was his new role is B player, and maybe because of this NAP junior, NAP young ninjas stand-in, maybe they will change something. So it's gonna be interesting. But of course, we're not gonna underestimate them, and we're just gonna play because we prepared like we did for any opponent.
And did you expect it to be the same Vito?
Yes, we just wanted to pick maybe overpass, but I said Blade, let's do Mirage again because how they beat us, I don't understand. I mean, we played decent, but we played better city side. Maybe it's gonna be a bit easier since they have a stand-in.
As Simple mentioned, Bit obviously another crucial pillar of the Na'Vi structure, but turbulent times might be an understatement for him, Jacob.
Yeah, I love the point about him saying that Bit has to learn to be a star. He has to learn to be a guy you can rely on, and he hasn't quite been so for Na'Vi the last couple of months. His ratings, his stats are okay, but we saw what Bit could do in 21 and in the vast majority of 2022 as well. He is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, but it's a little bit too much up and down for him. He has a good performance, then a bad performance, then a good performance, and he's taking over for Electronic, who used to be one of the most consistent, reliable rifle players out there. So there's still some learning progress, for Bit to become that star player you can rely on.
And it definitely is. Hot and cold. We saw the numbers from the first game and the second. I just think a whole lot of people, myself included, kind of forgot that there is still a whole lot of chapters to be written in the book of Bit. He came out with Na'Vi. When LAN kicked back again, they won everything there was to win. He directly made it to the top 10 of Counter-Strike, and we thought, well, that's it. He definitely just stepped from rookie one day to established pro player the next day. We completely forgot about all the rest and that voyage that he has to go on. And now this is a new step for him. He has to show us that he can come back from a difficult position. He can come back when he's having a little bit of a draw individually, and that is next arch, if you want.
Initial thoughts on Inferno as well, obviously, at NIP bringing that into the pool once again because they struggled in the second half last time around.
I have my eyes on Simple, and Simple only. We've seen him play 30 rounds CT side on Inferno, and he has 7 kills in those 30 rounds. He's been struggling massively on the CT side. 1.5 against NIP the first time around. He only got 1 kill. That's not going to happen this time around. I'm sure Simple has figured out some of the mistakes, probably looked over the demo, so I'm looking towards Simple, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's coming out firing on all cylinders. I have a feeling this is going to be a quick 2-0 for Na'Vi, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, damn. Simple on all cylinders. Listen, I'll stay on the CD side as well. Something that I didn't really like about Na'Vi very recently is how the lack of movement was really, really damaging their CT side. They've accepted to play a bunch of 3-2 setups, not really grabbing for information. I'm not asking them to be heroic. It's all right. You can stay in your vein, but just have a little bit more movement, a bit more initiative. Go for the kill, go for the information, and I think that's going to help them already a lot.
Obviously, a carbon copy of the Vito going down last time around, and NIP once again bringing Inferno into the mix, this time with a different squad, as Maxter will be standing in for Hampus. We're going to see how it goes down with Maui and Anders in just a few.
day of exciting Counter-Strike is coming your way, and it's a rematch. We've got NIP and NAVI playing against each other once again on the same maps. What are we to expect this time? I mean, there is a standard in place that's a little bit different, but last time was a bit weird. I thought both teams looked shaky at times. I wasn't super impressed, really, but I would love to see NIP step it up just a smidge this time.
You would like to see that. Of course, the speed bump is the fact that they are playing with Maxter in the stead of Hampus. So for Na'Vi, they should be the ones that clean things up. They're playing with the same roster, obviously. The NPL project is still underway. We're still getting a feel for this rookie. But NIP, they have to battle through adversity for this one.
Yeah, an uphill struggle, perhaps from the beginning we're about to find out, and for Maxter especially getting thrown into the deep end. Trial by fire right now. It doesn't get any crazier than this. What an experience for a young player to be facing Na'Vi on land like this, having never really played at this kind of a level. So I'm excited for that too.
Maxter has never played against a top 10 ranked opponent.
Oh, wow, yes.
So he's going to get to do it on the big stage here.
Well, let's see if he can calm the nerves. Alexei's leading the flock up through the middle. All 5 of them, they're going to be popping their way through. It's an explosive play coming out. Hetrick, he's the first casualty of that mid-push. Bit just easily getting rid of him. He does have the most ridiculous headshots, doesn't he? 4 on 5 now. One more taken down Brolin. It's so crisp and clean, and he's looking for one more headshot. There we go. Finally, Rez managed to sneak up close enough that he could eliminate that USP, but it might be too late. 2 on 3 as Alexei and Rez try and see if they can recover the round after the damage that was wrought by Bit. And the bomb gets planted behind it. It's MPL and Electronic and Perfecto on the other side. And a good sneak up. Alexei, this is so smart. Instead of playing passive inside the bomb site, he's trying to push up and take away the advantage. He's actually hunting it down. Perfecto's low on health, and Alexei, he's found a way. 3 kills on him. That is a brilliant recovery from NIP.
Truly impressive play from Alexei B. You really think that the shots from Bit would have been enough, but they're able to withstand it. NIP are able to pick up the pistol, but Bit's precision right now is something to behold. We heard the desk, we heard Maniac and Pimp both talking about the inconsistencies in Bit thus far at the spring groups, but if he's able to hit some shots like that, you could hope for the best.
Yeah, and I think that really is fair criticism too, because when you see that level, you just want more of it. You don't want it to go away. You don't want to see him take any kind of a back seat. You just want to see him hit those headshots all the time. So I hope that that's what we're going to be witnessing. A lost round for Na'Vi results in some Deagles, some 5.7s, and an MP9. It's an interesting little variation there for Na'Vi. 5.7s on this map, I feel like, are just getting more and more dangerous all the time.
They're so powerful at close range. Bit, though, he'll be the one wielding the MP9 close balcony. Oh, and it does look like NIP want to challenge this.
Yeah, this is a really good call for the setup for Na'Vi. This could be devastating. They're probably going to have a flashbang, but you can see Bit is trying to dodge it already. Oh, they get the early kill on Simple. That's huge. It breaks up the crossfire. If not for that, they might have been slowed down, and it could have been all over. So I actually think NIP, they kind of walked that off pretty quickly, made it look like it wasn't a big deal. That could have been a devastating push just now. They could have been locked in there. If even one person dies for NIP early on, the rest gets slowed down behind it, and it all crumbles. So, well played.
So frequently, it is down to whoever's able to find the first frag entering the bomb site. NIP, I mean, you said it. They really were running into a stack right there. It was 4 people from Na'Vi, and yet they were able to only suffer a single casualty. So the upgrades, the buy from Na'Vi doesn't quite pay off. Going to be seeing them save into the next one.
But interesting that they managed to pick the right place to stack, and that's exactly where NIP showed up. That's one of those probably, bits of homework that's been done on the Na'Vi side, saying that maybe that's something that NIP kind of like to do. Let's just give it a shot. Lots of different ways to stack a round like that, but they picked the right position at least. Just didn't really work out. Yeah, oh, you see just putting up a smoke. That's what does it. All right, fair play.
Yeah, nice entry there for Maxter, getting himself on the board early. That's what you want to see. Don't want the stand-in to suffer early on in this game, just in the pit, 0 kills. As soon as you get on, it brings you a little bit of confidence. Yeah. Just takes the pressure off your shoulders.
Yeah, I've done something.
There's a contribution.
Yeah, just, I mean, you're right. It does make a difference. Nobody just wants to be stuck at 0 for a long time. Speaking of which, that's true for 4 people on the Navi side. I realize it's early, so it's probably a little bit of an absurd piece of criticism here, but still, funny to see. I'm sure it'll change pretty soon. But this will be another round where they have to sit it out and just kind of wait a little bit. Curious what will happen once NIP start to be up against the rifles. I think last time one of the things they really struggled with was getting banana control, if I remember. That was something that they didn't get to do a lot, and it limited a lot what Alexi could do on that T side.
Yeah, you really think that NIP would be a team that would be pretty solid at taking map control, given the personnel they have. You have a couple aggressive riflers, Hampus, Brolin, but yeah, against Navi, I think last time it was a bit more treacherous, that is. There is a push towards bracket. NPL with the P250. He's able to find one. This might make NIP second guess this, but no, they just wait, and he gives up the chase. Simple is here on the rotation through library, but it's just a deagle, and it's quite a distance away. No other rotation from Navi coming in, so Simple has to do it all on his own.
Kind of needs probably somebody to crouch into that fight. If they just jump high or run by, it's unlikely. All right, try to hit the timing, but Rez, with the better weaponry on the other side, will ultimately win the fight. 15 seconds, and NIP not feeling very stressed about the time. They're checking the bomb site, they're making sure no one's hiding, and that's all good. It'll be 3-0 in favor of NIP. It's a nice beginning. If you're playing with a stand-in and you don't really necessarily know what's coming your way, then at least get the pistol and start to get things rolling. But obviously the real test will be this next round.
Yeah, last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was Navi that took it 16-9 just 4 days ago. But NIP on the T side, they actually did pretty well. They found 8 rounds. It was the CT side that betrayed them. And I think when we think about that banana control we were talking about, it was kind of on the CT side. Like Brolin tried forcing it sometimes, or you couldn't really see anybody finding consistent control. So in some ways, I'm not incredibly concerned about NIP on this half. It's just, can they put together a defense?
Okay, so there's something to look forward to. Maybe Alexi could call it similarly. Although I imagine it's kind of a unique challenge too, when you're in a position where you're replaying the same map against the same team with not that many days between, because you obviously can't do everything the same. Then that's going to be maybe a little bit too obvious. So you need to try and play almost a little bit against the style that you were playing last time, throw in some tricks every once in a while, or at least just change some of the timings a bit so that they can stay fresh. That's an auto shotgun on Simple in the 4th round. Okay.
You don't see that too often.
You don't.
Interesting purchase. If anybody can make it work, though, it's him.
It's a beautiful skin, and it's a beautiful kill to take down Alexi. He must be surprised as well, with not having his back covered, and that's actually seems like a big mistake in the setup. There was somebody over at Arch that maybe could have helped out, but I think too far away. I think it's NPL that, guess he was helping Simple in the middle. That is a bit weird. And now you see the downside of the auto shotgun. How is he going to be defending anything from that position?
Almost feels like you'd want to retrieve the gun that was dropped in that mid-fight earlier. But this is going to take a while for Navi to get into it. They don't actually have a kit to work with either. So if they don't find a kill in the next handful of seconds...
They're already gone.
Yeah, I don't think they can even go for this, no.
I don't think the remaining player even... I think Perfecto stayed in B the whole time. I think he never really left. So they probably made that choice early on. They said, okay, we'll give them another round. That's in spite of getting the entry here, but they just never felt like it was going to be possible for the retake. So, yeah, very deliberate early call from the Navi side, saying you can have 4. And then we're going to come back and do some more damage the next round, hopefully.
Yeah, this is a pretty poor feeling for Navi, of course, given the fact that this round was decided on essentially a single kill and then the positioning thereafter. But NIP, early on, 4-0 start. Not seemingly too disturbed by the fact that they are playing with a stand-in. Everything is going more or less according to plan. Obviously, unfortunate circumstances, but wishing Hampus best.
And these are a couple of rounds now where they get out of the A apartments like that. It's also an interesting position to be in on the T side if you can keep hitting that soft spot and make Navi a little bit nervous about that, maybe Navi will have to respect it more in the future. And you can exploit that in other ways if you feel like that's going to be, that pit position is going to be vulnerable. Electronic, probably not necessary to take that kind of damage.
This is still looking pretty solid for NIP. I mean, even though they don't have banana, but they actually force Navi out of it, and this is also a push towards middle that is not actually expending too much utility from the offense. They have so many options left in the round, and you can see they are making their way back to banana.
All right, yeah, retaking it. And a pretty loud retake when you hear those double flashes go out. I bet on the other side of it, Navi have a decent idea of what's out there, even if they can't really spot it, but they can certainly hear the grenades. That is a very weak smoke.
Yeah, it's got a huge gap on that left side right there. Don't think I could say that's intentional either, but Rez wants to push on forward. It does seem like NIP are going for the hit now, though.
Yeah, they don't want to slow it down. They realize, let's just go for it. 35 seconds. Good spray, but even better return. Maxter gets the headshot in the back on Perfecto, and that is the kill that's going to allow them to at least get a bomb plant here. A 3-on-3, and Navi have been quick to save in some of the previous rounds. This time, at least, they're moving a bit closer to see if they could set something up. They do have a defuse kit on bit, so there is a chance to get in here, and maybe critically as well. That one Molotov at MPL, he's going to throw it all the way in the back, and even if nobody's there, it's just a good angle that they don't have to cover now in the same way, and they could be a little bit more safe and feel like maybe nobody's hiding back there. 3-on-3, though. And they need to be quick with it. Maxter, that's another good headshot. He's still in the back here now on his own. You know, one... Oh, wait a minute. Maxter... Got Hetrick still moving out there. Simple. He's going to get one kill. I don't even know if he can run away from the bomb. And Maxter gets the last one. A good triple. That is well done. Just holding in the back. Good shots and a good timing for NIP to hit that bomb side. It wasn't even a really deep strategy. It just worked really well.
Yeah, they just got that B control, or banana control, that is. They exec into the site and were able to play a successful post plant. Not much more to it, but Maxter, this is really nice to see. Good signs that even though this is a high-pressure moment for him, he's able to show so many people now for the very first time what he's capable of. He's able to deliver, sitting at 5-2. It's nothing too flashy either. Like, he's not playing outside of himself. He's just playing right in the system that NIP wants him to, and he's looking good doing it.
Yeah, and that'll obviously be the next test. If it's a good start, will he start to make mistakes from getting too excited? Because that can easily happen. You can easily end up on the other side of it. We don't know yet. We're going to find out. Very questionable weaponry on the Navi side as they are struggling at the start of this game. 5-0 lead for NIP. Navi don't look too warmed up at the moment. Simple with the AWP, and that is obviously a different experience that they're going to have to accommodate for as well.
But they're holding on to banana control still for NIP. They could have opted to just go for a similar strategy that they did last round, but they really want to test this A site. They might have thought that Simple rotated after that first shot, as many oppers do. Don't want to actually just keep playing the same spot, but Simple thinking one step ahead. He just stays in the exact same spot he took that shot from earlier.
Yeah, going to try and get the way around the corner. Alexi runs right into the shot. And this is already looking like a very muted round for NIP. Hard to bring it back from a 3-on-5 like this. They do have that position with Maxter playing up at the A apartment, so if he could find a kill, maybe he could open up the defense a bit more. Instead, it's Brolin the first on the site. There was a smoke after he had died, and you could tell he had his back turned looking into the pit, expecting maybe that there was more coverage there, which there just definitely wasn't. Maybe a mistiming, or maybe some miscommunication, or just the pressure of playing the 3-on-5. But either way, it'll be the first round for Navi. 1-5.
Yeah, there was actually a smoke in the big pit, and it's possible that a Navi player threw that to try to fake some presence in that position. And so we really did see NIP keyed into that angle when they were trying to entry, overlooking any potential player in the site itself. Yeah, but not only Brolin turning to that, but we see this player on balcony too, just really convinced that there's somebody in pit. Yeah. So nice little fake if that was the case from Navi. And they're able to get themselves on the board. So NIP that time around, they had some good control, but they really wanted to force the issue towards A. And this time around, there will be a little bit more of a contest towards banana, some utility on both ends to try to take that space.
many people from NAVI early on towards the B bomb site, so they're in a good position. If NIP wanted to play it quick, they'd probably run into quite a few grenades up here. And they've got Simple starting in a new position. If anyone is going to be feeling too aggressive out here, he's hit some good shots already. And he could easily be the X factor that'll bring him back into it, although there is an AWP on the other side. That's on Hetrick, and he takes down Electronic to begin the round with. That's pretty huge. Simple still waiting, but the flashes will force him back, and they definitely hear that AWP go off, so some information as well for NIP to work with. They can be pretty sure, because they know Electronic is always playing there, and they know the other player on the side is going to be Perfecto, so they know right now there's at max 2 people on the A bomb side.
That's a great read, and you can see how quickly that has moved the troops for NIP. Alexi calling for the A hit. NPL is actually out of position right now. He's taken away from the action because of that smoke, so it's all up to Bit in the pit.
With just a FAMAS, no less. What a difficult position to be in. He's got one headshot already, but the bullet's already coming through. He's finding another kill. That's so good. It still might be too late here. A little bit of a pre-fire. Perfecto's almost dead behind it. And Brolan doing a good job right now. He's got 1 kill in the round and 3 overall. So it's been a bit of a quiet start for him, but he's one of the players that just has to step up for NIP to win this game. And that 1 kill might have been enough to do it. Damage onto Perfecto, leaving him at 1 health, and he's running away from it. So 6-1. NIP, just a great call. Once they hear the AWP, they get the kill on Electronic, and they just do the math.
Very strong mid-round call from Alexi B. And also the speed at which it all took place is beautiful for them too, because this team, when Alexi B was first joining, when they were switching to English, it felt like there was a little bit of a lag, a little bit of delay in mid-rounds in terms of putting information together, but I think everybody's just gotten a lot more comfortable very quickly. We've seen teams in the past obviously have trouble when they have to switch from their primary language, but NIP might be catching up to speed on that.
I mean, they're getting there slowly but surely, especially on these T sides. They just look more comfortable. And Navi, at the moment at the very least, not catching up to whatever it is NIP are doing. Timeout being used for Blade to be able to chime in, maybe get the troops rallied a little bit behind this thing. Don't want to be letting NIP just run away with it the way that they are at the moment.
I can say for certain that last time we did watch these two teams face off, we were a little bit critical of the fact that Navi were so comfortable playing back all the time.
That's true.
Playing without information, and players like Bid and actually I think it was Bid in Electronic that did pretty well last game. They were able to lock down their spots even when they were pushed back into the bomb sites. But this time around, we're seeing that just puts so much pressure on their shoulders. Bid in the last round, for example, just trying to multi-frag the best he can in pit. Doing it, he did a good job, but it's so hard without that advanced warning.
Yeah, and just like in the previous round, it's one of those fights that if you win it, you do look like a hero and a god, and you get 2 kills, or you get 2 or 3 kills and you stay alive. But if you lose it, very often, there's no backup there. Library's going to get smoked off, you're going to be kind of alone, and you just don't have the warning for anyone to rotate over. So it can be a tough way to live a life on Inferno. 6-1 though. This is the beginnings of something really, really good for the NIP side. And the money for Navi, I mean, they've saved a couple here and there, which is something. Brolan looked like he jumped to catch the grenade. He'll take some damage for it. But he's alone out there on Banana, just keeping them occupied. The rest of NIP working the middle.
This is where NIP have to be diligent. Electronic sitting in the cubby. They haven't cleared his position just yet. Obviously, it's a very common one for defenders. And if NIP overlook this, it'll be an incredibly quick flank for that rifler. There's the flash. Beautiful setup from Bit. And we see that Electronic is able to already find the opener. And he delivers his team information. The rotation's already coming in for Navi. They're moving on over to A. This is going to be so difficult for NIP to breach.
Yeah, difficult, though, bordering on almost impossible. It's a 5-man defense at the A bomb site. They're trying to make their way through. Roland getting a kill and Hetrick on top of it, but it's still very, very late. 15 seconds. And how could they find the remaining player? Bit has got the right idea and the headshot to follow it up, and this is good. Hetrick just maybe save the AWP at this point. There is no way out of this round, and even that looks like it's not going to be possible. Simple, just holding him in there. Another round for Navi, which is good, but a little bit too early to celebrate.
That single flash from Bit, that peek from Electronic, it turned A into a fortress for Navi. They had every single person to defend there. They understood that LXCB and NIP were committing up that short side. So Bit, if he already looked strong when it was just him in the pit, imagine when there are crossfires enabled on top of that. And so NIP, they call their first timeout. They feel that the momentum for Navi is beginning to build, and that's something you want to nip right away. Don't give them any chance, any feeling for the game whatsoever.
No, definitely not. We talked about this last time. Navi is one of the hardest teams in the world to really put away. So even if you have a little bit of a lead here, it can change, and it can be very, very hard at the end of the match regardless. So I wouldn't start celebrating early. Bit dropping 10 kills has got to be good news. He started off well, and he's still keeping it up.
That's a great sign for Navi and their future, given the fact that I think it was questionable when they first made the move to put him there. But Perfecto challenged, and jumping right through the smoke is Brolin. Nice assist from Alexi B, but Rez was right behind him too. Electronic playing right around the smoke. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a misstep right there, but he's still able to recover with a single kill, and NPL was right there with him. And so Navi, they're able to keep it an even 3 versus 3.
The slight jump up on the barrel, the falling off in the middle of the spray, just a lot of things happening. Too much movement. Otherwise, could have been a beautiful, maybe double spray down from Electronic, and that would have potentially changed the outcome of the round. Under a minute now. And look at Simple just at least peeking over on the other side. It's not a ton of information, but he is looking into, I think, Boiler Room just to see if anything's happening there. It's NPL at the back of the site entirely on his own, and he can't stand up to that fight. 2 versus 3 with a quick bomb plant to follow, and already Navi realizing this does not feel like a winnable round. That'll be 7 for NIP.
That was a rough one for NPL, obviously. Wow. The players strafing practically perpendicular to his angle, and just gonna be always just tough to track them when it's a headshot angle like that. Here's Brolin jumping through the smoke, and we see that NIP catching Navi off guard right there. That's a nice little play that they went for. You always got to test those bottom banana smokes. Sometimes you get away with quite a bit, and we saw an example, case in point there. Wow. Okay. Alexi B just running straight down to take out Simple. Bid will be able to save that off, but that is a casualty that I do not imagine Navi expected going into the next round.
No, definitely not. And it always stings a bit more when you've already made the choice to save. Obviously looking for exit kills, but still you feel like, well, we could have been really safe if we wanted to, but we got just a little bit greedy perhaps. Wow, I wasn't expecting this. If anything, you would have thought it might be more towards Navi overall, given the stand-in situation, and also the fact that Navi they've played a bit of the tournament now. They're a little bit more warmed up than they were last time, but they don't look it at the moment. 7-2. NIP, they're cruising through with a pretty high speed at the moment. It only seems to be going one way. And by the way, that last round, if NIP would have lost it, they would have been out of money. They would have been saving, and that's exactly when Navi could get back into it. So the fact that they make their way through one of those crucial rounds that almost destroys the economy is great news all on its own.
But NIP aren't out of the woods just yet. We see that 3 of their players under $200 each.
True.
Just a couple with a little bit more cash to spare. So this is still a chance for Navi to bring this game back. Down 7-2, but you can't really say for certain that Navi won't make this half competitive. Early utility, some presence towards B. Brolin doing a good job to actually avoid all of the damage, still at 100 health. That's pretty rare with all that nade damage that usually comes in. But NIP, they're interested in contesting this side of the map once again. NPL in the cubby, swings out. Ooh, actually he gets blinded and he's not able to connect, but no, he recovers to take down Alexi B, and now we see the rotation is in, the crossfire is here. Bit, Simple, NPL, everybody connecting right now, and NIP, they feel completely stuck in the bracket. They made that their grave.
That's going to be one of the most frustrating rounds. Very similar to the last time when Electronic was there. Instead, this time it's NPL with the FAMAS, but if they had killed him right away, they would have been ready for Simple on the other side. But because it takes longer, he wheels in the AWP and more people keep showing up. You know what can solve this problem? It's a good Molotov in the corner instead.
We have yet to really see that, because now we've seen Electronic in that position, we've seen NPL in that position, NIP, they've been doing a great job of getting that map control towards Banana, using all the utility necessary, but it seems like Bracket has been it's given them a little bit more issue. So DJL coming in with the timeout, wants to iron some things out. This is the second time that NIP call a timeout just after that single round win from NAVI. They want to just make sure that their heads are screwed on tight and that they're playing in a meticulous enough fashion to negate opportunities such as this.
Super frustrating. You know when you're that first man in fighting MPL in the corner, you know the rest of the round, it just dominoes from that position. That's it. Like everything that goes wrong after that, it's kind of based on the fact that you didn't get that first kill. Unfortunate. But like you pointed out, the money's not that great for NIP even after that previous win. So now they're down to the pistols. See if they could find something other. The lineup is looking great for Electronic. He's had a less than ideal time defending top Banana for the minute, but this might be a chance to change it. And for Navi, by the way, as well, they win that last round with no casualties, and also on top of that, they get 3 AKs to put on top of it. So it's a nice swing in their direction.
Oh yeah, this is really tough now for NIP to break Navi. Not only do they have that upgraded weaponry, but they've got some cash to work with. Even if they take a casualty or 2 in this round, they should still feel fine moving forward. This is what was scary for NIP. You're up 7-2, but all the money, all these different situations that go against you, and they have. There's that molly we were talking about. NPL, there was a nice smoke to put it out, and it does look like someone will be able to assist him. I think as simple as throwing a flash for him. The spray is there. That's beautiful from NPL. 4 kills for him off the back of an excellent setup from Simple. But there we go.
That is so well done. And just having the presence of mind and the timing for it, yeah, you like to see that. And for NPL is another big question mark and something else that we've been talking a fair bit about, although he's been playing, I think, above most people's expectations at this point in time. This round up against Pistols, but still, we'll give him some credit for it. And obviously the flash assist in there. Yeah. Now, even then, they just don't have the money for it. That's pretty devastating. Like we said, there is a window back for Navi to still have a respectable first half, and they're getting there really fast all of a sudden.
It feels like the snowball is building for Navi, and it is headed downhill. NIP, they've done their best, but this game is slowly slipping away from them. Just Glocks for the Ninjas. At the very least, they're doing a good job of waiting out the round, making Navi expend quite a bit of utility. That's probably one of the only things you can be too happy about so far in this one. I guess they have some position, though. They're pretty close, but it's just so difficult, given the firepower discrepancy here, to imagine any outcome other than a Navi victory.
Yeah, especially with the boost up here, right? How do you peak that with pistols and actually get an entry? Turns out you don't.
I can't even really imagine the world where you would be able to take that guy out with Glocks. It's just such a strong spot on top of New Box. Oh, he fell off of it. Oh.
Maybe run boost the first Glock in and just hope that it takes so long to win the fight that...
Yeah.
But I mean, setting up a run boost basically at the lips of the B-bomb side, maybe not a good idea.
Oh, well, I think they're trying it. Well, that's exactly why. Case in point, Anders. That's why you don't set up there.
That's an ace for Electronic, by the way, but against pistols and, you know, no armor. Still, he's going to be happy about it. They did. I'm glad. We're reading the future at this point in time. They wanted to. I appreciated that.
Oh. You're like, first jump, second jump, just win, guys. Okay, well, we'll save that one for next time.
Surely, at this point, Navi just feel just almost recovered. Even 5 rounds is not amazing on the CT side of Inferno. They must be feeling like, all right, well, it was a slow start, but it doesn't really matter. We're here now, and we're ready for it. Oh, no, the grenades are escaping.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of rolling around. Okay, he's got him. No big deal. Another nade going his way. Okay. This is a round that's developed similarly to many, where the Ninjas have this banana control. There's this cache of nades for Electronic to work with, and this could be good damage right there. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. That'll show up in the ADR in they break this one down. Of course, it is unconfirmed, as Launders does love to point out. So, might not actually impact how Navi play this round in any significant way.
No, it's good damage, but you're right. I mean, it shouldn't maybe change too much yet. Only the one M4 in play as well. That's the other thing to think about when you're up against a lot of M4s. That kind of damage suddenly changes them to one-shot headshots, but most of them are AKs on the other side. Good catch as NPL will take down Rez, just pure timing. And he didn't see anyone else behind it, so it's probably going to feel like, yeah, that's just a one person, which means very likely they're setting up on Banana at the same time. I think that's why Perfecto is trying to get back there with a little bit of speed behind it. Smoke goes up, and I think now they know. You could see NPL's rotating through Archway right now. I think Navi have a good read of what's coming towards the bomb site. And Electronic, he just has to buy some time for the smoke, though. Perfecto's taking one kill, and he keeps it going. Electronic, he's actually the main anchor on the bomb site, but he hasn't had to do anything. His teammates have done all the work for the smoke, and this round just falls apart for NIP.
That was an excellent defense from Navi. It felt very simple, but they just held on to the space. They were able to have this extra warning towards bracket. They constantly had eyes on it. Because of that, NPL was able to rotate even earlier. The kill he found made it so much easier on Perfecto, on Electronic. Everybody is able to perform so much better because they just knew where that hit was going for NIP.
And that's the power of being just a bit more proactive. Like we mentioned it last time, the criticism of Navi was not having quite enough of those plays. And it's just taking a peek, whether you win the fight or not. I mean, even in a world where it's not a kill for NPL in the middle, but he just sees that they're far back, he has a good read, it gives you something to work with. You're not just playing in the dark.
Yeah, sees or doesn't see. Both valuable information when there's 25 seconds left on the clock. Okay, this is a great comeback for Navi, winning 6 of the last 8 rounds, making this game suddenly very competitive. And now NIP, you can see actually in those webcams some of the frustration setting in for them. They probably felt like this was a very comfortable position, but they now find themselves against the beast that is Navi, and they have warmed up.
Trying to look right over the smoke. You've got to be careful. Tech9's on the other side, and they're going to run him down just as the smoke was fading. And if they wanted to keep it going, no, it would still be a good idea. I don't think they know how many people are on the other side, but the smoke to try and buy some time. Perfecto's created a bit of a wall for himself to be rotating at the back of the bomb site, and that's good for at least the kill, and he continues the spray. Pistols out, and he gets the headshot on Maxter as well. What a defense from Perfecto. That is why he is such a rock. Otherwise, they could have definitely lost the round, but he just chewed them up.
That was wonderful from Perfecto, playing around his own smoke between the pillars perfectly, strafing out to get the timing on the player jumping up water, then swiveling to kill the player approaching him new box. All so well constructed by a guy that Simple put a little bit more pressure on. He said in that pre-game interview that it's up to a couple of these guys like Bit and Perfecto to play like stars. And I think last year you would have definitely said, Perfecto, a star? That's an interesting prospect, but if they can get this consistency out of him, as he's been showing, then Navi are going to stay a consistent top team.
Oh, definitely. What a resource it would be. I feel like Perfecto's strength has always been his decision-making. He seems to just always be so ahead of the curve when it comes to whatever the next fight is going to be. But whether or not he can match that in those high-pressure situations, that was basically him against 3 people, and he managed to do it, that's an interesting sign. This time, Brolin trying the same trick as he did previously, getting through the flashbang, and Electronic is absolutely ready for it. Tied up game at 7-7 and going into the 15th round. NIP, they must feel that their hearts are sinking a little bit.
The pressure is right there. It's against their chests. They were up 7-2, and Navi have tied the game. They have a man advantage, and for it to be 7-2, and you end up losing the half, that's one of the worst feelings.
Yeah, and maybe just mentally, because 7 rounds is still pretty good, it just won't necessarily feel that way. trying to breach the crossfire. A little bit of a boost on top, and Electronic is good for the spray. A big double kill, and Perfecto is still back here. 30 seconds. He's trying to make himself difficult to find, and even worse, he's getting headshots on top of it. Flash from NPL, and the kill for Perfecto, and Navi win the half. That is devastating for NIP.
When you guys were starting out as an AWPer, was there certain players you looked up to? Was there a player you thought, I like how he plays it?
I watched a lot of demos of Kenias and Device. And man, Oscar as well, back at the days, he was unstoppable.
I watched like some Fallen POVs.
Fallen, yeah.
Device, yeah. Like those hoppers.
I mean, even called Zero sometimes. He's second hopper, but he's,
Actually, it's true. I was watching Cold Zero days before. It was one of the best examples for me was on Cash.
Okay.
If you're gonna talk about like main opers, it was Device most of the times, and Sasha, and Fallen back in the days. Because he even gives some guides for Brazilian fans. And I had some people in my friend list that was good at translating. So nice. They was giving me these videos and I was watching Mirage tips from Fallen. I even told it to him when we meet first time in real life.
Like Colzero, he made this highlight, right, on Car Mirage. Yeah. Like people in the future, like he's not main op, right? He's rifle. He's anchor maybe even. No, I don't remember. But people will think he's an op, right? Because of this highlight. It's crazy.
Ones that stay in your mind for sure. And when you're doing that, right, you're looking at these, how do you translate what they do and something you can put into your game? Does it need to be a player that plays same position, or is it just the fact they use the AWP?
Like for example, like if I play against a team, I try to watch like before the game starts, try to watch like some POV of AWPer against who I'm playing, right? But for example, like on Mirage, like when we played against NAVI, I remember, like I tried to watch like simple POV, but it's hard to prepare for him because it's like you know, like it's an AWPer who's always moving, and you cannot like predict where he will stay. You know.
And you know, sometimes like Monazi can watch my demo, and I understand that he saw my last Mirages, so I need to change something.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're mind gaming each other?
No, of course.
Yeah.
It's like this between teams as well.
Oh.
I'm watching the Poe demos as well, but I like to see more like small details when he's trying to peek somehow or he has some.
A start for NIP that looked like it was too good to be true, because it was. They made it back, NIP, or not NIP, but Navi on that second part of the first half. Very, very impressive. It started, 7-2, and then Navi just made their way all the way back. And for NIP, they need a comeback of their own. I think winning this pistol round might be important for the team morale, because it feels like that Navi engine is up and running.
The momentum is firmly in favor of Navi, winning 8 of the last 10 rounds, and they are looking to continue it. NPL has been having himself a game. Over 100 ADR right now, sitting at 15 kills. It's been a pretty rocky road for this guy thus far at Blast, even going back to the World Final, but maybe he's finding his footing. A little bit consistency would be great for a Navi team that has great expectations for this season, but I don't know if anybody thought they would be up to speed just yet.
It's very hard to fit any new member into a team. It just usually takes a while, so I think the fact that it started off kind of okay, it's already a good sign. And Blade said in an early interview, you know, that they were going to get it to after Katowice. That's when we're going to get a real chance to see what NPL could really do. And obviously, if Blade says that, I think most people would be fools to try and question it. He does have an insane track record, so I'm going to be on board with that. 35 seconds as they're starting to at least peek into top mid. The bomb is still at top banana, though, so keep an eye on that. because it means Navi have a trick up their sleeve, and it looks like a B-split right now with only 24 seconds. Looked like Rez might almost get caught off guard. A little bit of an HE, but no one is around that corner. We're down to 17 seconds, and a beautiful couple of headshots ring up for the Swedish player. Electronic and Simple, though, they bring it back with a couple of their own, and the bomb is going to get planted behind it with just 8 seconds on the clock. That's very scary. The retake is already on, and Max the run and gun to bring down Electronic. And maybe there is a shot here for NIP to recover this very chaotic round. Simple and Perfecto, they're in strong positions. This crossfire, it doesn't seem like they can beat it, and that's because they can't. Simple takes care of all of the rest. What did he find? 4 kills at the end.
It did look like it. Yeah, Simple right there. He's the one that's also playing to actually get to find that first contact, to enable the swing from his teammate, and yet he's just able to do it all by himself. Rez did a good job finding composure in this round. You could see that he was caught unaware of what Navi were going for, but it was Simple that one-upped him at the very end.
Ooh, and Electronic screaming. They're usually very quiet, I feel like, on the Navi side, but some emotion being shown. I appreciate that. Electronic, I'm sure, didn't enjoy the beginning to the game. He really did get beat up a lot at the top of Banana, but he made up for it down the road. MPL, very close bit on the other side. And with Maxter down, that position is compromised for Rez, although shockingly, he's still sticking around. That's actually really surprising.
Very bold from Rez, thinking that he could hold on to that space. Did a good job, but it is Brolin now who is challenged. He's got the 5-7 and not much else. Taken down by Electronic. And Simple actually peeking on top, a bit bold himself, but does seem like this is pretty comfortable still for Navi. Not too much to worry about unless a random shot through the smoke comes about from Head Trick. Yeah, that's gonna be it. All right, 10 rounds for Navi. This is a game that NIP were feeling so good about for the first 9-ish rounds, but man, Navi, they are always a team that is just so tough to finish out, just because if you don't keep yourself at 100%, everybody starts finding their form. Doesn't matter if it's round 5, round 1, round 10. It's going to happen for Navi eventually.
And it must, just to add to that, to make it even worse, once you've experienced it a couple of times and you know it can happen, and then you start to see some of the early symptoms of this happening again, how do you not mentally just fall down that hole? You have to be aware of it without overemphasizing it, so that the whole team just drowns in some feeling of, well, here we go again. It's Navi, they're warmed up. Now we can't win the game anymore, because that's what it must feel like at the moment. It's become almost a meme at this point with Navi. Seen it many, many, many times. 10-7. It's a 3-round lead, and NIP just don't have the money to make this too much of an interesting round. So they'll have to sit it out for a little bit more. Very likely going to be 11-7 by the time that NIP can actually begin to defend the second half. I'm very curious how they're going to try and play it, because we saw Navi being very, very passive. I wonder if NIP are going to try and be a bit more aggressive on their CT side, or they'll go for a similar style.
Yeah. Reminder that they had a very tough... Okay, wait a second. Okay, whoa. Head Trick there with the double, holding onto this space towards apartments. This becomes very awkward for Navi now. They're forcing themselves into this A site. Alexi B right behind that hay cart, and Head Trick, he still has the opportunity to find the jump on them. He's right behind that smoke, but didn't opt to go for it just yet. Biding his time, keeping the numbers advantage, but Alexi B with the off angle, able to strike, taking down Perfecto. It's all up to Simple now. 1 versus 3. It was just pistols for NIP. This was not supposed to be a round that they were able to find, Anders.
What a sick superhero jump from Head Trick. I look forward to seeing the replay, especially the first one, diving into Boiler and then continuing the fight, getting the double kill. It's all on Simple now to try and recover this round, and his position's been relocated once again. They know it. They can start to rotate around it. A little bit of a swing, and that's tickling him to death out here. Alexi will get the final one, 10-8, and that is a very, very nice steal back, especially from Head Trick.
Oh, yeah. Just those couple of save weapons, the MP9 on Rez, I think the 5-7 here on Head Trick. I mean, or whatever they had still, I mean, that's what made the difference. This slight boost in firepower. If this were just USPs, this round wouldn't have taken place. But great job from Hedrick to push right there, to find the advantage, to make that so uncomfortable for Na'Vi. Okay.
And they need that, especially now that Hampus is not here, because Hampus, I would say, is normally the playmaker, the guy to try something a little bit crazy. So seeing Hedrick do something similar, that's what you need sometimes to win a very unlikely round. All right, they get into it a round early. They get to steal at least the 1 AK, not much more than that either. Oh, and Simple, though, pushed through. Broland's on his own behind enemy lines, and he can't get the job done. That 1 kill, I don't think it's going to be enough. It's a nice attempt and an interesting position, but ultimately, the bomb site's fallen, and they can't recover it. This is one of those rounds where, in the first half, Na'Vi was so quick to call the save, and it feels like NIP, a little bit curious. They wanted to stick around. They felt like 3-on-4, maybe we could do it, and that's just cost them another rifle at least.
This was a tough one for NIP. Felt like they were so close to coming out with the advantage with that banana control. They had the space, but Perfecto, he was able to sneak past that smoke. There were so many bodies there at the bottom that could spam through from Na'Vi. And it does seem like we're actually recognizing a lot of teams now that are just giving up banana. I think Na'Vi, for example, themselves were so willing to give it up in that first half. And NIP just kind of suffering an unfortunate defeat there. And maybe one that it just does seem like teams like Na'Vi, even G2 sometimes they don't fight for that space as much anymore.
It's a big risk, and you can tell right here the trouble that comes with it. Even if you have the manpower there, you have the double setup and everything, it can still be hard to stay alive. I don't necessarily mind it if you don't want to be fighting for banana. I'm a huge fan of some of those top banana retakes. You can pop in on the CT side, like every once in a while.
Those happen a lot now.
Yeah, and I think those are powerful, right? You can, because the timings could be so random. Because you don't have to do it a set time. You just like, now feels like a decent moment. All right, a little bit of an aid. But all they have are the 2 M4s here. They won the previous round with less.
That's
true.
We
don't want to count them out, but still.
Definitely a possible round for NIP. Hedrick and Alexi B looking to be tested on this B site. Hedrick, of course, wielding the A1S. Alexi close with the 5.7. They have a good amount of utility too. They could slow this hit, but maybe you don't want to. Sometimes you want to let the T's push in when you have what is building to be a 4-man stack on this side of the map.
That's a really fair point. Yeah, but that you could get more than you wanted from that. Obviously, you buy some time on the clock, but if you force Na'Vi back into the A-bomb site, well, they're thinking about it already. You could see them trying to guess Alexi, searching his soul to figure out where could they be going. And obviously, so far, it's looking like he's made the right call.
4 players here for NIP. Na'Vi, they might just be walking into the stack. They felt enough resistance earlier, and now Maxter on top. He's able to find one. Alexi B pushing on forward, but instantly taken down.
That was close. He had the right angle, seemed like the right aim for it. 3 people, but I'm not sure I love this position inside of the bomb site. Maybe with Maxter playing up here, he could come in just as they're fighting down to the site, but they need to stay alive. He swings pretty wide for it. He's going to be good for the 1 kill and a follow-up as well. 3 in the round for Maxter. This could be enough. And a headshot from Rez. NIP, they do it again with almost no weaponry. They found a way out.
NIP, they're looking better when they're working with weakened weaponry. This is an interesting sight. You'd love to see them be able to put it together on a gun round, but they have to be happy about that. Upsetting Na'Vi in a round where they were actually able to move the offense. That early utility towards Banana, it pushed Na'Vi into a mid-round towards A, and that's where everybody was lying in wait for the Ninjas.
Good triple from Maxter and a good mid-round call for Alexi, getting the read on where they were going after the initial smoke over at the B-bomb site. Round starting with Roland just kind of alone. He's going to get some backup a little bit quickly, though. But this is the last bit of cash for Na'Vi. NIP have a way back in. You said it earlier. It was the CT side last time that really eluded NIP. So far, yeah, it is looking a little bit better. They're doing something.
Oh, there's those retake top banana nades that we were talking about. But Navi able to press on forward because they threw that counter molly. Okay, Alexi B, actually, he's challenging CT. NPL instantly finding the headshot. Simple as well. That was a fairly dry hit from Navi, and they just had a great timing. Electronic is already in their spawn. Hetrick had no idea that this could be possible. That is great stuff from Navi there. That little outplay, that molly on the corner, allowing Electronic to push on forward. NIP probably thought maybe the hit will happen in 5 seconds from then, maybe 10. They would see the nades fly over, but that pace from Navi was blistering.
It was. Everybody getting caught off guard. Alexi, I think, towards CT spawn to begin with, you can tell from the way that he positions the crosshair and how he peeks the corner that he's not quite ready. It is just a little bit of a surprise that they're that close and it's that aggressive. And sometimes that'll do it. Just getting a slightly better timing than what your opponent is expecting. And IP are playing on hard mode right now. They're winning the rounds that they're not supposed to be winning, and then some of these rounds where they definitely have way better weaponry, they're giving them up.
Yeah, that does tell the story of, I would say, who's just the better gun round team right now. Usually how you would want to measure two teams facing off against each other. Frustrations, though, for NIP. Not unexpected when you lose a round like that.
Yeah, I'm sure Alexi, the second it goes bad in that B bomb site, he knows everything. He's obviously got the whole download of what went wrong, but it's just too late. Nothing you could really do about it at that point in time. 12 rounds for Navi after that one. And they just keep moving towards that 16th round. That's what they're looking for. NIP on the other side of it. I mean, the basic setup was probably fine for NIP. They just got shocked by the timing.
Yeah, Electronic is a cunning banana player. He is really taking a hold of that position. He's always been good on it on the offense. Now Navi, he also is playing there on the defense. Used to be Boomich's spot.
True.
But he's actually really taking a liking to it.
Oh, that looked like it should have been a one fight for Simple, but somehow it's Alexi instead. And there is a 3-man setup, but they are expecting that Navi could try and put some pressure on here once again. Leaves a massive gap towards Arch. So I appreciate the fact that Hetrick again is playing that slightly forward corner, that they're not playing that deep in the A bomb site, that they know absolutely nothing. Because if they lose all control here of middle, then probably this B defense has to be broken up a bit.
The strong side says B for NIP. 3 players there. We are seeing some nades towards middle from Navi, but it's not pulling a rotation. NIP are keeping this defense strong towards B, and this will play in their favor.
Some more nades just picked up now. Maxter up on the boost, and right underneath them, the pistol will do the job. Alexi's dead, but he was low on health already. A shutdown kill from Brolan with the 5-7. He's going to get 2 of them, in fact. And at least it made it a 2-on-2. It's still a really good entry. From Navi, they're going to be happy they break through the 3-man stack to get the bomb plant. That's a success. How can we do this? A couple of grenades. Electronic actually is a bit low on health. Hetrick can still wallbang those boxes if you really feel like it. He almost dies to the nade outright. But he's here and live in the back. And Bit in the other corner. This is going to be hard to get rid of them. NIP, they're running out of time really fast. Smoke on top of the bomb, but not a problem for Bit. It's going to be Hetrick to try and do the same thing, and he will suffer the exact same fate. So, good recovery from Navi at the end of the round.
Just never had the time on that retake. But this is a surprise that NIP were not able to hold on, I would say. The way that Maxter wasn't able to find a kill despite being in a very powerful position, that's got to sting a little bit, because you played 3 people B, you even did some extra nade damage on top of it. You have the crossfires right there. Not even through a bad CT smoke, and yet they were able to just win with firepower getting in. That's got to be concerning for NIP. If you're tactically outplaying your opponent but still unable to come up with the victories, then you know that it's the gun work that needs improvement.
And that probably is not going to come from this round. They really have almost no guns. It's upgraded P250, and that's about it. 13-9. So these rounds are super close. I mean, at least it's different in that sense from last time. It feels like plenty of opportunity right now for NIP to get rounds of their own. They just are falling short in some of the critical moments. Rotating around, but realistically, this should be a fairly easy round for Navi to win.
Can't really imagine it going poorly for Navi, especially when Simple's able to find the entry onto Rez. I think what's most curious is who's going to pick up the frags for Navi here. Looks like Electronic presented an opportunity, so he'll be able to clean up. He got that anti-eco ace earlier.
Yeah.
And he's actually sitting at the top of the scoreboard now with 20 kills. On the other side for NIP, top fragger is Rez with 13. Yeah, they're just, the individuals are not matching up right now for NIP.
I agree. Unfortunately, because it's not just Rez. Right behind him, Bit at 17, Simple at 17, MPL at 19.
Yeah.
That is so stacked compared to what we're seeing on the NIP side. They need somebody to be the hero to wake up, or this will be done fairly quickly, at least on Inferno. It's the best of 3, of course. Electronic going to be leading the charge, and like you pointed out, he is an expert at playing this position. Doesn't care about any of the nades being thrown at him. He just wanted the control, and he's got it. It's forced a fair few nades out of NIP too.
Okay, we've got the retake top banana nades. Electronic playing with the boost here, recognizing at this moment that there's nobody that's contesting that space. But the rotation's coming in for the Ninjas. Maxter is making his way on over. He's got a couple of flashes. This could be imperative in the chances for the defense on this side. But we've seen them have 3 players here before, and they weren't able to hold, so they really have to do better if they want to extend this game.
And it feels like they're going to be doing that because of this incredibly forward position in the middle. Rez all the way up there with Hetrick behind him. They have brought Maxter back in the meantime, so Curious. 2-man defense in B, and they're really, really far back in the bomb site. I don't know if I love this.
And they have no nades. That's gotta hurt. Because the full exec is not easy to counter already. You would love to have something to help you out.
Well, that might help just a tiny bit, but it still is down to the defense. Roland on his own against the entire squad of Navi, and that will not be good enough. Electronic will bring him down. The bomb is going to be planted behind it, and Navi looking for a 15th round. Even if it starts with Rez getting the kill, that B defense is getting wiped out over and over and over again. Simple out on the hunt. And even if he runs into the M4 on the other side, you can tell NIP are so far away by the time they're in a position to even begin the retake. So right now, if they want to do it, it just has to be absolutely flawless. It has to be a series of instant headshots, and as soon as it's not, you can see Hetrick realizing it's done.
With no kit, there is no opportunity. Hetrick tries to keep himself alive. He'll get the kill onto NPL. Should be able to escape. Perfecto and Electronic, they're both actually dead to the bomb, so that's something that NIP can... You actually can't really even be that happy about it.
No!
Oh, actually, I can't even make that statement, so... 15-9, Navi, they have looked like the dominant team. If you remove the first 9 rounds of this game, it has been lights out. So, 15 of the last 19 have gone to Navi.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially given the fact that the way that NAP has won a couple of those rounds have felt very lucky. Like, just has to be said. They were just on pistols, they were running around with them, nailing people with running 5.7s. You'd want to see, for your own confidence as a team, NIP, if you could win a gun round. Got one more chance to do that on this half.
And normally if you win those rounds, I mean, those are the really low percentage rounds that you pick those up, you should be springboarded into a better position. I'm seeing a lot of these head shakes coming out from NIP as well. You're seeing sort of just the frustration, sort of feels like something is not really up and running at the moment on the NIP side. Which is definitely frustrating. Roland, good kill on that one. Electronic, don't know if there was a flash that never arrived or if he just dry peeked it, but either way, that's an easy enough kill.
This has to be a conversion for the Ninjas. 5 versus 4. Just not going to look any easier than this or any better than this. Some nades. And this is a pretty interesting setup between Alexi and Brolin. Rez hanging out towards that short side, and Navi, they're still figuring out where it is that they want to go. They have 4 alive, 30 seconds left, and they are making their way back towards B. This is really the only thing they had to be happy about, this banana control, and so they're going for the B exec.
And they've won it so many times, it makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Even if it's really simplistic, why not just try and do it? Another good opening against Alexi. He was up on the box with the SMG, and now the question is, how much damage can Brolin do up here? Good little boost, but he's going to be found before he can even really escape. The bomb is dropped with 4 seconds, and that kills enough. They don't need to fight any longer. Hetrick will still get the job done, but they would have run out of time either way. But honestly, that is still way too close. If Navi had another 4 or 5 seconds in that round, maybe they can actually find a way to have a real fight with Hetrick and win it.
More time or just hitting the CT smoke. That also would have given them a chance to plant the bomb, and Hetrick wouldn't have been able to find those 2 kills. Getting into post plant with Electronic and Simple is, even if they're on low HP, they can win that. So that's NIP. Again, I mean, they've got to be pretty happy about that. They won a gun round, but it's them capitalizing off of a mistake from Navi. Okay, early nade though towards Banana. No strong contests from either team. We saw that Ninjas were able to win off the back of a Brolin pick at this area, but this time around, he eats a nade. 57 HP left for a man that's so important on these B anchors.
If I had to try to pinpoint some of my frustration for NIP, it's due to the fact that whenever in... Oh, another one. That's very dangerous.
No.
Some of the time when they're in these positions, they could get to overtime from here, right? This is totally doable. Not that much money on Navi. I want to see NIP summon some strength in this lineup to power through. I want to see NIP find that. It feels like more often than not they don't. They kind of just get blown up. Kind of like this. NPL on the double entry. 2 headshots and alone defending it with absolutely no shot. It's Alexi, but he's doing a fine job. Picks up the AK and it's close. He almost outlines Perfecto with that spray. And the backup is being intercepted by Bit in the archway. What a tough position now. 1 versus 3. Hetrick trying to push through. Perfecto will take him down. 16 to 10. Navi, a slow start, but a classic comeback from them into this first map. You've got to say, looking like it could be a repeat of last time here for NIP.
That was not the defense you wanted to see from the Ninjas on their own map pick. Obviously, the next one will be Mirage, but Navi, they look like after a little bit of a hiccup there at the beginning, they put the pieces together and they were the stronger team. I think that is a very safe call.
Yeah, definitely. And NPL, I mean, still with a really good performance. That's encouraging. It's early days still, but you want to see him feel comfortable in the lineup. We've got James and Blade down on the stage.
Blade, another victory over the Ninjas this time around. A few more rounds their way. Maxter comes in. But for you guys, CT side still seems to be a bit of this slow start we're getting off to, and then they come back into it. Why do you guys keep getting off to these slow starts? What's missing?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a slow start. I think in Inferno it's such a map when it's like Dust 2 actually. For example, if team can execute properly B side, it's really hard to retake it, even like 3 versus 2. And the same, I think, on Inferno, the rotation is really long, and if you make good calls, good executions, you cannot retake the side. And we couldn't retake A and B several times. Then we changed a little bit our game and tried to be more aggressive. And then it worked.
It definitely did. Now, I want to touch on one thing. It seems to be on your CT side as well. We're seeing less movement from the players individual. Is this a plan? Is this an idea based off your role and position changes? Or is this just something that is missing right now? Because normally we see Sasha go around and take a lot more space with the AWP.
I don't know. In Inferno, it's really hard to move around. He was trying to find... There was not like specific game plan, not to rotate or not to move around. I think he's just playing his game. He wants to wait for somebody like from this spot, then from another spot, and overall I think we were like more dynamic than usual. I think Banana and Nipple was playing like a corner several times. So, yeah.
All right, we'll see how it goes going forward. Blade, thank you for the info.
Now, it took a second for NAVI to warm up, but once that fire got ignited, it absolutely took over the entirety of the server. Highlights from Bit, heroics from MPL, and of course, Simple showing up. A great rebound after what was actually a great start from NIP.
A true replica, almost, of the first game we saw between these two teams on Inferno as well. NAVI getting off to a slow start. NIP looking solid, looking like they could make a competitive game out of it, winning a couple of close rounds, and you think to yourself, okay, there's maybe a conversation to be had here. Maybe we have a good game of Counter-Strike ahead of us. As soon as we got into the second half, it was more of the same as we saw in the first game. NAVI miles ahead, and in reality, it was never really a close game. They just pretended it was.
I agree with you. I think NAVI took a little bit of a while to wake up, snoozing that alarm a little bit. Bit was the main point of defense on the A side, but we have to give props to Electronic and Perfecto on B, who were tested time and time again, because there was a moment in this game, as we aptly see on the round history, where it felt like NIP were in full control.
Yeah, let's take a bit of a deeper dive into that one, because we have Danny with a moment to break down from the side of NIP at the beginning.
NIP had a really strong start on Inferno. I want to break down one of the rounds that kind of illustrate this. So it's this round right here, round 5, very beginning. We're going to see Alexi B. He throws a front sight smoke. Now this smoke isn't quite so common, but you'll see it sometimes. Now this sight smoke, what it does is it kind of denies vision for players who are playing towards the sight area, anyone playing towards spools, and ultimately it creates a path for players to kind of come in without these players in the sight being able to challenge. Now, what you'll see here that's interesting is that NIP, they don't actually go off the smoke right away. They're actually going to wait a little bit with the smoke. And instead, they're going to take a slightly different timing. The timing that you'll see here instead is that when Brolan comes out, it's as the smoke starts to fade. As the smoke starts to fade, he gets to this pool position. And what that does ultimately for NIP is that as the smoke starts to fade, it kind of creates this grouping where 2 players can kind of cross here towards this water position just before the smoke fades, and then 2 players can stay here as the smoke fades, so that now they kind of have this 2 grouping where this side here can kind of focus on the left side, this side here can focus on the right, and you'll see how this pans out. From Max's point of view, uses that smoke to pass here towards that water position, able to find Perfecto, and then you'll see that head trick as that smoke fades, he's then able to find the player towards spools. And you look at this from the Navi's player's point of view, see that for Electronic, that smoke, it makes it hard for him to spot players coming in towards that water position. And as well, as he tries to peek, then the smoke fades, he gets taken out. For Perfecto, as the players are crossing through, he can't actually spot the players coming through, so by the time he kind of peeks towards his left side, he's in a disadvantageous fight. So some of the details went their way for NIP at the start, but that's really all they had.
Yeah, excellent insight from the Mahone zone, making it very evident that NIP were the ones who came into this one awake, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, and their executes were tidy up, as Mahone pointed out. But I just wanted to quickly touch on NAVI and maybe their lack of rotations or too slow of rotations, because throughout this whole CT half, it felt like it was either going to be Electronic and Perfecto having that wall defense, or the exec would work for NIP. That great example brought in by Mahone. For 20 seconds, they're in pressure on B, and Bit is still just halfway CT spawn. Even though they had full bracket control, full vision, they were very, very slow in rotating, and I think that's one of the main reasons why NIP got up to a good start.
And then we move on from that round, and then NAVI, I mean, the Beast just simply woke up, and they made it difficult for NIP to even string 2 rounds back-to-back.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't for 18 rounds straight. They didn't win 2 rounds straight back-to-back, and you can't win a game of Counter-Strike against a team like NAVI if that's not the case, let alone make it competitive. NPL having a great showing. I think we need to highlight him, give some credit towards him. We talked about it on Inferno so far in this tournament. He's been having a decent showing. You see the scoreboard here as well, up with the top dogs. Electronic, as you said, locked down that bomb site completely together with Perfecto. So there was a lot of positives to take away. And one thing I note once more, it's not like Simple had a bad game, but it wasn't all about him. And this is the 3rd game in a row now. We're talking about NAVI, and we're not necessarily highlighting Simple to be the difference maker. That's a good thing for me. Right now, NAVI is shown to be a mature team that is still highly competitive, despite Simple having a once-in-a-blue-moon struggle some period, right? As soon as he's going to be back to his best, we're going to see more raw firepower, and we're going to see more of these minor mistakes that is being made by NAVI, masked by the fact that you have Simple on your team.
There's a margin for sure. I think Simple had a strong second half. I think once we moved on to the T side, he started being way more impactful. I also think that the action kind of got away from him on the CT side. How many times did we see NIP just execute on B and Simple is holding short? So I don't think he got activated that much. In fact, I haven't seen him miss a whole lot of shots. That's where I want to leave it. T side though, he was much better. And you're right, we could name pretty much anybody from NAVI, and I could give you 1 or 2 good rounds that they had.
I agree with what you're saying, right? We didn't see much Simple actually direction, but that's something you were alluding to as well in the beginning. The fact that he's not really roaming around that much. He's very static compared to what he used to. He likes to be up in apps. He likes to be in middle. He likes to make some aggressive plays. Feels like he's lost a bit of that confidence on the CT side. And often what you do is that you go back to your fundamentals. You just hold your position. You do the basic stuff, and then you're right. Then an opponent team can kind of like move around you if they want to, and that's kind of what happened for Simple right here. I agree. T side was phenomenal, but CT side again struggles for Simple.
I do want to move on to talk about the next round of Mirage. Obviously, Navi's pick once again coming into things. We heard from that interview with Simple earlier. Blade maybe was thinking of going in another direction. Simple said, nah, let's go for this one more time. Let's get some revenge from NIP because they were the ones to be taking that map last time in what was an incredibly close overtime. Do you think it's going to be different now, obviously, with NIP bringing a different roster into things?
I imagine Navi's in a much better position than the first time around, honestly, just because they've played already once. They have a little bit of a copy on what's going to happen, and because Hampus this time isn't going to be here. I also believe that NPL is going to do a better showing than he had the first time around. It was, I guess, a little bit cumbersome for him to handle that connector position. Now he's got one game, he's got a couple of experiences down there, so I'm hoping to see a better NPL, and I think Navi's in prime position.
I think Simple said it in an interview, right? We want to play Mirage again. I told Blade I want to play Mirage again because I have no idea how we lost that game the first time around. I think NIP's in for a rough run.
Yeah, when Simple's got his mind set on something, you sure as hell hope you aren't on the receiving end of it. Unfortunately for NIP, they are. In this one, it's going to be Mirage. Once again, they were able to take it in a very close OT last time around. Let's see if they can replicate the same fate.
We are back once again, and what you're about to see is the first kill that Maxter is going to get playing Tier 1 opponents really ever, and it's against Simple. That's not bad. That's got to count for something. He actually did pretty well, I've got to say, but NIP as a whole most certainly did not.
The sobering reality is that obviously NIP weren't able to walk away with the victory. Maxer actually had some moments. He had a couple multi-frag rounds here and there. It's not that we're really upset with his performance. It's more just that we are seeing that what he did in the context of NIP not finding that much success, it looks a little bit worse. If this were an easier opponent, I think Maxer would have had a great day. His form looked good.
It did. It's more like that. There's something about the mentality of something that goes wrong on NIP. It feels like when things are on the upward trajectory, it's fine. They look good. They look comfortable. But as soon as any kind of pressure is applied, something just goes horribly wrong. And I don't know what it is, but it's definitely very frustrating to watch. Hopefully, that will change now as we are heading into the second map. We're on Mirage. And it's NIP on the CT side with NAVI on the T side. And already just a peek there from Simple Electronic. That seems very, very risky. I don't know if he realizes, but he might be in a lot of trouble if he keeps doing that. Bomb is on the other side of the map, though. So Electronic is, on some level, keeping 3 people at the A-bomb side, which is good news.
Just feigning some presence there is Electronic. That'll likely keep Ninjas in Pajamas set in this 3-2 setup. We see that Maxer is holding the flash for Alexi B. This is a really powerful one as the players approach through the apartment, so it's a great pop flash. One to take with you.
Wouldn't you wish, though, that Alexi had a dualies instead of the USP if you're going to be relying on that flashbang? Because you can hit the flashbang and still hit very few kills. Oh, he's pushing forward as well. That's dangerous, but a very crisp shot. That's well done. Here comes the flash to set it up, and it's slowing them down. It actually gets a little bit of more damage. Gets a chance to reload as well, although now we are getting closer to the bomb site. Maxter's helping out now beyond the flashbang. A couple of great headshots to make sure that Navi will never enter the bomb site. It's all on Simple with 35 seconds and a 1 versus 5 to start Mirage with.
I just love how composed Alexi B looks in that situation. We'll see what Simple's able to do. Never want to count him out too early in these kinds of rounds. Finds the headshot onto Brolin. With 20 seconds, likely has to make his way up connector. And there is a smoke right there, but actually goes for the window option. There's still no way to make this. 10 seconds left. Alexi B picks up his 3rd on the round, and the setup between him and Maxer working out beautifully.
And I think, you know, credit obviously to Alexi and Maxter to start the round with, but also just the rest of it, not being too aggressive in that what was a 1 versus 4 at the end. I think that's a good sign, because this is the kind of moment exactly where if you just run at Simple thinking, yeah, of course we can overpower him. There is, you know, maybe it's a 1 in a million for everybody else, but a 1 in 1,000 for Simple to do it. That's still pretty scary.
A call on some of the teams I would play on was just losable. The round is still losable.
Yeah.
And then it kind of, in a way, it seems a little bit negative, but it makes sure that everybody just kind of plays a little bit tighter.
You know, whenever I play, I try and use sarcasm and, you know, reverse psychology to remind myself. I try and tell people, find a way to lose it. I try and tell, like, just everyone one at a time against them. Try and give them an opportunity.
Yes.
So people feel really stupid if they do it. That's my way of some leadership.
Not only did they mess up in the round, but it's like, you didn't even recognize I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, how fast can you be? That's a way to just passively aggressively just get your teammates in order. So
it's a, you know, it's something you work at, you know, develop it over some time, and it's about as friendly as I can get. It's much worse when I play Dota, I guarantee you. Maxter, good position with the MP9, and that's fine. If the MP9 is the only casualty for the round, we're not going to be complaining.
It's no big deal. No sweat on the brows of NIP. Doing quite well for themselves early on here. But this is where the real test begins. Of course, there was money saved for NAVI. They will be purchasing into this upcoming round. And this is nice from Rez. I like that he found that kill onto NPL. That almost just felt very fortunate, but I want to give him just credit for the MP9 control there. That second kill.
Okay, well, there's an early test, though. Navi able to pick up rifles to no one's surprise. Rez flashed through behind the smoke. That's a knockout. Bit literally never saw it coming. But MPL, I actually think that's a cool idea to try and take space, because you know they just had that little skirmish in the middle, so sometimes that can work, but this time it backfires even worse. Grenade bounces off, but it doesn't hit Perfecto. The follow-up nade most certainly will, though, and it's all on Simple now again in another 1 versus 5.
We'll see if he's
got time.
Yeah, this time he does. Minute 15 left. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He's talking a lot to his teammates right now. I think he's really trying to understand the positions that the opponents were in. And we'll see if he's able to put the pieces together. If there's anybody who really could use that info to the fullest effect, of course, it is Simple. And he's just waiting for a mistake first. Really wants to see if Brolin goes for a peek right there. But everybody from NIP playing very safe angles. And ooh, he might get an opportunity. It's close.
It's so close. Unbelievably close. I feel like he must have been able to see him a couple of times, but it might be hard to register. Rez will find him instead. It's a flawless round for NIP. And now, a much better start. They also deny the bomb plant, so this is good.
Right. We're seeing a similar start to what we found in the previous game. But you were talking about it, the way that it does seem like NIP, once they start facing some resistance, they can crumble. I would equate it to a Jenga tower that has 7 pieces plus removed. It's just teetering there, and it just takes a little tip, a little push.
So like the Jenga route.
Yeah, and then it's all over.
Okay, yeah, solid structure at the beginning. Everyone's excited.
Yep.
But then slowly but surely.
DJL is the box that you use to stack it. Lining it up in place.
Metaphor is getting deeper and deeper.
Yep.
Nice find from Rez, although they only have pistols on the other side. But yeah, I don't know. So they have to change it. They have to, if they could, go from the Jenga tower to the Mahjong pyramid.
Yeah.
Way more stable.
It's hard to just knock that down under any circumstances.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, good analysis of the current NIP situation.
Good tabletop metaphors.
We'll invoice them later for the help that we're providing.
Yes. Okay, Rez, great angle for him. He's looking pretty sharp right now, 6-0. And he has a chance to make it 8. Double peek from top and bottom mid. Bit is able to find the first kill. Rez wants to stand his ground, but recognizes without the help of his teammate, he should evacuate the premises. Brolin, nice one tap though, making this so much easier for him and the rest of his team. And Bit, little sneaky play right there, but it has been spotted. Alexi B to close it out.
The kind of mechanics that we're seeing a bit up from Rez and that one tap from Brolin, those are the kind of things I want to see in way more NIP rounds. I don't want to be excited about the 1 in 7 rounds where I see, ooh, there we go. I want to see it way more sort of consistently as well. I think that's got to be key to this. We know they could do it. We know they have it. So, nicely done. Yeah, that's very smooth. Okay. There's some clapping, some high fives going on, and a 4-0 lead. And some timing to take down Electronic. That's actually great. Roll in on the other side. Worried that there was going to be more spam coming through perhaps, but so far he's doing all right.
Initial mid presence taken down from Navi. Electronic obviously will be calling from the grave. Not a great start for him. 0-5, and his team might be 0-5 after the end of this one. But there's still a lot of time to work with for this offense. A lot of nades too. And it does seem like they want to go for a slightly late mid control. They still have a player in Perfecto lurking towards that A side, so you would really expect some sort of A conversion here in the next 45 seconds. And with this double lower presence, they just want to make sure everything is clear.
Taking the time with it, aren't they? Rez felt like he almost overextended there, and he might get hunted down, and timing couldn't have been better. Bit able to pick it up, Alexi. Fight that he should be winning. And that's going to slow it down once again. And it kind of keeps this round in NIP's control. 4 versus 3, 30 seconds. And now it feels like Navi, they don't have a lot of choices. They feel like they just have to go for it. They have a lot of grenades, though, which could be interesting if they can make their breakthrough. 2 people at the bomb site. Smoke up to try and deny any Molotovs from coming out. And Maxter, though, excellent control. Taking 2 and a chance for a 3rd NPL. He'll hit the headshot, but there's only 10 seconds left. And he should be, and he will be losing this round for sure. Alexi taking his sweet time with it. But NIP, not just winning the round, but keeping 3 people alive. That was encouraging.
That was very nice stuff from Maxter. The way he's able to play right there around the van. Obviously, the B anchor roll is a tough one, Feels like you're not a lot of nothing happened until suddenly everything is going on, and he was able to withstand most of this pressure there with those pair of frags. Early timeout being taken from NAVI. They have to recognize what it is that's going so wrong for them. But scoreboard is looking sharp for some of these ninjas. Rez already 8-1. Alexi B, the opposite 007. He's 7-0-0.
What does that mean? What's the reverse 007? It's like an actual spy that...
Yeah, I mean, it's 700. It's... I don't know the James Bond lore well enough to construct anything here.
I've kind of lost track myself, I won't lie. Although you feel like the kind of person that would have read some of the original, you know, some of the stuff. Maybe someone to get to one day?
Can't say I have, actually.
Not yet.
Yeah, no.
I feel like...
I do like Ian Fleming's drink creation, though. The Vesper Martini. That's something that I know he came up with, other than the shaken not stirred part.
All right, so on the one hand, claiming not to know the 007 lore, but then actually having deep knowledge of specific drinks inside of the universe.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Something worth trying. If you are of age, of course.
True. 5-0. Again, I want to celebrate this because this is great for NIP, but I just have this feeling in the back of my mind that we've been here before. We've seen this happen already, and we know that all it takes is a slight slip up in the plan, and suddenly NAVI just find a way back anyway. So I need NIP to prove it. I need for them to hold my hand through this game and just make me feel safe in what they're doing.
Take you on a romantic stroll to a victory.
That's exactly right. It could even be a martini at the end of it if things go really well.
We'll see. Rez has an opportunity to find a couple of kills, but just by maintaining the space, he's actually going to provide his team a lot of information about what it is that NAVI intends to do. The smokes here for the CTs are still looking very strong in terms of defensive positioning, and that's a great self-setup for Rez, but he is taken down by Bit, and Brolin slots into his space. Yeah, still a lot of information for NIP despite losing that player.
I agree, that was actually a really cool idea. Lexi has the right mental image at the moment. Maxter's going to be setting up a timely smoke. That will actually expire fairly late in the round. He won't have more really to hold it back with. The only thing they have is Hetrick, but he's miles away with the AWP and the Molotov, so that's not going to be a help. It feels like it will be him and Alexi trying for the crossfire, and NAVI don't have that much to break it up with. Flash goes out, but this is still a good defensive position for NIP. Alexi, he'll get the first one. He had the right idea, and Maxter now, it's all up to him. He's going to get traded right away. 9 seconds left, and the bomb going to be running straight on there. 2 versus 2 now with NIP, see if they could deny the round. No, NAVI, once they're in the game, then they tend to stay that way. And Simple boosted up. Hard position to clear this one. The spray, it is good, and Hetrick, he couldn't get the follow-up AWP shot, and now it might be better to walk away. They're low on health, but with the AWP, it might not make a difference.
That'll be it. NAVI find their first, despite the setup looking like it was going to work out there. On that B site, it actually is broken open, and Bit and Simple, they're able to connect. Hetrick, he does find the kill onto Simple. He keeps his AWP alive too, so the money, it's still okay for NIP. They'll be able to buy in the next round. And oh, okay, he actually takes everything away. That's actually very impactful. There are several players with NAVI, for NAVI, that have under $4,000. And so even keeping one gun alive would have made a huge difference for them. And we're going to see a pretty scrappy buy despite the round victory for NAVI coming up. But overall, just a really solid site hit from NAVI. Just good trading into it. And that post-plant position that Simple found himself in, that boost right there, it's usually good for one. It's just such a strong off angle.
Good mechanics as well, a good jumping from Hetrick in the previous round to make that possible. The silent fall down, just everything very nice. It's a aesthetically pleasing round for him. 5-1, and
look at the guns for NAVI. 4 Galils.
Oh dear.
It's just not what you want to be taking in this round. If you want to string some momentum together, you would love to see some more premium rifles.
And they've been testing that B hallway quite a bit, and Maxter's been doing pretty much okay. But I guess it also makes sense if you know that he's going to be anchoring the B bomb site and he's a stand-in, it does make sense to try and really test it just to make sure that he does feel a little bit of pressure over on that side.
Yeah, Simple said this could actually be a little bit confusing just because of the stand-in situation. They knew Hampus played towards Cat, and it's actually Alexi that's slotted in there. And Alexi's moving away from that anchor spot. He's been playing there a lot, but all right. A hit, little explosion, but Brolin and Maxter are able to find a couple kills. Brolin still, he's being burned alive right now, forced into the action, and Rez is able to find that return on a Perfecto. This becomes very confusing for Navi to put together now.
Yeah, head trick taken up at the back of the B bomb site with the AWPs. That's why Maxter was out here. Electronic, the timing is godlike, and he nearly gets a double. Going to be Simple instead now. 1 versus 2 as he's just now putting down the bomb. I don't know if he knows where head trick is, but he's walking out in the open like he doesn't really worry about it, so seems risky. Now he's up on the Tetris box, looking right over. This is dangerous. He might be in a very powerful position here. Flash into the sky, but doesn't really touch him at all. And the gun barrel's showing easy pre-fire coming up from Simple. Now one more target on the other side. See if Hetrick can find the shot with the M4, and he can. That's such a shallow peek. 3 kills for Simple, but not enough to save the round. It's NIP right back into it.
Very good attempt there from Simple, but not enough. Head trick able to close it out, and he's looking pretty good in this game thus far. They are able to withstand that round. This is a really interesting double setup between Brolin and Maxter, just pushing on forward. You really think that Simple's lining this one up, but he didn't have the HP to work with. Could have maybe taken a different option on his peak if he did, but the 50-50 won there by Head trick. 6-1 for him. And everyone is doing pretty well, I'd say, for Ninjas. Brolin obviously just 2-3, but can't really complain.
Now again, the numbers are with them. Everything is trending in the right direction. Navi are struggling to do much of anything. Simple's got 6 kills, Bit has got 4, but beyond that, there's not much in the lineup that's encouraging for the T side. Gonna put some speed behind this one. Maxter trying to smoke it off and just try and stay safe back here. Flashes landing everywhere on the bomb site. He's created a little bit of a space for himself, and he could have maybe found that shot, but instead, they lose Head trick as well on top of it. 3 versus 3. And they're on the site. If they find Alexi, this might be another round for Navi, although he's doing a very good job staying hidden in the corner. They might have forgot about him, in fact, and Simple. He remembered. That is a very good kill. They line up in the back. And Rez maybe could have taken both of them. Brolin, one good Molotov back here, and Bit could be dead, and it could be a quick 1 versus 1. We'll see if he could slide into it. He's got the right idea. Some shots being taken through the bench, but he's not quite found the target yet. And now, the question is, can they actually find some post-plant positions here? Navi, they feel a bit exposed. Molotov, yeah, it'll force Brolin this way, but that probably doesn't matter. And Brolin doesn't look like he wants to throw any grenades. He just wants to solve this with the gun. But Bit, he is quick. He swings wide, and he takes him down.
Oh, one more bullet. That's all Brolin needed to win that one. So close. Almost hits the spray transfer. But you could see, as soon as Navi recognized the position of Brolin, both of those players playing those faraway pillars right in the back, so they're able to play off each other to minimize the chances he's able to pull off those heroics. This was a really interesting exec and defense, though. I really thought that Alexi B was going to get away with something playing around those smokes, but he stayed alive, bought time for the rotations, but it is Navi that come out on top.
Frustrating as well for Alexi getting caught in there. It felt like if he could have been allowed to be there for a couple of seconds more, he could have re-entered the fight for the bomb site. Timeout called, as NIP probably would like an opportunity to reset everything. Could be one of those points in the game where some nerves start to get into it. They feel a bit nervous, and suddenly Navi revitalize themselves. So I can appreciate this kind of a timeout just to make sure that everyone is still on board with this plan.
This is how DJL was using his timeouts in the first map. Those couple of early rounds that Navi were winning, he kept calling timeouts immediately after him. You saw that it was able to kind of maintain some composure for the beginning, but it really slipped away from them after a while. So just wants to get ahead of the curve. Really he had a game plan going into this, how he wanted to use his timeouts.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. If you know that streak that you build at the beginning for some of these NIP games, that's what's going to carry you forward. You need to keep it going. That, though, is a very aggressive push for Mars, and it's Simple, who is on the receiving end. Maxter with the opening.
Really cool idea there between the two of them. They're shifting Maxter's position around. That might actually make Navi think about what's going on for NIP, because Headtrick is playing B now with a scout, so another double push.
This is sick because they don't have the nades as well to hold the bomb site.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they're just going for these walk double pushes, so at the very least they can trade, and this might actually work out for them beautifully. Electronic has the bomb in Palace. This is so worrying, because even if they deal with Brolin, Maxter is here to secure the explosives.
That is very active, very cool round from NIP. All of the pressure on Navi to try and recover this one, and Maxter is doing God's work inside of the Palace. It's 3 kills on him right now. NPL all alone with no Bond and no teammates either. 30 seconds, a little bit of a good spray, beautiful headshots. He's doing so much damage, but ultimately it should be too late. There should be no way to get back into this. Maxter just has to stay cool up here. 1 bullet should take care of NPL, and he's got about 18 seconds. He'll be shot in the back by Alexi and NIP. That is a well put together round.
Really like how proactive they were towards that A site. Maxter doing very well in these sort of positions. I'm sure they're just coming up with these kinds of plans on the fly. Just want to make sure that they make the most of the weapons that they have, because you mentioned it earlier, they didn't really have too much in terms of utility. You can't set up those pops towards mid. You can't really contest the control in some of those bigger areas. So those kind of walk pushes, very pragmatic from NIP.
7-2. Yeah, it is. You just have to play the cards that you're dealt, and if you don't have all of the nades to lock down in a bomb site, or even go for a retake at the A bomb site, then maybe it's better to fight before you get into that position. Again, some of the aggressive movement, but this time it does backfire just a bit. NPL picks up a kill, and you can see he's baiting out the shot. Alexi's realizing the danger, and he's going to make an escape, but they've given over the AK.
He gave a lot of respect to NPL. Didn't want to get jiggled out, didn't want to be taken down. Could have found an equalizer, but NPL, he passes the AK back to Simple, and he's considering the contest versus Alexi, as is Alexi too, but looks like we're going to see a push on the A side once again. This time it's Rez and Brolin who are finding this space, but there's nobody here at ramp. In fact, it's Perfecto at Palace. And these players are making their way around each other. This can get very confusing for Navi in the late round if they go for the A convert.
Could be confusing for NIP as well, depending on how this plays out. I don't even know what's going to happen right now. 35 seconds. It still feels like they might try and go for that connector. They've got NPL who's been making noise over at the B bomb site, and it looks like NIP are about to crunch what they think is an incoming B attack, but which is really more of a play towards this position. Rez might be the only defender that could stop this from happening. 19 seconds on the clock. If he gets the first kill up in the Palace, then there is a way. Wait, he's not seeing it. Now he finally is. Took some sweet time. Good one kill and a good follow-up headshot to bring down Simple. 8 seconds. That's the bomb in the back. And Rez, he's done it. 4 kills with the MP9. That could have gone horribly wrong. What a weird round.
That was so strange. Rez didn't spot Perfecto lurking out of Palace, and Perfecto jumps up, says, hey, look at me. But Rez is still able to find all of those kills. He is looking really sharp in this game thus far. This spray, I am really, really impressed. This right here just mows them all down. They desperately have to find some space on that bomb site for a plant. And it wasn't the biggest investment from Navi, but Rez was still able to come up huge.
It's a classic scenario as well where you get information and it actually betrays you.
Yes.
NIP are thinking, we've pushed into T-spawn all this way. They have to be in the B hallways. They just have to. And all it took was a little slip. They just passed each other in the middle, and it could have absolutely gone horribly wrong. So sometimes when you act on false information, it can lead to some pretty terrible outcomes. Not this time, though. 8-2, and it's another just rock-solid start for NIP. It's hard not to get swept up in it. You want to just get carried along, because this is looking really good. Rez has got 16 kills. He's in the middle, ready and waiting, and this time, Brolin on the opening, finding his 6th kill of the game. Bit will take, or actually Electronic will get that kill. And they're a little bit quicker this time. Moving in to take over jungle. Aggressive play towards this and in the murder hole there. Maxter, yeah, thought better of it. Not really worth it. Still a 4-on-3, so NIP have a chance in the round, but it's a good start for NAVI.
Yeah, they still don't have the bomb down, and Roland's fighting his way out of CT spawn. Headshot onto Perfecto. Alexi B moving up connector, taking away some angles from this Na'Vi approach, but does feel like the bodies there's too many of them for Na'Vi. Alexi double peeked, almost able to find both. Now Maxter, let's see what he's made of. The stand-in hears that they are retreating. They're moving away from him, but with 20 seconds left, they might have to go right into him. The smoke will block this sight line. He gets a glimpse of Electronic, doesn't spot Bit just yet, and Bit one wing right around the smoke. Very strong hold from them. Even with 3 HP, just holds the line and covers his teammate.
That is unbelievably close. Na'Vi should be thanking the lucky stars that they actually come out of this one. Started off fairly well with that shot from Brolin, but just the aggressive move. And Maxter, he had the rider. You could tell he knew someone's going to be guarding, just couldn't see over the smoke. Second time up for NIP as Na'Vi pick up finally one more round.
That was a really unique approach. It felt like Na'Vi just got a little bit fortunate because Rez was getting pressured from both the A side and that bottom connector was caught off guard. That's Na'Vi, I'd say, playing with just a little bit more pace too. They haven't always been that explosive in this half. They've really just waited to the last 20, 30 seconds to make their hit, but they tried converging with about a minute left on the clock that time, and it really worked in their favor. NIP maybe not ready for that.
I think it's crunch time now. If NIP lose this round, they are out of cash. And Na'Vi can go from 3 to probably 5 rounds, and that's probably good enough for the first half. So this is really, again, we've reached this point in the game where NIP's great start could still fold. It could still, like some of the bricks or the blocks in the Jenga tower are slowly being pulled apart here. Getting just a little bit more unstable.
Oh yeah, it's feeling shaky right now. I think if the Richter scale hits 4, this might topple. For people without a background, that's not that much. That's not a huge earthquake.
It's not huge, but you know, the logarithmic scale, so you know, 4 to 5, things get way worse.
Oh, okay, that's the start that NIP were looking for. Rez just standing his ground, but Maxter, he's the one tested. 5-7 at the van right now, able to pick up the first on a Perfecto. That's the bomb too. Rotation should be coming in. Alexi B unable to get a kill though, and this really puts Maxter on an island. He's got to do God's work if he wants to bring his team forward in this round. He's able to get another, but the trades, they don't quite work out for Na'Vi. It just leaves Simple.
When he goes straight for it, look at Brolin right for the smoke. That's such a bold move. And it works out. Brolin ice cold. Beating Simple in that. Could have easily been that Simple faked it. He had the time for it. But he went straight for that bomb plant. And Maxter, even just the 1 kill there. I mean, it's not a lot, but all he had was a 5-7. Actually, he did get 2 in that round. Really, really well done. Okay, there is something to work with now. NIP, that's a round again. If they lost it, it's Navi's time to take over the game again, but they get denied.
What's really nice about what we're seeing from Maxter is that he didn't have the best Inferno, but you would have said that that's probably because the team just really crumbled there. Yeah. This time around, he's doing very well early on, 13-8. He actually has over 100 ADR, and so in a position that usually gets no love on this B anchor, he's doing well.
And a lot of the time, he has been playing alone, right? There's not been that much backup. Alexi at the most maybe has been over in connector towards the middle, but he's had to make a lot of decisions himself. Electronic, I actually love everything about that play. It's so sick to walk that far in with the timing. Unfortunately for him, Headtrick just turned around at the right moment. But I still think that's a brilliant idea for Electronic. It didn't work out.
Headtrick, showing he can get it done with the rifle. I really liked Headtrick in the Academy League when he was on the rifle. He was just hard carrying games. And so that's something that's a little bit scary about NIP. If they really get the system rolling, if they really start putting the pieces together here, this guy is actually a very capable hybrid. You wouldn't really just pigeonhole him into being... I love that from TJL.
Get it hyped up. They need more of that. They definitely need more of that. Get some energy flowing on the side of NIP. Currently, they definitely have Molotov there to force out the Deagle on Bit. And oh
no.
Well, he was forced out.
Yeah.
In a manner of speaking. That's very cool.
That's just the best feeling. When you get forced out from the molly, you say, okay, you wanted to take a fight against me? And then you win it.
Yeah, I'll even let you throw the first grenade.
Yeah.
But then.
Exactly. 4 versus 4, though. Still a situation that feels comfortable for NIP, but if one player dies, then things get really shaky. But Rez, he's just been a monster at connector. 20 kills in the first half.
Good stuff. Brolin going to be taking down Bit right afterwards. So they are locking it down. Cheeky boost coming out from Alexi. And it's just no problem. 11-3 as NIP have really now taken over this entire first half. And unlike on Inferno, where they stumbled and slipped up at the beginning of it, or at the end of it right when it was looking good, this is a little bit different.
There's hope now for NIP. There's hope that they can extend this series. Third map would be Overpass. Still, a lot of Mirage left to be played. But when Rez is playing like this, it's just, he's controlling so much of the map. Connector there, obviously one of the most pivotal positions. Anybody who's been watching CS for more than a month or so could tell you that.
Yeah, so if you're gonna have a game like this, you're right, you're in the position where you can go anywhere. You could be all over the map pretty quickly. 15th round. And Navi? Let's see. This could make for a really tough second half all of a sudden. 3 rounds, definitely nowhere near enough. Even for super questionable, they need to win the pistol probably no matter what at this point to have a really realistic shot at it.
Looks like Navi want to go for a re-exec here. They just threw the right side smokes. They still have a couple smokes to work with, and Brolin's getting close. Okay, he wants to actually stop this in advance. That's beautiful. The proactive play works out in his favor. He's able to get a kill, figure some information out for his team. Now Rez behind triple. They are approaching, and he's been hot so far, but he doesn't even get a chance to shoot back.
Oh, Hetrick got the kill on electronic down connector right afterwards, but it still does open up the bomb side. Good catch for Alexi. He's been good as well. 3 versus 2. And Simple now the last one alive. Max has shown up as well. 25 seconds. And he does have the bomb, and he's trying to make an escape. Slowly creeping out of the bomb side. And so far, nobody has realized. They still think that he's on here. He's actually slipped the net completely. This is so cool. Gonna be a bomb plant right now, and that will be a surprise to NIP. Now they realize. Yeah. All right. He has escaped. And the question is, can they make their way past this world-class and lethal AWP? He's trying to relocate, wants to make sure that he can't easily get naded or Molotoved out from any kind of corner. This is a much more versatile position, although he's back down below, misses the first shot, and they're running him down. Good flick to drop Maxter. Next up in line, it's Hetrick, and he's dead as well, but the defuse happening on the other side. Oh, Simple! That is one hell of a clutch! 1 versus 3, and a secret ninja plant on the other side. That's a good way to end it, but Navi, they have all of their work ahead of them.
Up top. Nice. Come on, jungle. Come on, shadow. Jungle. Nitro A player. I'm planting. Fake planting.
Holding. Plant 15.
Holding.
Yeah, he faked it.
I'll see him coming.
I think I'm pushing now.
I'll see him.
The guy can't go.
Wait, planted like default.
Default. Fire. Close to me dead. Fire. Wait. I'm reloading. I'm ready, guys. I'm pushing. Half HP.
Nice! Shit down! Yeah, let's go, bro. They're going now.
I don't hear them this all.
The other one's going B. He's going B.
Where are they?
He's dead. The others should be B. One was halls. Actually, Ruff's. He's peeking.
Nice.
Dead.
One more coming in.
He might come back now.
He will go back, I think. He's a Mac 10.
I flashed, I'm going back.
Yeah, good. John, go first. Just run into side, John.
Arch, come here. Just come peek, please.
Nice.
Nice.
Last guy's gonna go lane, guys.
Flashing lane right now.
I'm going back. I'm going grave.
Nice! Well played, John. Good job. Good job. Nice.
Coming library one. Coming out library. Out.
Mid! Boiler! Short.
Running. Happy plant.
I killed on mid. One is still low, I think. I'm
Go
going
short.
top. I'm on long.
I have long, okay?
Alright.
Stay.
One is low still.
Going there.
Low HP, I think.
Nice!
Oh, I kill. Nothing mid. I'm going to be.
Smoke B. B.
I'm moving over. I'm blind.
Smoke city only.
Pillar.
I have it still.
Same.
One B main. One more. Two
more.
Pillar.
One more.
Balls, last guy there.
Far back.
I'm burning.
I have contact.
Yeah, peeking your contact.
Nice!
Nice shots, Fred.
That deny. Flash.
Flashing A.
Straight, off right. That boom.
Dropping over.
Temple one.
Come.
Only one A.
They smoke me.
Towards me!
Going through.
Towards the arch!
Burning. He's peeking me.
Nice, one more. Nice, one more. Up. One left. One more slow. Open left. Kan de minst lurk? Let's go open left. Nice, slow one.
Here across?
Coming to you.
Yeah.
Across. Daniel. Other. Nice. That's crossing, I think. He didn't cross. He stepped, at least.
Gonna flash light there. Here you go.
Yeah. Give it hiding.
Bitches.
Sick, bro. Thank you. Open sandwich.
Show me who's the boss, man.
Open.
Some good communication in a tight round that, again, Simple. This time they brought him down at the end of the half course. Simple with the 1 versus 3 to actually finally get another round for NAVI, but they're really, really far behind. This is looking promising for NIP. It's hard not to get excited. 11-4 in their favor. They're so close, Alex. They've almost done it.
When Headtrick won that, Rez said, show him who's the boss now. Want to keep seeing that. Want to see NIP fighting back into this one. Would love to see a third map. NIP, they're a team that just, it's hard to believe till they actually get it over the finish line. And Rez taking down NPL. It was a set play to try to activate that pistol, but it'll actually be a B hit.
He's so dangerous with those headshots. You just have to be careful there. That's the reason why he's so sick. And he's taken down Maxter. A young kid trying to play at this level. Definitely a challenge. Perfecto on the other side. He's going to be taking on Headtrick. Now it's all up to Alexi, and he's dropping quick. Rez was practically dead already. It's a brilliant retake. Practically not even a retake. They were on the bomb site when the bomb was being planted. So NAVI, they will win the pistol round, and that does make everything a little bit more interesting. Although the bomb plant for NAVI or for NIP means they can be a little bit more aggressive, maybe.
They can make the next round a little bit interesting, but that was a great hold between Bit and that site player, just staying alive. Even though NIP were flooding the bomb site, they just made sure that they kept those crossfires alive, made sure that NIP weren't able to take any ground. Yeah, Perfecto it was. That was sitting back behind those pillars, and if you don't dislodge those players, if you don't find that space, then that B post plant, it's not quite as favorable as you would hope.
Doesn't feel like it.
Oh, they bought. They're going for this. But they have so little utility, the ninjas.
Relying on their mechanics, which, to be honest, that's been holding up so far on Mirage. They've been doing a fine job, so maybe they can beat them in that way. It's not like NAVI have a lot of utility either. We'll see how this plays out. Well, here you go. A bullet delivered by Rez straight to Simple's face. A clean entry. 4 on 5 now.
Need something like that when you don't have much utility to work with. See that NIP, they're making their way towards A. pretty simple approach. They just have one in Palace, a few towards the ramp. They do have this X factor in Maxter lurking towards Underpass. This is a position that you would usually want someone that's veteran, someone that understands the timings. When is it appropriate to strike? But we'll see if he even needs to get activated. The hit is on towards this A side. NPL stands his ground right around that smoke. And Electronic's able to get one too. So, oh, what? NPL takes down Maxer right through the smoke. Must have been calm to him, his position, but Hedrick and Brolin doesn't feel like they have many opportunities left in this round. No smokes, no nades, nothing, and they are taken down. Navi withstand the force buy from Ninjas.
Kind of a shame not to be able to build on what was happening in the middle to start the round with, but, you know, just didn't quite have maybe some of the utility to put some more pressure on and take more of the attention away. And then that shot from NPL, I'm curious how he found that one as well. Very interesting that he just spun around to get that one. Must have been, yeah. A little bit of an assist from Perfecto, so I'm sure it was called out. But either way, good angle and a good setup. And Navi, like you said, living through the force buy, which means we're very likely going to get to that 7-11 type scoreline, which is it's super open. It's Sonic's Law for a reason.
Yes, yeah. That is convenience store favored by many. Much better in Asia, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What makes it better, Maui?
Well, just the food options. The ready-to-eat food is much better at 7-Elevens there, because if you go to America or... They've got them in Denmark, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but it's mostly like hot dogs or taquitos on spits. It's kind of...
A civilized country, you know?
Kind of odd, you know, kind of odd food you wouldn't really trust. But Taiwan, Japan, you actually get some really solid items. It was Anthony Bourdain's favorite... One of his favorite food items in Japan was the Lawson, which is kind of like a 7-Eleven equivalent. Their egg salad sandwich.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not just me saying this.
Step it up, 7-Eleven, you know. Need better choices. But we're getting sidetracked. To focus on... Well, I guess the Glocks, we don't really actually have to. Should be a very clean round. The one maybe trick here to boost up into it. There is still a Deagle somewhere on Hedrick. But it should be an easy enough cleanup here. Some dinks are coming out. But not too much damage on the Simple either. And Navi, no problems. They survive with 5 members alive. And I think it was 4 in the last one? I started to build that economy swiftly, which that might be one of the things that NIP will have to overcome.
Yeah, 1 death in the past 2 rounds is not what you want to see, especially given the fact that NIP did buy in one of those 2 rounds. So this is going to be a mountain that NIP have to overcome. They have to climb it. Even though there are head-in rounds, this is where Navi are just so frightening. So many teams fall victim to a comeback from Navi.
NIP know that better than most teams, it feels like right now. They've been experiencing that just throughout the spring groups here already. Oh, wow. Come on. Sneaking out, realizing there's a player back there, and then still just getting down the ladder. I actually can't believe it. Is he going to get jump spotted? I don't know if he is. I feel like there is a chance that that guy at Ticket Booth could see, but it's not been calmed. I don't think anyone knows yet. Alexi continuing his mission, and that's a free kill. What a beautiful bit of movement from Alexi. A good lesson that it's not just all about mechanics. Some of it could just be outsmarting the opponent, and he keeps it going. He's almost won the round already for his team.
That was beautiful stuff from Alexi. This will be really tough for Navi to get back into this one, but they're able to deal with the mid-presence in res. This was where it might get a little bit interesting if they find a kill soon, but it does look like they have bowed out of this. Alexi doing it on his own, sneaking down that ladder, beating the jump spotter in electronic towards CT. Just can't quite see him there. That is so well played from Alexi. That's kind of a Hampus sort of move. You'd expect him to do something sneaky like that, but Alexi B takes over the IGL responsibility from Hampus and the cheeky play responsibility.
Wow. I'm officially impressed. It's the kind of move that you maybe can't plan for. You just see it in the moment and you think, okay, I can sense there's an opportunity here. Huge for NIP because we said not that much damage in a couple of rounds here, and Navi building the game back up. You just can't let it happen. They need some kind of killer instinct here in IP and end this map really, really quickly. Take away the economy, bring it to an end, get on to overpass before Navi start that comeback happening. Because we know the more time goes, the more rounds we play, the bigger the chance that Navi are just going to bring it back.
And Simple has that off. That's where things get really scary for NIP. They haven't had to deal with this yet, but the best sniper in the world is with his favorite weapon. Peeking at the connector now, looking for an opportunity. Rez got to be so careful about this fight, but Simple doesn't actually recognize any mid presence just yet, and so he rotates on back to A. This might work in the favor of NIP. Just setting up in a very passive default. Both of these teams, it seems like, on these gun rounds, they've just wanted to settle in, really wait. And we see that Alexi, one piece of utility, which should indicate them wanting to take this space.
Oh, Rez playing under it. Thought he was going to be a bit more aggressive, but that is a classic smoke to try and get some mid-control here. He's doing it on his own. Any kill that he could find right now, it would draw Navi into this position, and it would open up the B bomb site. He needs to stay alive, and he needs to try and have some kind of a presence. Crossfire between Bit and Perfecto over at the B bomb site. That's what they have to break up in the next 40 or so seconds. Oh, wait a minute.
What is this? They're going underpass. It looks like they want to move up connector then. Oh, this is going to run right into the triple stack of Navi. This is a very interesting mid-round call from Alexi.
Even without the stack, just the fact that there's 20 seconds, there's so little time. One mistake, the bomb could drop and never get picked up again. This is scary. 15 seconds, they get the opening on one. Electronic is calling it out. Pretty decent nade to slow them down on top, but they are still running at him. But now the bomb's out in the open. That's just what we mentioned. It doesn't take a lot. 4 seconds left. They do pick it up, and they're right on top. They have the time for it. Maxter, the hero of the round, and now it's a 2-on-3. If he doesn't jump and pick up that C4, then they lose the round to the time alone. And he had no more, like a second less, and he would have been out of the round, no question. Bit and Simple, they feel like they maybe could go for the retake. They're at least getting close, but did they call it off? Yeah, they did. Picking up the AWP. That's 13 on the side of NIP.
Oh, what an incredible mid-round there from Alexi. Rez hunting down Bit, not able to get the kill. Looks like both of these teams will keep their remaining players alive, but that was way too close. You were saying that if anything went wrong, and it did, it could be a disaster for NIP, but Maxer just jumping around, able to recover that bomb in time. Gotta feel like he's the hero there, because that was a very, very unique call from Alexi. With that little time, I'm a little bit shocked that he made that, and that it worked as well as it did.
So little margin for error when once the bomb goes down.
If Electronic just gets one more kill on the site, anything. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and in hindsight, one more kill, or even just if he could tuck back in behind the boxes, then they can't hunt him down in the same fashion. If he can escape and just stay alive, then there's probably not going to be a bomb plant anyway. Third timeout used from Navi. Starting to get a little bit more serious on that side of things, because NIP are... They're living up to the promise of what they were doing in the early part of the first half there. They were playing really well. They did come up with a really fantastic first half, obviously 11-4 in their favor. And this time, they're holding up. It's good to see.
Just on top of that call, if Navi had any forward positioning, because NIP had no eyes towards A. They didn't have anybody ramp, nobody palace. If Navi had inserted themselves into those spots, you would probably write that round off too.
Yeah.
But it just all fell into place. Okay. Heavy A setup for NIP early on, as it does indicate the likelihood that they will be challenging that site.
It's good work. If they find Electronic immediately, they can lock out the mid portion of it, but a good kill, at least for him to begin with. It's too much to handle to follow it up, and a near lineup Perfecto could have had 3 in that spray down, but Hetrick is quick on the return. Still a 2-on-2, and Bit finding that spray at range. Maybe not the most stylish kill, but it'll get the job done anyway. Maxter just posing up here, hoping that maybe Navi underestimate him, that someone would have been a little bit too bold to move forward. They're low on health though, and they don't want to go too aggressive. A Molotov back, they're not going to touch him. Did he see the shadow when they're above him? He might be able to. They're throwing more grenades, all the nades at him, but he's not there. He's relocated, and I don't think they realize smokes and flashes now on top, and that smoke might help him out. He has to move because the bomb is on the other side, and it's a quick defuse as well. Headshot on one more second. Baxter on the clutch! Absolutely brilliant. Welcome to Tier 1. That is important.
Mad Max getting it done right there. 1 versus 2. Excellently played. Love that he moved off the bomb site right into sandwich. Navi never saw it coming. That smoke played around perfectly, and just with 1 second left on that defuse bit right there, you see it. Oh, it's actually 0.3. That's how close that was. You can see how that lights his team up in that moment.
I don't think many people would have expected anything like this. A hard call to be made. You pick up the phone in the morning, you say, I'm doing what now? I'm going to Denmark to play Navi on LAN? And I get a chance to adjust it? Nope, you're just right into it, right in the mix.
He answered that call. And he's looking pretty good on this map. 16 and 12. But Navi, they're still fighting in this one. 4 versus 3. An advantage out of nowhere, seemingly. And so, NIP's got to pick it up. Still more CS to be played. And it's worrying when Simple finds an AK in a round like this. You never know where he's headed, and you never know what he can do.
You know he's going to be active with it, looking for another follow-up. 14-7. NIP, they're basically there. They've basically done it. Good opening here for Hetrick and Maxter. And they avoid Simple. They hear the gun ring out to the bottom of the B bomb site. They say, why fight it? It's not really worth it. Perfecto shot up with a deagle, but he misses to maybe the one opportunity that he had. And it will be a 1 versus 3 for Simple. Element of surprise, not even really with him. They knew his back B. It's not going to be a huge shock if he shows up, but the accuracy is still with him as he takes down Maxter and just keeps running for it. He knows he has to try and do something to bring his team back into it. No kit on him. That'll be a very, very long time if he has to go for the defuse. And I think he might be realizing that now. He needed a second player to be found almost instantly to turn it into a 1 versus 1. And he's going to back on out of there. 15-7. NIP a round away from winning Mirage.
This one got a little bit scary, but NIP with the firepower advantage were able to bust their way into that bomb site. This is NIP potentially setting us up for a third map. That would be Overpass. I'm really interested to see if this NIP team has improved from the last time they faced off against Navi. It felt like a very lopsided game, but perhaps they're a different team today. Perhaps the Maxter effect is in full force.
Yeah, we're getting a lot. It's very interesting. Last timeout for Navi, so they will have to try and make the comeback happen here without Blade's input and without a chance to rally the team. CT side, it can be done. It could definitely be done.
Would really never count Navi out in situations like this. So many ways that they can break the spirits of the opposing team. 15-7 does feel quite far, though. NIP have created a huge cushion for themselves. Just anything has to go right. Could have an individual pop-off round. Could have a great call from Alexi B, what have you. So I'm sure DJL put together a great plan along with Alexi to try to end this before Navi claw their way back in.
Fortunately for Navi, they have somebody to work with in the round. Always feels a bit deflating if you have to play what could be the last round and you just don't have any cash to work with. So they're going to have a fair shot at it. Peek from NPL and spotted, I think, at least 1, maybe 2 at the top of mid. But otherwise, a very, very default setup coming up from Navi. Nothing too out of the ordinary. No real push is happening, which NIP did a fair bit of on the CT side. They were really aggressive. A-ramp, Palace push into the B hallways some of the time, which was fun to watch, if nothing else.
And it helped them out.
It did.
Could have let the half slip away if they just kept playing default, but they made sure to change things up. And it's a big reason why they've looked stronger here on Mirage. All right. Map control being taken. NPL sitting right in that smoke. Seems like Alexi heard that scorching sound, and that is an advantage already for the offense. But Simple, he's able to find a kill in return. Oh no, Rez. Doesn't seem like he's actually checked him out. That spot, he overlooked it, and now Simple, he's having an opportunity, but Maxter shuts him down.
Spray a little bit too long, enough for Hetrick to show up at the same time, and it's a 2-on-2. Yeah, I think he might have thought that Simple fell back from that position. Either way, he definitely wasn't ready. Bit and Perfecto holding on to Mirage now right now for Navi. And Perfecto getting double peeked. That's too much. Bit is the only one left. And he's low on health behind that initial fight. Flashed on over, but Hetrick hiding inside of the smoke. And Bit has to move. He can't. Hetrick will take him down 16-7 as NIP. They find some strength still left in them. The Jenga tower is going to stay standing all the way onto Overpass. And maybe they could do it this time. Last time, they didn't quite make it work, but they seem like a reinvigorated team here.
Yes, this is a great opportunity for Ninjas to right their wrongs, even through the adversity of playing with a stand-in, playing with Maxter. Maxter showed up in the moment, but another guy I'm going to want to hear so much for is DJL. James, take it away.
DJL, this is a hell of a turnaround from the Mirage we saw before, but I want to just touch on this Maxter guy. He's seems to be fitting in pretty nicely. This is a very limited practice, and yet he's still showing up.
Yeah, I mean, his eyes cold. He played a super well map. Let's keep on doing that, and I'm happy, you know.
I see a bit of a sigh of relief for that one, right? Was there still some nerves coming into it, still noticing some mistakes that weren't quite comfortable for you?
No, but I mean, like, just overall, Inferno was pretty mad just because we were not there, like, ready mentally. We were not in the right mindset and all that, and I think that we kind of lost ourselves, especially on that map, and we just enjoyed now. Like, we enjoyed and we played much better. And I mean, of course, like, when everyone is playing well, it's kind of easy to play, so it's super important now on Overpass that we do the same, just play.
And you got off to a good start on both maps, right? You look clean on it, but what happens then if it doesn't go too well? Is there something you've got kind of in your mind of what you can do to make sure that if things do turn around a bit sour, you can turn it around, you can get that good mood going again?
Yeah, I mean, usually we have really bad starts and we turn it around, so I think sometimes we're not there and sometimes we are. I just think that now when we play with a stand, we should just enjoy it, and of course it helps when you get momentum, right? So
let's see if we can get that momentum again. DJL, thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Welcome everybody to Skin Riders. We are here with Blast in Abu Dhabi, and to my left there's this beast. Twist will do us the pleasure of being in it and going around the laps. What he's gonna do is draw skins, in fact, and then we're gonna have 3 players guess which skins these are.
Why is the painting just so bad, guys? They don't want me to succeed.
This right here is like something that a child would draw.
We need some art classes so we help people start doing like normal human beings, and right now it's a complete mess.
I just see some people trolling me. A player or an animal do this. I think a player, probably not a good one, but a player.
Like someone smashes the color on the paper and just like dots with his finger. But I'm not sure why there is so many dots that are like going out of the USP. And they're also not only going out of the USP, they look so, they're just, you know, a mess. Every drawing is a mess, and I'm not sure who to blame.
Yeah, I would just say USP 0.
I think the skin is USP kill confirmed. It's either kill confirmed or Cyrex, but I'm not sure if there is even a Cyrex USP.
I think the skin is kill confirmed, even though it's black and scribbled and stuff. I can't think of anything else that looks kind of similar.
Guys, Dualies. How can I know Dualies' skins? Oh, I don't even know the name of Dualies' skin.
all I can think of is like they're blindfolded or something.
Once again, a hot start for NIP, and this time paving the road to success. An in-control defensive half, and man, the individuals shining through. And I'm not just talking about your NIP veterans, rather, like Rez. I'm talking about the new guns that have entered the server, because man, Maxter, welcome to the big leagues. He was shining through, Matthew.
Yeah, what a performance from Maxter. That's beautiful for him. You have to imagine how much of an opportunity it is for him to showcase what he can do. In the first map, we obviously rightfully didn't mention him too much. He was relatively silent, but here he had a couple of moments that were worth its weight in gold. I think here is going to be a good example. This is going to be the crazy clutch. Mr. Jacob.
Yeah, it's just good to see, right? Because one thing is looking good on the scoreboard, but the impact he found in this game on both sides, obviously the clutch coming in right here, you find yourself in a 1v2 clutch against two of the most legendary players in the game right now, maybe one of the best rookies of all time, and then of course Simple. And he's playing it so calm, so collective, doesn't get flustered, doesn't get stressed out, waiting for the moment, and then he's hitting, right? Moving in behind the smoke, finding the first kill, and sure, the time is running down right here, but he had under control from start to finish. One thing, as I said, is looking good on the scoreboard, but in the first half on the CT side as well, he's playing B-Apps, and he was being tested time and time again. At a point in the middle of first half, he had plus 100 ADR, he was shutting down the B-bomb side, so he had a fantastic showing, despite the scoreboard making him look just decent.
And what this clip, also shows us is how slow NAVI retook that 1v2. What is going on? They were taking forever and ever. They had the information on Maxter. He was definitely default box. You could see it by the utility, but they left him a good, 15 seconds to change his position, and then once they finally decide to kick in the retake, he can be anywhere. He could have gone under a shadow, he could have gone Tetris, he could have gone ramp, he could have been in naps. That's why you can see they have no idea where to go. This was strange from NAVI in that 2v1, and we also have to give a special shout out to Maxter for grabbing that bomb, Tom Cruise style, Mission Impossible, grabbing the bomb with 4 seconds, planning towards the very end. That also denotes some quick thinking from Maxter.
Yeah, and it's the fact that he shows no nerves in that situation as well. I think you kind of poised it perfectly, Jacob. Obviously, you got Simple, you got Bit, two of the huge names in the game currently. You wouldn't blame him for getting a little bit flustered, maybe forgetting a few things here and there, because we had little to no expectation for Maxter coming into this.
Yeah, especially after the Inferno performance as well, where he didn't do anything whatsoever. It's also, as said it a couple of times throughout this tournament, one thing is being a stand-in on a map like Inferno. It's always tough. Nuke, Inferno, you name it. Whereas Mirage is a little bit easier to slot in, so to speak. And I think he did a tremendous job right here. Again, the scoreboard doesn't make him look as good as he was. 77 ADR, decent, 19 to 14, decent, but I think the impact he had on the server is not to be mistaken.
Absolutely. I was just thinking in my mind that NAVI have atypical losses so far in this tournament. Losses that I usually would never ever pertain to a team like that. We talked about losing rounds to MP9s and Famouses and 5-7, sorry. We had the great example right there in the highlight reel. That is not supposed to be NAVI. You go back to a city side that is once again, for my money, not mobile enough. They're not moving enough compared to NIP, who were peeking down flash ramp, going in for kills, taking T-spawns. NAVI just accept to play with their setup. Electronic struggled massively on the city side. I don't understand. This seems to be a trend. There isn't enough movement for my money.
It's the body language as well coming out of them. You could see it in that first half. Blade took a couple of timeouts, and you could almost see him and Perfecto going into a hot-hearted discussion all of a sudden. They were talking back and forth. You see Electronic on the server as well. As you said, his body language on the server is changing. He's not as impactful as he used to be. He's not really finding the kills that he used to. We talked about it a little bit, right? Electronic as an in-game leader in NAVI, I think we all agree that's not the solution. It's not the most optimal thing, but there's not much you can do to change it right now. But it's getting to a point where I'm starting to worry for the future of NAVI. Is that really something you can rely on? Is that really a player you want in that position? Because we're slowly but surely seeing one of the best riflers of all time in Counter-Strike fading away to be irrelevant, and I don't want to be part of it.
I know, it hurts. It hurts to see, honestly. And you see the way Electronic plays some of these situations, and you can almost feel physically that he is thinking instead of aiming. And that is the curse of the IGL. There are moments where it's a little bit hectic. You don't really know what positions you have or not. You don't really know if you should call or rotate. So instead of focusing exactly on what is happening on your monitor, making sure you get that double kill. Maybe you're swinging a little too wide. Your crosshair is a little bit up in the air. I mean, call it the Apex syndrome, if you will. He had a couple of these moments on the A side where you could feel like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I don't like to see Electronic like that. I really don't.
Yeah, I think that's why we keep on saying, you know, maybe this Navi project, I mean, hopefully if you're a Navi fan as well, it is a work in progress. We
Get
expect
Blade on the server at this point. Get Blade on the server, free Electronic, you know, that will be better.
Jesus Christ.
That's my solution, right? Yeah,
Navi
just
manager
a hot
over
take.
here dictating exactly what the roster's going to be doing. I do just want to point our attention to the pictures right now. These are live pictures. The team haven't actually left to go outside to take any breathing room. As soon as that map finished, Blade went in with the notes coming into the third and final map, which will be Overpass. They've been going over every single minute detail. That's exactly what we want to see from Blade as a coach.
Yeah, of course we want, and this is where Blade is extremely needed. This is a team that is fragile right now, fresh off of a roster change, and we acknowledge, we understand that this isn't the finished product of Navi, and I don't have a problem with that, but it's more about, as Jacob is talking, it's more about body language, it's more about attitude in the game, solutions, I mean, decision-making and solution finding. That is my problem. I know they don't have the full portfolio of strategies right now. I'm aware of that. That's okay. But I would like to see a bit more of a fighting spirit, a bit more aggression, a bit more assertiveness. This can come whether or not you have a stand-in or a new player for that matter.
There's also a limit to it, because I will agree with you, Matthew. We give them a bit of a leeway in the sense that they're coming into this tournament, integrating NPL. They want to experiment a little bit with the map pool, with the positions, etc., etc. One thing is being a little bit scrappy, maybe not winning the games as cleanly as you want to, losing a couple of games here and there, but you're about potentially to lose to NIP, who are coming in with a 1 day ahead of a stand-in in Maxter. A player who hasn't played any competitive Counter-Strike at a very high level, first time in the studio, first time on a LAN. That becomes a thing where you're flirting with the line of being unacceptable for a team like Navi. So the pressure is mounting right now. Sure, they can try to talk down that pressure, saying that we're just trying to integrate NPL. We're giving ourselves a bit of a leeway, but from the outside right now and for the Navi fans, this result, losing to NIP and Overpass coming up, that would be straight up unacceptable.
Yeah, of course, we are alluding to Overpass. That will be the third and final decider, exactly the same as last time these two teams faced up. And I think it was fair to say that NIP just kind of looked out of gas coming into that one, which is where I kind of worry now, because DGL, I mean, he sounded hyped up. He sounded like the boys were hyped up, particularly Maxter coming off that performance. I feel like mentally, NIP are going to be in a good zone.
Oh, they will be at the start of the game, but I will echo your sentiment in terms of awareness, is because NIP have shown that whenever the ball is not rolling, sometimes they struggle to recreate momentum, to regain control of a game. Whenever they're rolling with the rounds, you can see them smiling, they're hyped up as hell. When Maxter is clutching, everyone is almost standing up, giving high fives. But whenever they're on the opposite side of the beating, on the receiving end of the beating, then it's a bit more silent and they kind of falter into the ground and they disappear. And this is what cannot happen, because after all, Navi, specifically on the T side, can still mount a comeback and it can be hard to put down.
It's not often that a knife round is important, but I feel it is. I feel it is right now for NIP. They want to start on that CT side. They don't want to be put under that pressure. We know Navi is a team capable of big comebacks, so I wouldn't necessarily be too worried if Navi is starting on the T side. But as you said, NIP right now is a little bit more fragile in the sense that if the plan A is not working, there is no plan B.
You know what? I agree with you, Jacob, but here's my issue. I am uncertain about the CT side of Navi. And this is new for me. This is a new feeling, because this used to be a team, because you would look at the talent all across the board from coast to coast and you say there is so many different players in any given position that can have the impact, that can close around. I don't think we've seen that strong of a CT side so far in Copenhagen. So where is the safe value? Where's the safe bet? Where's the safety net that for sure they're going to get 8, 9, 10 rounds because of their talents? I think it hasn't been there quite yet, so I'm a little worried.
Yeah, it's certainly not unknown quantity. I mean, does this sway you to potentially saying NIP could upset this one, Jacob?
Definitely. I don't believe Navi are a stable quantity right now, as Matthew is saying. It can be an upset. I don't think it's going to happen. I do think Navi is the better team. They still have the better players, but the known quantities in Electronic and Simple will have to step up, because we didn't even mention NPL. He's having a good series so far. It's not him who's the issue. It's the rest of the team right now. You need to see more from Simple, more from Electronic, more from Blade for that matter. Take charge of this game and get it done.
Well, Navi's certainly going to have to bolster a stronger approach to this one. As Jacob aptly put it, so much pressure on the shoulders of Navi. We're coming down to Overpass, where they looked stellar last time around, but we're not sure it's going to be the same picture after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Surprisingly, we have a third map. NIP did really, really well on the second one, and now we're on Overpass. So I'm excited. I hope NIP can keep this up. I want to see that. Maxter obviously is substitute, but you can't really tell. He's doing a fine job right now. And it's kind of on NAVI to show that they're not just going to continue this slightly stale kind of Counter-Strike. I'm not really seeing quite enough. I want more out of NAVI.
It is not the prettiest from NAVI. It does seem like there are some growing pains with NPL. I would say that if I had to boil it down to one issue, it's the lack of initiative or proactive play in the early round sometimes, the mid round. It's like if you're looking at the radar, the one moving piece you can count on will be simple, and we're not always seeing the rest of the team joining. We got NIP, they're pushing around.
They are pushing around. Now, we're going to catch the knife round in a second when everyone is ready for it. Player did drop out, so obviously you need everyone, you know, commence the stabbing to decide who goes on what side. So, yeah, could be kind of important for this one, actually, who wins the knife round. It feels like if NIP can get the momentum early and just never let go of it, then there is a chance here. So, you know, if they can win the knife round, maybe start on that CT side, feel a little bit more comfortable.
I actually want NIP to lose the knife round. Ooh. I mean, I'm not for a biased reason or anything, but they had a very poor CT side the last time they played NAVI. NAVI went with a very fundamental B-heavy approach on the T side when these teams faced off against each other just 4 days ago. And for NIP, I think that they were actually on they were starting a comeback once they moved to the offense. And what I would have always praised NIP for of last year was their T side. The DJL, Hampus, even with Alexi B chiming in here and there, I think that they actually have quite a lot in terms of structure and options when they switched that side. But we saw almost just individual weakness, especially towards B, the last time these two teams squared off.
Yeah, that's something that can't repeat itself. I mean, we have the outline for what NIP need. Rez playing the kind of the way that he did here. You had Alexi, I think, and individually was playing very well. Brolin, I think, was put under more pressure maybe at the A-bomb side, but he still stood up to a bunch of those rounds. And if Maxter could just continue to have, you know, a couple of important rounds, but more than anything, just don't be a liability. And Hetrick also was good. I mean, we know the kind of mechanical Counter-Strike that NIP need to bring to the table to try and defeat NAVI. It's just that sometimes it disappears completely, and on this map, I think both Electronic and Bit weren't having so much of a good time on the second map, on Mirage. No. If any of those players come alive to help out Simple, you know that it's going to be obviously super, super dangerous once again for NIP. So nothing is settled as we head into the third map, and absolutely anything could happen. Do you have a feeling of how this is going to go? You want to venture a little prediction?
Ooh, prediction here. Okay, I will give Navi the edge in this game, although I think it's safe to say that NIP are playing a different brand of CS today. I wouldn't even necessarily say it's a better brand of CS or anything of that sort, but they look good. They look good in different ways. That's kind of how I put it. The proactive nature, what we saw, especially in the first half there against Mirage, that's a great sign. When Maxter and Brolin were connecting at A, when they were pushing together, it felt like they were actually winning the round on their terms.
Well, we're going to get the knife round here so that we can you know, get a sense. You said maybe it'd be better for NIP actually not to start on the CT side, just given how things have been working out. And it is at least going to be up to Navi to decide where things are going. Typically, you would choose the CT side, but I mean, there's always room for interpretation. Third and final map. And a quick study right before the exam. Man after my own heart.
Little bit of cramming right there. Just getting it in, making sure that you've got all your notes down in front of you, that you know what Blade has written down to a T, because I'll say it again though. I think Blade winning the Coach of the Year at the recent HLTV Awards, I think it was very deserved. There's been some pushback whether it should be Robin or him. I think you could have either opinion, but this is an opportunity for Blade and Navi to show that that first win on Overpass earlier this week was not a fluke, that they are the stronger team. But NIP, they're going to fight back, and Maxter is too.
Starting on the T side is NIP, and Navi, like we said, on the CT side. So let's just get right into it. And actually, a very quick stack towards the P bomb site for Navi. if they push out into the waters outside of it and try and go up connector, they're not doing yet, but you can be very, very mobile, especially in pistol rounds. Something that Astralis used to do a long time ago with the original lineup, the best lineup of all time. They used to do this thing where they would push 4 people down and then they would actually keep running and almost just instantly flank the A-bomb site. Very cool, very fun strategy to watch. It seems like Navi, they're a little bit more patient with this one, but they have at least left Perfecto out there. So if they come back now in IP, it's hard to crack open that door and get in there without getting blown up.
It maintains so much information for Navi for Perfecto to be seated there. But it does look like NIP are interested in this A site. Nades are already out in hand, and Electronic will be the first one tested. Close bathrooms.
Yes, he will. Oh, that flashbang seemed to work, but it didn't matter in the end. Rez will still find a shot, and he'll take down Simple. Only Bit defending the bomb site, but he's doing it in world-class fashion. 2 out-of-this-world headshots, and now it's on to Rez. 45 seconds. He knows the Bit is back there somewhere. He peeks once and will take care of business. Another 2 shots like that, and it can be done. He does see a shoulder, realizes where Bit is, so he's got all the information, but he hasn't quite got the time. 30 seconds. He could maybe run back if he feels like he's safe. They're going to double peek him, and it is too much. A good round for Navi.
Excellent round from Bit on top of that. Very well-placed shots. Bit has been in form. Very first round of Inferno, he hit some blinders too, and he continues that here on Overpass. Skill not dropping off for him. Would expect nothing less from a world-class player such as him. NIP just unable to scale onto that bomb site. Too much resistance. Navi, they're looking good.
That's a smooth beginning, and that stack, I mean, even if Bit did most of the work, just the luxury of having that many people there because of the forward position down outside of the B bomb site. And MP7 from Simple. That's a refreshing look.
Scrawny was making a case for this on his cast recently, and I think the GOAT heard him.
He was listening and saying, you know what? Canadian makes a point. Ooh, Perfecto. More of a default MP9 kind of buy.
Yeah.
It does fine.
It's actually quite good. It's just that the cost of it pushes people away from it, because the MP9 is it's similarly very strong, but MP7 it's a little better from range. You'd really want it if you were taking that medium long range fight over the MP9.
Plus you stand out a bit, you know. People recognize you, like, all right,
some flair, some individuality
makes a difference too. Now this is interesting. When you've got 4 SMGs and the enemy team is buying up with all AKs.
Yeah.
On Overpass, in some scenarios, it will be fine. It might not be a problem at all, but there are definitely moments in time if you get into some of those medium or long-range fights where it can be really awkward. Oh, here we go. Through, flashed right in, and the run down of Rez. Even going to be picking up the AK behind it. The flashbang there, betraying him maybe just a bit.
That's exactly what you expect, though, from weakened weaponry on Navi's side. Simple, just dive bombing into that position, making the most of that fire rate, close range, running accuracy, all of it working in his favor. But NIP, the map has shrunk for them. They are all centered around this short A area, and Electronic is right around the corner.
Yes, he is. That's where you want to use these weapons. Bomb is on the ground. Still a minute left, and they are scaling onto the bomb site. He sees the shadow, and Maxter is close, but not close enough. Bit assisted with a flashbang, and that gives him the second kill. Alexi, too far away from this. Can't really do much of anything. That is such a timely flash from Simple. I would love to see the timing there, because maybe a second more, and Bit just can't win that second fight.
And Bit was just on a swivel there, turning from it, spinning back into the fight, instant headshot. He is looking really sharp in the opening rounds here of Overpass. If anybody wanted a single player to show up, okay, nice shot from Simple too. But Bit is a guy that Navi need to start depending on. Simple was talking about it in the pregame interview, how these other riflers, other than Electronic, really need to be stepping up. And Bit, I don't think you'd pick anybody else. Just dancing around.
Wow. Yeah, that was some sick timing.
The support flashes were just beautiful too.
You could throw so many nades from back there. I mean, there are lots of teams that have those double or triple HE setups for some gimmicky rounds where you want to stop a bomb plant from happening. It's definitely worth it. 3-0 for NAVI. And NIP for once, not quite with the luxury of having that really hot start like they had on the first 2 maps. So another interesting and curious test that will come up is whether or not they can manufacture that kind of momentum, even if it starts a bit slow.
All right, we got the boost for Simple. This should be good for 1. Great off angle. We've been seeing a lot of teams use this, though. It feels like every overpass game, you see this once, if not even twice, per map. And it'll be Simple. That's the benefactor of such a strong position this round. NIP, they've grouped up towards that area. Okay, he spots the shadow. Not quite presented the whole body, and so it's just some chip damage right there. Good nade damage as well. This wasn't going to be a likely round victory for NIP, but now it gets even harder.
Yeah, that initial element of surprise goes away. They've also lost most of the rest of the map right now. So, not much how they could do. I mean, probably still the plan is somebody get a deagle shot at some point. Just, there's not much else they could probably do from here on out. They have a flashbang on Maxter, but that feels more like the kind of thing that you want to throw once you've got the initial push.
Yeah, and he's just gonna, it looks like he wants to flash for short, which is not actually going to accomplish too much. It empowers them. They feel like they can take that space, but there was no actually kill that they were able to find because of it. And now NPL, Perfecto, they're able to just defend that bomb site unimpeded and Simple. That's a collat. Nice shot from him. Easy cleanup for Navi there, keeping all 5 other players alive.
When you get into this kind of a start, not just obviously winning the 4 in a row, but because you held on to all the SMGs in the round where you're up against the AKs and you still power through, it just does such a crazy thing to your economy. Look at how much money they have, 3 of them at least, on that Navi side. That's something that NIP now have to fight through.
Yeah, NIP are sitting at 1 kill per round as a team.
Ouch.
And that is why the money has ballooned. Simple, taking a very forward angle in connector. Bit, he's been so scary at this spot. Yep, there we go. Bit activated from the flash from Electronic, already able to find the opening pick. And NIP, they are without a paddle once again.
Kind of close down there, Rez. There might be an opportunity if you feel like you can hit the timing right, but he gets grenaded, so I'll take it back. Down to 28. And what is the call? They have so much time to try to build something. Maybe a cheeky boost on the other side of the wall there. That's something, I mean, we're in the territory now where if you have a little trick or a little gimmick you feel comfortable in, Overpass is a map that lends itself pretty well to that kind of play. Ooh, that's doable. You can.
That was a shot. That was an opportunity. A slim one at that, though. Alexi B, he's got himself outside monster. Okay, he wants to pop into this.
I love it. I think that's a sick play. The flashbang maybe not even really needed. Alexi just getting so close to the action. Now flashes are raining down everywhere. Simple from the high ground, though. He'll take one, and this is the next deep grenade. It would have killed Alexi, but instead, Electronic was quicker this time. Head trick. He's going to beat it to the punch. 2 versus 2. Bomb is being planted with 25 seconds, and I don't think they had any idea. Perfecto was down there. Close head trick. This is going to go down, and Navi will salvage the round. But that got so scarily close. Great call for Alexi. Just sending himself into the bomb site. That could have worked.
It was very close. It was the entry they needed, but they were already a man behind. And so when the trade started erupting on the bomb site, they are always going to end out behind. Despite that play from Alexi, if they just had that one more player, one more person to trade, could have made all the difference. Overall, though, very strong hold. As soon as Navi tuck themselves in to that pit position, they're so difficult to dislodge. Players like Perfecto, Bit, I mean, they just feel like they're never going to die there without at least taking one down with them.
Yeah, and it looked initially to me at least like the grenades that were thrown from NIP were really good. The follow-up set of flashes once they were on the site. But I think NIP as a team were focused on the bomb plant and not focused on hunting down the remaining defenders. So even a good flashbang's not going to help you if no one's actually looking for those kills. Bit of a shame. 5-0 lead for Navi. They're looking great at the moment. 155 AD off a Bit. He hasn't died yet.
Wow, that's impressive stuff. Okay, he's already tough to deal with. Simple, not even far behind him with above 130 ADR. And NIP, they bought into this round. They've got some utility, but they've got 5 AKs. The firepower's there. Just got to get the pieces in place.
Nade goes way too deep, so they've got the right idea, but MPL, he got the gun out just in time. He nearly failed the timing on that one. Rez with a headshot on Perfecto. Electronic, he's not ready. Maxter's pushed up behind him. Just so much speed. It looked like the defense collapsed just because all three members of NAVI really were not ready for NIP just pushing that deep. And Simple smoked out a little bit of damage on that one. And it will be the first round finally on the board for NAVI, or for NIP.
Yeah, I'd love to see how Rez was able to take down that player towards short too. It felt like he found a timing. There was obviously the main hit going on towards that B bomb site proper, but Rez seemed to find a good lurk there through the short tunnel. And that really also tipped the scales in the favor of NIP. A much more simple approach. They didn't want to actually give up an opening pick anywhere else on the map. They just wanted all 5 of their players to hit the bomb site together. They knew how close they were when they traded onto the site last time. This time, when they have everybody there, ready in waiting, they're able to get it done.
And that's some more success coming out of the Monster Tunnel. If NIP start to feel like this is a position we maybe could abuse over and over again, if we could put some pressure on MPL down there and it's going to work, it can open up the rest of the map tactically. I'm sure NIP have a lot more planned for the restrooms and for long and for other parts of the map, but if you can put pressure on one part and have success there, it can spiral into a lot of stuff. Early timeout for NAVI.
Yeah, just one round lost, and NAVI already are calling the timeout. Despite being up 5-1. You might think Blade would just let these players play themselves out of that situation, but wants to make sure that they are centered in their next round's objectives.
One of the first players that I really saw abuse that Monster Tunnel and just walking in and feeling confident taking fights is probably Flusher. Used to do that a lot playing this map. Just supremely confident in just walking through the tunnel. Sometimes you don't need a lot of grenades either. You can just kind of show up, and unless the CTs hit a really good pop flash timing against you, you can really catch them off guard. I think sometimes the CTs just feel too confident on the other side. They're like, no one's just walking through, but you can.
Yeah, always have an opportunity to find a 50-50 duel. And this time around, NIP, they want to go back to their default. 2-2-1. They're going to connect with Rez towards the short side, it looks like. Try to make sure that there's no presence in water. Simple's holding a nice hairline angle, and I think he gets the tag, but it's actually Bit on the other side of the map that's able to find first blood. Brolin down, and they might not expect head trick there. Brolin's usually a solo lurker on that A side of the map, so this might be a little trick for them, but that is a nice nade stack. Oh no! I think a couple of those missed.
They definitely did. That's such a shame. Imagine the opening. There's 2 people defending B. If you take one of them down with a nade stack like that, the pressure could be too much to handle. 40 seconds now for the NIP side to do something. It's a 4-on-5, and they've evacuated the B side of the map. And now they still have Electronic here with a smoke. That's a devastating Molotov. That's really going to slow it down. NIP realize now, if we wait it out, we might just be too late. So they're going to instead try and extinguish it. Simple's here with the AWP in play, but the flashes and the smokes are pretty good. They're putting on some pressure. Not enough to stop him from hitting that AWP shot, though. And hat-trick 1 versus 4 is absolutely nothing he could do here. Perfecto will take him down. And NAVI, they lose a round, they take the timeout, and they go right back to winning.
Just not enough utility for NIP to get any closer. They threw the initial flashes. They found a little bit of space at the mouth of the bathroom tunnel, but they're not able to actually breach the bomb site itself. The crossfire was there. The shots were there. NAVI were able to hold on.
Not this time. But I still feel like they have more ideas towards the B bomb site. I'd be all right with NIP trying to test that, even if it's just for openings for a little while longer. It feels like they're able to do something. That grenade stack would have worked if they had just actually hit them.
Yeah, that would have been a nice equalizing kill. Okay, Simple's just dancing around the door right now, and he's finding a lot of information out for his team. This is what star players do, though.
Yeah, the confidence as well to do it on your own. Just say, all right, I didn't need any backup. Maxter, I think, probably hears some of that. And he started to move a little bit in the connector.
Okay, well, NIP have avoided Simple pretty early on in this. They went for a much slower default this time around, and Maxter, a lot of pressure on his shoulders in that connector spot by himself, but he's going to actually take this space pretty cleanly. So NIP have a lot to work with in terms of space, just because they have an idea of what's going on in Con.
Yeah, could maybe build it into something. Perfecto. If you come through on the T side here, your feet are going to be showing a lot earlier than you're expecting, and he could shoot through the rim of it. You're very unlikely to win this battle here. Maybe a flash could change the difference, but oh, it's not going to be enough. Oh, he jumps down to keep it going. And never mind that he gets traded. He spotted more people and the bomb out there. So he's got all the information, and there's only 28 seconds left. I think NIP might have to cancel the round.
Yeah, I'm just a... Yeah, they definitely have to get out of it, that's for sure. I'm a little bit surprised Maxter just gave up that space. If he were in Con, that would have been a pretty easy trade, but again, NIP, they just want to make sure that all of their numbers are together. They don't want to lose anybody on some kind of lurk. Feels like that is more or less how the game's been going for them. Just need to... I feel like they need to exert a little bit of pressure in other places, because these one-dimensional approaches have been getting caught pretty easily.
Yeah, Navi also taking over map control in maybe not the most aggressive way. There are definitely teams on the B bomb side that are way more aggressive. They'll push into T spawn if you let them, but it's enough that they know what's coming, Navi, that's for sure. And also NIP at the moment just are not getting the kills that they need. So to answer the question from earlier about whether or not NIP are going to be able to build momentum if they don't have it from the start, at least for now, the answer is going to be no. Still more half to be played, but it's pretty tough.
Especially with just how Navi feels so confident, or at least Simple does. He's just taking space by himself. He's able to set up Perfecto, and when you don't even really need to use utility to take a space like water, just because you have somebody like Simple who will fight his way in, or at least test it, then you have so many more opportunities. Say NIP even get one of those kills, they probably have more nades to work with, Navi that is, just for any kind of retake or post-plant. Concerning signs for the future of NIP, but they still have an opportunity here to make this a respectable half.
Yes. That's probably what they need to hold on to themselves, is it's definitely not done yet. Some good cash on Navi, so it won't just be the one round and then you're back in the driver's seat. You need to fight your way back here, and maybe that's something else to take away. Some of these rounds that have been lost, you need to do damage at the very least. Turn it into a 2-on-2 at the end. Make sure that Navi have to pay to win some of these rounds a bit more than they currently have. You see almost 8,000 on Simple at the moment. That's a concern all on its own. Simple,
great jump.
Just as well been a kill, but yeah, good little jump. It is up close. It doesn't seem like he wants to evacuate right away. In fact, they're sort of doubling down on the aggression.
This setup it looks like it'll be tested in just a moment. NIP, they're posturing right around the corner, so it'll be up to Simple and Bit on this forward A setup.
Grenade to test the corner on the other side. And Bit, he's feeling like there is a window here. Some internal clock telling him that he could have moved up and it wasn't that far off. Alexi, not going to be quite as fortunate. No jump peek from him. He peeks right into it. Bit's going to go down, though. And there's 38 seconds. They're putting some pressure on Simple, hiding inside of the smoke, trying to get back. He's under a lot of pressure, and he might be dead here. The no-scope fails him for once. And Maxter is there, and Electronic trying to get onto the site, scrambling to defend the A-bomb site. But it is too late. NIP finding a second round. And yeah, I mean, it looks maybe a little bit silly when Simple gets into that kind of position, but the truth is, we all know there is a world in which he hits the no-scope and just continues on back and gets in a couple of more kills. That's the kind of play where I'm not even sure I would call it a huge mistake, just because of who he is.
It's not Simple that I think the critical eye needs to be on. It's Bit.
Probably, yeah.
It's the opening kill going the way of Simple. Bit wants to take a little bit more space. 5 versus 4. You can go for a push. It's not the worst thing in the world. Like you do have Simple behind you. You have some backup who could bail himself out, but it's just a risk. That's what it is. And it just didn't pay off there. Rez hit a nice shot. It actually looked like Rez was moving when he shot that, but he was able to find the kill, and because of that, the entire setup just falls apart between Simple and Bit.
It looked like Maxter could see anything. That's maybe a difficult spray.
Yeah, and if also Simple hits that first shot, it just feels like he's going to be good for 2, if not 3 at that point. So it wasn't the worst position that Navi found themselves in. They found the opening pick, but they just wanted a little bit more information. And you know, we can't really have our cake and eat it too. Want to criticize Navi for not being proactive, but then when they are, be upset about it.
It's just the life of being a live analyst in that sense.
Yeah.
I think you can have it both ways.
I could just ask for it all.
Yeah, go for it. You want exactly the right amount of aggression, a little bit too much, instantly critical. 7-2 is the scoreline, and we are in the 10th round of the game. That can't just be a one odd round for NIP though. They really need to keep this building, and like we said earlier, because of the money on the Navi side, even if they lose some of these rounds, they just need to do more damage. 2 deaths already, and an HE dunked on Rez. Electronic will pick him up. Yeah, it's way too comprehensive.
Simple and Bit have really not lost a step. Despite the fact they're trying to include a new player in NPL, this duo between the two of them are hard to break. Even though we saw them lose it in the last round, it's just not generally the case. So the opening picks going their way. NIP left just sitting pretty much back in their spawn almost. Not much to do for them in this round. There just has to be a little bit more space taken cleaner for NIP in this.
Yeah, there needs to somehow... Maybe it feels like an absurd piece of criticism on its own to say you need more kills. Like, I'm sure they're trying, but the problems just multiply behind the fact that Navi will be able to buy over and over again at this stage. They're about to be at 8-2 as a scoreline, and the top fraggers for NIP are 2 players with 5 kills each.
It really felt like the firepower game sort of evened out there on Mirage, but I think when we turn it back to Inferno and what we've seen thus far in Overpass, you're reminded of all the skill that's on Navi's roster, primarily between Bit and Simple. And when Simple's feeling himself like this, the way he's able to play in Con just with that hairline angle, it's just so tough to find anything, because Oppers on this map, they're a reason that people just don't like Overpass, because Ops can be so powerful. If you have someone that can react as quickly and precisely as Simple, then you're going to have to expend so much utility to take space. It becomes such a telegraph play.
Yes.
And that's where it's very much so concerning. But we've seen actually a little bit of playback. I mean, like, I want to remind people that Maxter, for example, was able to throw some jiggles out in Simple's way. It's not all doom and gloom, but NIP just have to do better, especially with the fights versus Bit.
If they could take control outside the B bomb side, there are so many executes that we haven't really even seen tried yet that are pretty common for the T side to try and do. Again, some of those boots we were talking about. And there are some other, gimmick plays you could make. Kind of almost what Alexi's trying to do. You can get out long really quick and try and beat the timing. Now, Simple is in a classic position by the flower bed, but I still think sometimes if you get long fast enough on the T side, you can really fool the CTs into not even realizing you got all the way to the A bomb site. They did slow it down, and this time that might be really fortunate here for NIP, but yeah, some more map control for them early on. Much more, in fact.
This is looking a lot cleaner, a lot more typical. Smoke front bathroom, the Molly divider. They're even flashing Brolin in to try to find a peek if anybody was hiding behind it. So this is a more comfortable situation that Alexi can call from. He has a player that's inserted deep in Con. He's actually even found some information about what's going on in water, or the lack of action on Navi's end. And this is one of those Navi rounds where they're just comfortable in their setup, and that might come back to bite him. But oh no, Simple! How did he find that correction? He had to shoot him right through the bathroom sign.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he did. I'm not looking forward to seeing Alexi's reaction camera, because I guarantee you that is a tilting moment. You feel like you had him. He was occupied up close. He was worried about that. And instead of falling back, he's doubling down on the aggression. Again, Simple going to be able to find Rez. 3 versus 5 now, and the round has fallen apart here for NIP. They are challenging him, but it's taking so much time. There's 20 seconds left, and this is, again, a very telegraphed play. Of course, Navi know that it's coming to the A-bomb side, because the B-bomb side is just too far away. Some flashes being underhanded out, and it's all on Hetrick. 1 versus 3 to try not just get the kills, but maybe get the bomb plant in the meantime. 7 seconds left, and he goes straight for it, and they're running him down. They're not even going to allow it. What a suffocating move from Simple.
Oh, yeah. Simple's presence right there being felt once again. Both A defenders. Bit, Simple, we got to see this shot back. Oh, actually, it's through the edge of the rock, it looked like. Wow, that has got to be frustrating for Alexi. He had him dead to rights. He was holding for that close fight. Just needed that kill to be a little bit quicker, and this round could have had a completely different outcome. Frustrating signs yet again for NIP.
And the fact that the next kill that he gets is on the guy carrying the bomb, he pushes forward, they had to come back, and it's just a nightmare from there on out. 9-2 in favor of NAVI. And NIP putting together whatever they can into this one. Not that many grenades. Any strategy right now that would involve using grenades to take up some space and then execute, that can't really be done. You can't fake anything, you just have to kind of set it up and go for it.
And so NIP is going back to the tried, the tested, and actually once successful pop.
That has been working out. We'll see if they could do it again. They're testing MPL. The flash is maybe a little bit late. Yeah, he got the first fight without being flashed, and that's probably all you need. That tunnel becomes a graveyard instead. Brolin and Hetrick, 2 versus 4. I don't blame them for trying. Honestly, like you said, it's one of the things that seems to have been working, but the flashbang was probably less than half a second too late.
Yeah, just not perfect timing there between those players. And so, NPL tested. Still a guy that we're keeping our eye on in this one. He's 6-3. He's been doing okay on those B defenses. Obviously, he's not lighting up the scoreboard. It seems like a lot of the action has headed towards A, which is why Simple and Bit are topping the board themselves. But this will be a 10th round for Navi. Hetrick, hey, actually spots a leg.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, this could bait him in. This is a little bit unfortunate for him because Perfecto is right there. That is the op gone. There is no opportunity to buy that in the next round for the Ninjas.
Yeah, he heard the scoping on the other side, so not hard for him to guess what is going on. 10-2. Oh, man.
That feels pretty bad for Hetrick.
Yeah.
Would have wanted that op to pull off a hero play in the next round, but now it's just up to Brolin. Brolin used to really be a master of this map, but I think he's maybe lost a step, actually, in the last few months. So, yeah.
Just so many question marks around NIP still.
Yes.
Obviously, with the stand-in, it's going to be a little bit easier to say, well, but the truth is, last time we saw them at Hampers, there was still somewhat of a similar feeling. It is early in the season. Oh, well, here we go. That's maybe worth pointing out, too, obviously, that when Simple's having a game like this, you can see, it's like a tax you have to pay every time you want to take another part of the map. It's like, oh, we have to give another player here. You can just lie down and wait out the round. And then eventually, if you're really lucky, you end up in a 4-3 and you can try and do something at a bomb site, but crazy.
So consistent on this map. Always switching up his positions, looking for opening picks in different ways. We've seen him now at short B. We've seen him fighting forward at A and connector. He always keeps his opponents guessing, and you can see that's really working against NIP. Bit, he's already so close in these bathrooms. Right there on the other side is Rez. And Bit's able to win the fight. Feels like it's no surprise with how this half's going, and he gets another on top of it.
Could have just as well been a third. Maxter is at 9 health, and Bit is 13-3. He shut it all the way down. Alexi alone against the rest of Navi. And there's not much that could be done from here on out. He's got the right idea, but even this kill shouldn't make any difference whatsoever.
Now, 35 seconds. They know exactly where he is. He's trying to bait out a push from NPL. Almost actually could have found the timing, but Perfecto is the insurance policy. Even if NPL peeked right in there, Perfecto was going to swing right in with him. Wow.
It's quick. It's real quick.
When the smoke comes later, too. You just feel extra bad about that.
Yeah, could have worked out, but it didn't. 11 rounds for Navi. And they're not letting go of this one.
No.
NIP, they don't have the answers right now. And they're running out of the first half. 14th round. The fact that Bit, and you said it earlier, that duo between Bit and Simple, and Perfecto's playing fine down at the B-bomb side too, so they got everything going on. Good grenade around the corner. Alexi, though, forward position, and a surprise for Electronic. He's dead before he knew what hit him. A follow-up Alexi. It's looking good. Double entry And they are back to the B bomb site. More explosive play. Third kill for Alexi. And now it's all on Simple. He probably shouldn't be going for this, but he might just feel like I've got so much money, and I just feel so good about it that I'm going to give it a little shot anyway. First kill out of the 4 that he needs.
That's how it starts. NIP, you cannot let this one go.
No, but Simple has a different thing in mind. There is a flank coming in. He's going to get one more. Surely he will never expect that Hetrick is walking around the back. It shouldn't be possible. Molotov there. Rez can't peek the Molotov, so if he actually goes straight for it, he might just win the round based on the defuse. Oh, but shot in the back. There was an opportunity. If he throws the Molotov and goes straight for it, there actually is a chance that he could win it. That's scary. That shows you the kind of caliber of player you're up against. But ultimately, it is finally NIP winning one more round.
There was a little semblance of doubt there, actually. Given that Hetrick had that MAC-10 too, that he had to snipe Simple from range. If Simple pushed on forward, it could have been a tough fight for him. But Simple always gives you a reason to believe. Such an exciting player. But NIP, they're able to find their third. It's like another quick posturing from Maxter in Connector. He's been doing a good job finding that space. It just hasn't really amounted to too much, unfortunately, for him and his team.
No, not yet. 11-4 still feels like it's quite far away from where you want to be if you're NIP going into the second half.
Especially given the last time they faced off, NIP were only able to find 4 on their CT side. Flashed off the angle, Simple. Yeah, of course, just pushes on back. This might catch NIP off guard, but another flash to take him off. And so it is Electronic that picks up the first kill, and Simple is tagged down pretty low. There's fights going on across the map right now, but NAVI come out on top.
Good grenade usage to try and put some pressure on Simple, but he had backup, as you said. Nice counter flash. That should have probably been a double. Maxter is going to be good for just the one, and it's all on Hetrick now. Flashes through. He can't see a thing and is trying to hide inside of the smoke. Simple creeping up close. A 12-3 scoreline at the end of the half. And right now, NIP are in trouble. We'll see if NAVI can finish this coming up after the break. We are back once again, the final half in this epic journey. It went to a third map. We're on overpass to settle this, but so far NIP have not shown up. Not even close to it. On the other side of it, though, Simple and Bit and Perfecto, really a trifecta of doom for the NIP side. They need a pistol round at the very least, and they need so much more beyond that. 12-3 in the first half is just such a devastating result to be looking at. So we'll see what they could do now, NIP.
Hetrick already spotting a couple players out towards A. Rez pushing on towards long. Seemed like he spotted ahead as well. And Navi, they're setting up in a pretty passive default here for this pistol. Just looking for some information, seeing if NIP misstep, if they jump the gun. But it'll be Navi that actually are slowly able to take some space now, because Hetrick, he's pushed himself quite far back.
It all comes to a bit of a halt now. Navi happy to spend a couple of minutes here just, or maybe not minutes, but seconds, to see what's up. But they do have some utility, so that if they get into a close enough position, they could go for a real execute. Being held. Oh, that is really close for Rez. Don't want to be walking into that Glock. And on the other side, they are starting to get that sandwich working. He's got maybe a bit of backup that could come in nearby in Hetrick. But Rez so far on his own, and the fadeaway shot. The Glock to beat the USP.
Rez found himself in jail there. He was just sandwiched between two angles. Now Hetrick, he wants to reclaim some space. Able to take down NPL, that's nice. They needed an equalizer like that. But they've also lost information, and it does seem like Navi want to end this hit towards B. Smoke towards Heaven, and Alexi B, he'll be tested right around this pillar.
Yeah, Molotov gonna be thrown in behind him. Flash in his eyes as well. He can't land that shot. It's not good enough. Maxter will finally get one more kill, but the bomb is being planted, and Simple setting up for a bit of a counter flash. It might have been too late. He still ends a headshot. Electronic gets fighting in the open. Simple wasn't even there with him. That seemed like it was a bit disjointed. I think that could have been better for Navi. But the truth is, Simple is still alive, and he's looking for the headshot, nearly lining it up. Hetrick is very low on the other side. He has got one chance and one bullet to try and do this. Otherwise, Simple will absolutely take him down. And there it is. A great clutch coming out from Simple. He is having himself a vintage performance, and that is too much for an IP.
Simple getting it done once again. That became a little bit hectic once that bomb was planted for Navi, but the greatest was able to recover. 13-3 scoreline. NIP, they needed that if they wanted to have a chance to make this one competitive. And now it is so firmly in control of Navi.
Yes, it really is. If it wasn't already looking grim, now things have got exponentially worse. MP5 back on Bit. Seen that before.
Oh. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, we've been seeing a couple MP5s. That's the second one I remember us seeing. Okay, little gooch.
Ouch.
He's out of there. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. They're finding a good amount of damage, but just no kills going the way of NIP. It felt close, but it's not enough.
No. Just Navi slowly taking
Wow.
it. I don't know why he's still alive there.
Wow, just... Okay, 4 players with 30 or less HP, and no one dies. It's so close. All of those kills almost.
Feels unfair, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the kind of round where you think, man, should we have bought P250s or something? Like a 5.7 hero there? Could we?
Just a chance, yeah.
Some of those would have been deaths instead of just the tags.
Right.
Early buy up here for NIP.
I want to see what Navi do with these SMGs. Couple Mac 10s, MP5 still in play on NPL.
Tempting to just send it.
They traded the MP5 to NPL.
Nice. Yeah, let everyone have a shot at it here. Looks like they're going to be going right through the tunnel. Smokes be damned. They're running right at Maxter, and that's so much damage. He shut it down. Beautiful defense so far. Hasn't reloaded yet. He wants more. A triple kill and a time maybe even to put up the Molotov. He's done his job for now. Simple, though, fighting back, but only for a second. They don't let him spiral out of control here, and it is finally a round pick up in the second half for NIP, just as they're about to lose the map.
Maxter has looked like a bright spot for the day for NIP. Mirage obviously is something to be happy about too, and the result there, but I'm not I thought that Maxter was going to have a much tougher time playing against Tier 1 opposition. Let me remind the audience that this is the first time that Maxter has ever played a top 10 ranked team in his career. He's doing it on LAN. He's flown in a tough circumstance with short notice, and yet he's showing what he's got.
Yeah, top fragging by some margin at the moment, and was before the previous triple there, so that's encouraging. That's something to look forward to.
Yeah, just something for the future for the young ninjas in terms of taking them back with them. Simple almost taking down hat-trick on that jump spot. That is a risky play. Even though Simple has an AK, it's always possible.
It's also, when he's playing at this level, Simple, he seems to be taking risks that maybe he wouldn't normally do. He's just pushing the game, bending it as far as it really can bend in his favor. 24-7 as a scoreline. I feel like I've been missing out on some of these Simple games. He's been playing good, but it's always fun to see this. Always good to be reminded of who you're dealing with.
Yeah, he can just push the boundaries of what's possible. Where most people limit test and find out this is not. Simple skill shows him he can.
That boost is really coming back in style, isn't it? It's been gone for more than a year at least.
We keep seeing it. Yeah, it is so frequently employed. 3 players, though, on this A defense for NIP. Does seem like Navi have the utility to unseat some of them, but we'll see if the exec is good enough.
Deep Molotov that puts so much pressure on Simple on the opening frag. Only 15 seconds, one mistake, and it all goes down the drain for Navi, but they found the entry. 10 seconds still left and a 2-on-3, and they go straight for the bomb plant here, making sure that no one's coming in from the bank, and they're going to be able to get the job done. I don't think there's much Rez and Maxter could do. I mean, you could make a case to try and fight for it just because of the scoreline, but they're going to walk it away, and it'll be 15-4. Navi running the clock down low, but that one entry was all they needed.
And the fact that Simple took so much space without using utility. That allowed Navi to have so much left in store for that execute. They had a couple mollies, multiple flashes, smokes, everything. And usually a common critique of this map is just how much you have to expend to take space. But when you have Simple just running around corners with an AK out, yeah, you don't need to throw all those smokes or flashes.
They're making it work. And that's also, I mean, partly what can happen when you get pushed really far back. When you don't, I mean, you saw Bit and Simple when they were on the CT side, how they were defending the restrooms, how they were making sure that NIP had to use grenades and they had to sort of, signal that they were going to be taking that space outside of the A-bomb site. But when NIP can get that close to the A-bomb site, even if there's not a lot of time left, it can just be very hard to hold. And you're standing on the flames of the Molotovs, flashes are going off. Not necessarily easy to defend.
We have seen so many 3-man A setups lose in the last seconds of a round for CTs at the spring groups thus far. Does not seem like it's a safe setup. I mean, from what we've seen, it feels like you always want to have some advanced warning. Couple nades, though, going the way of Alexi B. That is a lot of damage. Lucky to be alive. If he had been jumping, he's dead.
Yeah.
So, still keeps his life intact. NPL almost found the spam on him there. And Alexi's playing a little bit of a dangerous game, even standing by that board.
I was getting worried too, but guess he's just not that impressed. Hat-trick, the scout, some good damage. I don't know if you want to keep fighting this. I guess if you're Simple, you do. You're like, sweet, somebody's out here hunting.
Yes, this is the fight that Simple wanted in the last round, and he has presented it. And he just feels unstoppable right now. This is going to be a good demo to watch. Just how does Simple completely just destroy NIP?
Yeah, it's so overpowering. And again, from Maxter's point of view, first time experiencing something of this caliber, and it must be overwhelming. Good jump from him, though, taking down MPL. That could have really gone wrong, and if he dies, I think they lose the bomb site almost directly after. Remember, Alexi is so low from the earlier nades. He is in the corner. The flash is decent, but not good enough. The follow-up is there, and Maxter's going to be dead. Double kill from Perfecto, and Brolan, the only one that could keep NIP alive in this game. Looking for it, and he spent quite a few bullets. Has to be careful that he doesn't run out, although Perfecto is low on the other side. And that might be what just favors slightly Brolan here. That and the time. 8 seconds left. And Brolan, he'll find the shot at the end. A good clutch. And another round for NIP.
Great snappy aim there from Brolin to keep NIP alive in this one. Barely keeping it together. We see the star power is arriving for both teams, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for NIP. Even if Brolin starts hitting some shots like that, it is just such a huge deficit that they're going to have to overcome. But it's one round at a time.
Yeah, Alexi making himself really hard to find at the back of that bomb site too.
Yeah, that was an interesting position for him. It felt like he got somewhat blinded, but so did Electronic was spinning around, trying to clear multiple angles at once. Not necessarily the composure you'd expect out of Electronic to just be running in like that.
Limited weapons on the Navi side, but they forced it up. They want to try and see if they can end it, and it is a brilliant start. A double peek coming in from NIP to try and take control outside of the bomb site, but they run right into Perfecto, and he will keep it up, trying to enter. It's Electronic to get the third kill of the round, and MPL, he's tucked back in here with a deagle. If you try and rotate through, are you really going to be checking it? All right, he did. That's some heads-up play. That's nicely done, but it's still time off the clock that they want to be spending defusing and not fighting NPL. Every single second counts, and he's made it expensive already. 2 on 3. They know where they're coming from. They know where this retake is going to be happening from. NIP should never be able to win this round. It's just so much time off the clock already. They do have a kit, but they're going to have to navigate around. Molotov there to slow them down. It's simple. Finding 27 at the end of it. And Navi will bring down NIP. Again, taking 3 maps, but a strong performance at the end on Overpass.
Incredibly convincing stuff there from Navi to close out the series. Simple, just playing on another level than anybody else. But behind him, obviously getting so much help from Perfecto and Bit. This was a very comfortable half of CT side from Navi. It's what we really didn't get too much of a preview on the last time these two teams faced off, but now we know for certain.
And it was a bit of a talking point to start the day with as well. Bit sort of, you know, performance issues potentially. You want to see him up at the high level of 2021. You want to see him return to that kind of style. And on this final map, it looked absolutely godlike. So more of that, please. And obviously a vintage simple performance. And NIP just, they were already looking a bit shaky, but the Jenga tower, I mean, you take a sledgehammer like simple to it, it's definitely going to blow up. There's just no, they're not even playing by the rules anymore at that point in time. It's very impressive stuff, obviously, and it's exciting to see. I do believe we have James ready with the interview.
NPL, that was, again, an interesting series for sure, but a much better showing from the whole Navi camp. Did you feel like on Mirage, you guys just weren't able to play the game you wanted to play?
I don't know, we just made some mistakes on Mirage. Especially me, I forgot some rounds and what I had to do, but we just, after Mirage, we said to each other, we just need to focus on next map and like help each other in game, yeah.
And you definitely helped each other. Obviously, these notes that Blade gives you guys, right? This is obviously giving out some of the blueprint and the game plan that you guys have and want to show in there. But for this Overpass, this was so much better than before. What was the communication like? What was the mood like in the team throughout all of that? Was that the feeling of you can do it?
I don't know, we just destroyed them. We were we were like full focused. Everyone knew what he had to do, so yeah.
And now you'll be sat in that situation where you get to have the rematch against G2. Last time it was one that they managed to get the win over. This time, do you feel like the extra games, the experience is going to have helped you?
I don't know, we'll see.
We'll see, you're not too sure yet, but we'll have to wait and see what Blade's got on the master plan. NPL, thank you very much, good luck.
The Ninjas out of gas, and Navi take full advantage of that one. An even more dominant scoreline than last time around. And man, the individuals absolutely terrifying, Machu. You do not want to be on the receiving end of Simple when he is playing like that.
Did we manifest Simple? Is that what happened? Or did all we need to do was cry a little bit on the desk, and then suddenly he would come out with a banger of a performance? This was the Simple that we were talking about. And maybe if you're new to Counter-Strike, you've started watching the last few weeks or months, you're wondering, why are these guys being so demanding and so next gen with Simple. Why are they criticizing? Because he can do that type of game. This is his bread and butter. Look at how assertive he was. The lines he had so deep into bathrooms, so deep into short, always being in their faces. This was the sample that I hope to see this entire event, and finally, he has risen.
Overpass is Simple's playground. The way, as you said, he was being assertive, he was constantly maneuvering in the round, constantly re-aggress in the middle of the rounds, and he never gave away any space whatsoever for NIP to work with. We talked about it coming into the game. I felt it was important for NIP to win that knife round. They didn't. They started that T side, and you need someone to answer up to Simple. You need someone to shut down Simple so you can get some space and you can try to execute on whatever game plan you may have had planned for Navi. Didn't work out this time around. Bit as well. Those two combined on that A-bomb side, it was just a complete lockdown.
Yeah, mobility for me was the key word when we were looking at Simple, because that Maniac is what you were demanding in the first two maps that we just didn't see. It felt like, I don't know, he kind of got a new breath of life on this last map.
Yeah, if you compare this overpass to the Inferno, it's not just about going in and trying to take a duel, it's about taking an aggressive line. That's what I wanted to see from Simple, and this is usually what he brings to the table. He's gonna punish you when you're starting to take a part of the map that you think is yours. You think you're safe to walk into this area, but he's right there. Obviously, he's gonna be precise, he takes you down, and then on top of that, as we've seen here, sometimes he re-aggresses. It's a 5v4, but he pushes again, he catches you off guard. That is the Gala Simple that we wanted to see.
Creme de la creme on top of a beautiful cake that Simple is presenting us. A bit as well. Props to him for showing up in the later stages as well. Obviously, we were saying it's been a bit of a tumultuous tides for him, kind of hit or miss in a lot of the maps, but nice to see him returning to some form.
I mean, a classic Bit performance, to be completely honest. There was more good than bad this time around for Bit, but still a bit of a roller coaster for him. He has moments in the game where he falls out a little bit, moments in the game where he's not able to find the impact that we would like to see. But again, as Matthew said with Simple, we perhaps expect and demand a little bit more coming out of it because we know how good he can be. We know what a rifle talent he is. As said, we sometimes forget he hasn't been around for that long. He's quite inexperienced by all means if you put it up to some of the veterans of the game, but he is a player that can dictate the game with the rifle, and especially when you have a partner next to him like Simple, it just looks unbeatable on that A-bomb side.
Job done on overpass for Bit. Job done. His duo with Simple was working perfectly. He was always there, ready to punish whenever someone wanted to trade Simple. So for him, that's an A+ on overpass.
For NIP, that does mean the end of the line here in the group stage. They will be falling down into the gauntlet, but I do want to check in with stand-in Maxter.
Maxter, first time we get to do this interview, and I will say that one thing we looked at across all the maps, even if it's not the result NIP wanted, you did manage to step in. You did manage to not be a liability, but actually secure some rounds for NIP there. You had 1 day practice, so what was it like coming into this game, especially against a team like NAVI?
Yeah, it is of course very difficult to not have Hampus here. Is some big shoes to fill, and obviously facing the best team in the world, maybe. It's of course very difficult, and with only 1 day of practice, yeah, it's hard. I just tried to play my own game, and it didn't work out today. Maybe individually it went pretty well, but as team we didn't manage to win, which of course was our goal. But we got one more chance, and we'll manage to win though.
Oh, okay, I like the confidence as well. I want to touch on Mirage that you guys won. This wasn't like last time with Hampus where we saw it go to overtime and it was a very close game. This was looking like, personally, you felt so much comfortable, and also you were able to kind of dominate the pace for Navi. They didn't have a chance. Why do you think that was?
I don't know, we practiced Mirage yesterday, and it was one of the maps that felt good for us. Because we were well prepared that Navi would pick it against us. So it felt good yesterday, and it felt good today also. So I don't know. It just everyone plays the map, and it feels great to play it.
And in terms of overpass, how much time did you actually get to be practiced and ready for overpass? Did you have an idea it would come into the veto?
Yeah, we had like a small talk about it, but we didn't think that would be the case. But we had a small talk about it, as I said, but yeah, it didn't really went as we wanted to.
And lastly, I just want to ask you, how is it from like going on the Young Ninjas, then coming into an event like this, and just the level of players you're playing against and what it feels like in game? Was it something that was like something you quickly had to adapt to?
Nah, I feel like the only thing that's different is like the first instinct, you know, and how you think. It's not like, I feel like the game from the in-game, from tier 3 to or tier 2 to tier 1 is like everything is happening so much faster. You like every one of the tier 1 players have their first instinct right, And in tier 3 or tier 2, there you take like 1 or 2 seconds more before it happens, and then you like miss a timing or something. So in tier 1 you have like not so much to react, and it just happened.
You definitely get punished for the mistakes more, but I think you did a great show and starting off with, and I look forward to seeing you again, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, shout out to Max, a huge shout out at that, because it obviously didn't have too much time to prepare coming into the Ninjas lineup. And as Banks just said, Atlee wasn't a liability throughout this.
No, he wasn't, and I think he's doing more than what we expected him to do.
Yeah.
You have to realize, in the career of a young player like this, there are a few days out there that can make a whole difference, that can be life-changing. Before this event, before Hampus unfortunately had to take this medical leave, I didn't know who was Maxter. I wasn't privy to Maxter. I wasn't knowledgeable about the guy. And then he's stepping in, he's playing against NAVI, he's going to play against Astralis, he has a couple of runs, and then I'm thinking, damn, like, there is something. Something is happening with that player. He's got that instinct. He's got something. Maybe some other people have interest in him, and it's just fascinating to think how a day can change, or an event can change the course of a career, maybe.
Yeah, of course, as you mentioned, we will be seeing NIP taking on Astralis later on in the week. But with the bracket side of things as well, we are getting a very, very juicy rematch, Jacob. It's going to be G2 taking on NAVI. I look forward to that one.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's going to be spicy. G2 have looked like the best team at this tournament so far. They played some very polished Counter-Strike. The individuals are showing up. And if we can cook that up with a symbol that is continuing down the trend we saw right here in Overpass, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, that is going to be an absolute banger indeed. But man, speaking of bangers, we have got another one coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen, because this first spot at the Spring Finals is on the line for one of these two squads. It's either going to be Heroic or Vitality. Vitality hoping to change the course of history in this one. We're going to see if they can do it after this. The spring finals beckon as the first spot is now truly up for grabs. And now more than ever, a chance for Vitality to rewrite history. Time and time again, it has been heroic to tear them limb from limb. But better signs are on the horizon, as so far Spinks and Dupree alongside Star Zywoo have been looking hot to trot to start off the new season. For Heroic, however, it's been more of a story of bouncing back, first of all, obviously against their Danes of Astralis, and then in the rematch versus EG, where unfortunately lost out on their map pick of Nuke, but certainly bounced back to deliver a punishing two-map affair.
It's been a bumpy ride for Heroic so far here in Copenhagen. We haven't really figured out whether or not they're coming out of the break in the shape they wanted to. I think we're listening in to some of the interviews. We're trying to get a sense of where they're at right now, and it feels like to me that Cadian and the boys are aware that they're a little bit away from the mark right now. Obviously, the two performances against EG were not great, losing first and foremost 2-0 to EG, and then the second one, sure, they win in a very convincing fashion, but giving away a map to a team like EG is no bueno if you're supposed to be the best team in the world. So it hasn't been good for Heroic so far, but they usually step up to the occasion. That's what I expect tonight. It's going to be a different game against Vitality.
Yeah, they haven't reached cruising altitude. That's the least we can say about Heroic, but they've been able to pull themselves together throughout the series, and we've seen one of the biggest difference from map 1 to map 3 with Heroic, probably. I also think that as a team, they're in this kind of new chapter or new era of their team where they are at the top and they could very dangerously think that they've made it. I think it's something that can happen once a team raises to the very top and they have a very good end of the year. You go to the break with that false idea that, hey, well, that's it. We've made it. We're at the top. We're the best. It's going to be all right. And then you don't realize, maybe unconsciously, you just give 5% or 10% less. You come in here and you have a reality check. And I feel like this is what we're seeing from Heroic.
Jacob, it was a very apt point that you actually brought up earlier, that for basically the entire tenure of Heroic as a roster, we've been looking at them as underdogs, right?
They've always been the underdogs. They've always been looked down towards, right? We had the whole coaching scandal. We had all these controversies. We had Astralis for the vast majority of the livelihood of Heroic as well, has been the top dog in Denmark. And all of a sudden, they are the number one. All of a sudden, all the Danish players are looking up towards Heroic when they want to see the best Danish team play. All of a sudden, the rest of the world is looking at Heroic in a different light, thinking that they could be the best team in the world. And there's something to be said about the mentality within Heroic, because Cadian has done a very good job of nurturing this group of people. They're always going closer together. We have a saying in Denmark where you get closer together in the bus ride whenever you face adversity, whenever you're going into a rough path. There's no longer a rough path for Heroic right now. Now they're the favorites. Now they have to showcase they can live with that pressure and deliver under that pressure. And that is sometimes a worrying sign. Are you able to play and are you able to find the same, I guess, energy, the same level of motivation, the same eagerness to do well when everyone is not against you anymore? That could be a bit of an issue for Heroic.
Yeah, they've certainly been looking at the long-term vision of the squad, as we've just seen the renewal of Exist's contract going forward as well. So let's put him on the mic.
So Exist, I want to start by just congratulating you on the first point of getting a 2-year extension to your contract. And it's an interesting one because you went from player to analyst, then you were the coach for a little while, then the full coach coming into it. So how have you found this whole process? Like, did you expect it to be where you would go consistently now and just stay in this role?
I mean, first when I signed my trial for like 3 months, it was a test. And then I signed for 1 more year, and it was also like kind of a test, I would say. But now I've decided to extend with them, obviously, and I'm really happy that they also wanted to extend with me, and I think it's a great fit.
And obviously you are a legend of the game, but you're very experienced in the game as well. I look at you and Cadian as kind of like yin and yang, you know, like you're a bit more reserved, a bit more quiet with it all. I think the thinking man. And then Cadian, very expressive. He talks about like how he rolls with the team, you know, and tells them when they need to do things better and what he expects from them. But I want to understand, like, how's your perspective on that? Like, what part do you add to that on what you want from your team?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been kind of calm, even when I was a player, right, as the IGL. So I think it's a good fit. I try to give Cadian a lot of ideas when I take a timeout. You know, we try to build something together. So yeah, so far it's been working really good between us, and I think we have a good chemistry.
And what would you say in terms of outside of the game when it's like behind closed doors? Give me some insight into that. That's what I'm looking to see, like what the Exist is like there, because we see you like this.
I mean, obviously, like becoming a coach has been a real challenge for me. I've had to learn a lot of things. I think I have gotten the support that I need in Heroic with the other performance staff. But I don't want to talk too much about what we do behind closed doors, because obviously we're doing something good. We are rank 1, and we just need to keep working hard.
keeping his cards close to his chest. You know what? Fair enough exists. I do want to draw your attention to the veto going down on the bottom of our screens as well, because Mirage, okay, that's kind of expected coming out of Heroic. Nuke, though, that's an interesting one. Any rationale
I don't know
to that?
where I stand on this. I think Inferno was right for the taking for Vitality. You could see it was immediately banned in a second wave for Heroic. So it could either be a little bit of a short-sighted decision looking at Heroic versus EG, thinking, damn, there's like holes in that game plan and I can see what I'm about to do. But I think it's a very frequent recency bias trap that people fall into. Or maybe it's just Vitality testing out the waters on Nuke, but I don't know where I stand on it. I'm not exactly sure. I'm
Maybe a
only
bit of
biased.
both, you know, testing it out a little bit. Recency bias with EG as well could be one of those scenarios as well, where Heroic have been so good on Nuke for such a long time that they've down prioritized the map, haven't practiced it that much, and that's why Vitality perhaps feel there's a dent to be staked here.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be the second map in this best of 3 series. I do want to draw our attention back to the first, which will be Mirage, picked in by Heroic. So, Danny, what are we looking at on this map?
Yeah, so Heroic are very comfortable on Mirage, and I want to break down this one strat that they had against Astralis. And this is actually a very common strat. This is actually just the 3A smokes, but I actually want to talk about the flashes instead, because I think the way they kind of layer them is actually really good. So first thing you're going to see here is that Tessus, he's going to be the one entering. He throws this first flash here that bounces off the bottom of ramp and pops right about here. This is to basically push back any C2s who might be playing behind this Molotov that initially gets thrown at the start of the round. So it forces them out, allows Tessus to kind of come up the stairs. And the second layer of flashes here that you'll see here is actually from Cadian, and these flashes are the typical lamp flashes. Now these flashes just pop just above like this, blinds anybody on the close left, blinds anybody here playing on the balcony, anybody towards triple, as well as anyone towards that default position. But there's actually a third set of layers of flashes rather that kind of pop just outside of Palace. It's these flashes here from Shush pops right about here, and these flashes blind anybody who's playing towards this default position. With all these flashes, it allows Tessus to basically come all the way out, having the confidence that he's going to be getting he's going to get all the other enemies blinded as he comes in. Even when he comes in here to try to hunt this player on the balcony, even though he gets flashed by Blame F from behind, he's still able to get this kill. Now the key thing here is that he's able to take this very isolated fight against Glaive, because if you look at Glaive's point of view here, you can see where all the flashes are layered. There's the first one, the lamp flash, there's the second lamp flash, and then there's the third one from Palace, and he's not really able to kind of help fight Tessus here at all, so he's in a really isolated fight, and that allows Tessus to kind of come in and get these 2 entries. So a very simple strat, but it's actually the flashes that are key here.
Really great breakdown once again from Mahone, illustrating exactly why Heroic was so dangerous versus Astralis and are so dangerous on that ground of Mirage. But is there a different story when we're putting Vitality under the spotlight there?
Yeah, I wish I could paint the same story for Vitality on Mirage, but that's not really the case. I think Mirage encompasses some of the issues they've had with this brand new roster with Spinks in. It starts with the man I just mentioned. I don't think Spinks hit the stride on Mirage quite yet. He struggled, and he's in a position that is very important towards Connector, but also just tactically speaking, Dupree and Apex on B, that is an odd duo that we've seen.
Yeah.
Apex obviously was never a B anchor in his career. I can tell you that firsthand. So now he has to kind of get around his head with that position. So I think for Heroic, it's a very obvious pick, and they could just hit where it hurts for Vitality.
I'm going to throw maybe a spanner in the works to that, because Spinks, he's been looking damn good. Obviously, you know, it's a different map. We haven't seen them play it just yet, but I'm interested to see if he can continue the form that we've seen so far.
He's been the best player for Vitality together with Saivu throughout this tournament. You see the difference right here, 2022 for Spinks. Obviously, the beginning was very good with Ents, but ever since he got into Vitality, he dropped a little bit in level. I think his rating within Vitality is 1.06, where for this tournament, 1.40, as you see. That's a massive upgrade in terms of output on the server for Spinks. It's only been 2 games, so we have to be a little bit careful with making any conclusions so far, but it is definitely a step in the right direction, and that's why they signed him. He was supposed to come in and be the second guy next to Saivu, be a carry factor, be a guy you could rely on. So I really, really hope that we've unlocked Spinks finally.
And I think this game is ever so important, because I personally don't care where we are, if it's a qualification or if there's another game right behind it. What matters to me is that Vitality is playing against a top 5 team, and this is the last step for them. This is where they falter. This is where they struggle. You put up Astralis against them, I think they're going to be all right. They're going to be motivated. They have to handle EG, no problem. You have my trust. But when you go up against the top 5 or even top 5 to 10, this is usually where they hit their ceiling. So Spinks has great numbers. We can see it on here, and I'm happy. I'm the first one celebrating it. But can you replicate something similar against the very top? Because this is what's left for Vitality to do. That's the last step.
Yeah, it's that consistent form against the top tier opposition. I think that's a hurdle that Vitality are definitely going to have to overcome in 23. But reverting back to the map conversation, we were a little bit perplexed as to why Nuke was brought into the mix. So hopefully we can get some answers from Magisk.
So you had solid wins against Astralis and EG for your opening games, but when you look at going into this heroic matchup, do you feel like this is the real test for this version of Vitality?
I would definitely say that heroic is definitely a step up in terms of the teams we have played so far. So far, I would say that, I mean, even though they didn't have the best start of the tournament, I still think they're the best or the second best team in the world overall right now. So it's going to be a tough match. We have to show up individually, but also as a team. So it's not going to be an easy game, but I also know that when we play good CS, we have the opportunity to beat all of the teams. So yeah, it comes down to how we react in the situation ourselves and, you know, how we handle the game. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Now, the Veto got interesting because their Inferno has looked very shaky. Great map for you guys, but you didn't go for it. You pulled in Nuke this time around. Is there been some more changes on the Vitality side for Nuke to try and play some mind games in there and surprise them?
I think for us, it's about the process. It's about finding out our strengths and our weaknesses. So for me, it's right now, the focus is definitely not on being in the best shape right now as a team. It's to find out our strengths and weaknesses for the future. And you know, we want to make sure that we're in the best shape for the whole season. So yeah, right now we're just focusing on finding the right balance between you know, the map pool and yeah, stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay, and in terms of Heroic and their games they've had, some up and downs. They either smash teams or then they lose games we don't expect them to lose. Do you think they're coming in a bit weaker than what they were last season?
I think all teams come in a little bit weaker because it's the start of the season. So I don't think it's only Heroic that started out a little bit slow. I think it's all the teams. So for me, it's about who hits the day and who's ready. And for me, Heroic is always a difficult team to play. I think they're really good individually, but also as a team. So, but we also know that once you crack the code against them, they tend to be a little bit more laid back and, you know, not as fast in the rotation and stuff like that. So yeah, so for me, it's about cracking the code against them and you know, trying to punish them when they're rotating and playing on the rotations and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
So when you say crack the code, is that more around the mid-round than like your anti-strategy and your preparation going into the game?
I think it's more about, you know, Heroic, they have a really unique play style that a lot of teams are trying to copy right now on the CT side. So obviously we need to be ready for them to you know, playing mind games and pushing us and all this kind of stuff. It's a lot easier said than done, I would say, because that's also why they're the best or the second best team in the world right now, is because they are so good at it. And they play a lot of mind games, so it can be really tough to play against them. So yeah, I think we just need to be ready for all of the things and be ready for pushes and you know, taking duels when we need to.
Okay, interesting justification as to why Nuke has been picked in. Subjectively, I don't know whether I love that. I don't know whether this is the time that you should be testing things out. You should be learning new things about your map pool, because as a history is written time and time again, Heroic have always come out on top.
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me is that when Magis says, listen, we're not exactly focused on the win exactly right now, we're trying to find our strengths and weaknesses. That's an excellent answer 4 months ago. Not today. Yeah. That's my issue. They've been together for a while. I would hope that by now they have already figured out what is it that's their weakness, what is it that they need to work on, what they need to put the focus on towards. That's my issue. I'm a little bit perplexed by the answer, although be it super philosophical, and you know me, I'm a sucker for philosophy when I can get it, but that's not what I want to hear right now.
But we have heard what the problem is, and we know what the problem within Vitality is, and it has been communication and is communication for the longest period of time. I think Apex have said it throughout this tournament, Saivu have said it a couple of times, Sonic have said it throughout an issue as well. It's always the communication aspect they're working on, and may I add a bit of a nugget on that one, right? I've been close enough to standing to Heroic a couple of times, and I would argue they have one of the most smooth communications I've ever heard in my life.
Certainly.
It's very good, it's very proactive. Everyone seems to understand the balance between when you talk, when you give sound to the teammates, whereas for Vitality, sometimes very chaotic. So if you really want to put it up like that against each other, I think in terms of raw firepower, Vitality can definitely match Heroic. In terms of communication, in terms of team play, synergy in between, we know Heroic to be the better team.
I was going to say, Matthew, at least you didn't say communication that bluntly, because I know you hate that one.
Yeah, that's my pet peeve. I can't hear communication again. Yeah. I might just lose the rest of my hair immediately.
Okay, we're coming on to Mirage. Obviously, it's favoring Heroic in this one. Anybody that you're putting under the microscope that maybe you want to see more from?
I said Spinks, and I'm going to keep Spinks, right? I want to see him have the same kind of impact he had in day one, in game 2 as well. Play that connected position, be assertive. Give me a good Spinks performance.
Dupuy has to help up Apex, because Apex is going to be put under a lot of pressure. So if Dupuy is continuing to have a good tournament, then it's going to look great for Vitality.
Damn.
Yeah, man, they are getting fired up over there. And you know what? So are we, because it is just about game time, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic looking hot to trot on the grounds of Mirage. They've been delivering a battering to basically every single opponent. Vitality are going to have to sing back. It's coming down after this.
Good evening, everybody. It's time. It's time to invite somebody to the Blast Spring Finals. Off of the back of this game, Heroic versus Vitality, we're going to lock somebody in. We've got a lot of Counter-Strike going down over the last few days, but now you get to think, you get to see that reward, Launders. You get to feel it, and hopefully for Heroic's sake, they get to run it back. Remember, they started this with that loss to Evil Geniuses. Had the internet up in arms. But step by step, they've clawed their way back, and now it's just a single best-of-3 away, and all you have to do is beat the world's #2 in ZywOo tonight.
Yeah, they've been pretty fortunate in the sense of being able to play Evil Geniuses twice. They played Astralis along the way. They got the Revenge versus EG. They're actually 3-3 in maps versus EG, which is interesting. So this is probably going to be Heroic's toughest challenge, and they've already wavered versus other teams here.
So a chance is what you're saying.
A chance, for sure.
We'll get into that once this pistol concludes, because it's going to be a fast one. Little pop out from both sides of connector. They go 1 and 1 on each end. Jabby holds on to the staircase. That opens up a nice little pocket for the rest of Heroic to push out from ramp, and then Stound's mid-play comes through. So, taking off some of the pressure, but it still exists back here by Ticket. And then we're going to get that late delayed push from Dupree. Bomb planter gets away with his life just barely. It's this jungle lurk. Oh, that was meant to go well. Dupree, you gotta get this. And he will. So it pushes it back to Jabby. 11 health, 1v2. Bomb to the left of triple. Nice clean headshot. Oh, make that both clean headshots.
Yo, 10 health on Jabby. And he's the guy who jumped out of that connector smoke to kill Spinks. Already unlikely he gets that much space. Bomb down, wins the 1v1, starts Heroic off on a good foot. You want the good news or the bad news?
I'll take the bad news first.
Terrible veto for Vitality.
Oh. Now give me the good news.
Great veto for Heroic.
Oh, okay. Well,
this is a series that all 3 maps could have been Heroic's map pick. Like, they love this right now. And the crazy part is, as was brought up on the desk, was Vitality picking Nuke. A map that they haven't played so far this year, and specifically are probably playing it because of the practice coming out of the break. Still, that's a risk.
Try to flush him out from underneath Palace. Careful now, though. Where there's one, there's more. Ooh, wow. They've kind of just punched the Bees Hive. And then Spinks doubles back over to catch Cadian. Spinks, we got to talk about him as this game goes on.
Oh, he's about to have a round, so
maybe we'll talk about him right here, right now. Magus comes out from default. That one's going to go downwards. Oh, ZywOo! Of course! ZywOo from the pocket!
Dude. All 4. Not a reaction. No reaction.
Ew. Hello. Bonsoir. C'est moi. ZywOo.
Wow. You got to give it up to the kid.
That was too far.
But real talk, that was too fast, that move.
Slow it down.
Yeah, slow it down, but they're catching on to you. Well, I thought it was gonna be Spinks.
Yeah, what about the good news?
After his 1D. Yeah. Well, okay, maybe some good news for Vitality. We haven't really seen them at full strength versus a team of Heroic's caliber so far. And we have seen them play well at groups so far. So those are 2 very interesting things. In terms of motivation, both these teams are at peaks. Heroic, #1 in the world. Finals at Rio, on top of winning the Blast Fall final, into getting Stound back after the World Final, to now trying to continue on and like try to have an era, try to win all these tournaments in a row, that kind of thing. That's where Heroic are at. It's their best opportunity to stay here and show they're a legitimate number one team. For Vitality, they have the Paris major coming up. And let's not pretend that this isn't a French organization. They are the most excited team in the world to have a chance to play at this event.
And to start this year well, that kind of just kickstarts that conversation, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, well, what are the conversations in practice? You know, what are the thoughts during the break for someone like Apex? If there are criticisms for him in the last couple of years, as a player who was a good individual at one point in his lifetime, you know, well, now, you better believe motivation won't be the reason that he doesn't play well, if he doesn't.
Getting through these pistols with absolute ease. And that's not going to stop. Stown takes a tag. And I think that, you know, as much as we're going to sit here and hype up ZywOo with reason, 7-1 on the start, excellent event thus far. Well, if he's going to have any counterpart in terms of individual talent, some kind of a star, Stown, the only player from Heroic in the top 20 of last year. Stown took a break after the trophy lift in fall finals. We saw the struggles that came out from Heroic at world finals without him. And now he's back. You know, but he is not a ZywOo. He just has to be the counterpart to ZywOo this evening. And that's a huge ask of him, so we'll see if he can do it. We'll see who can step up. It was Jabby in the pistol round, and then it was just a beating ever since.
Yeah, very true. You know, Vitality not nearly the team that Heroic were last year, even though they picked up a trophy. They also have ZywOo as the second best player of the world on HLTV's list. My list too, to be fair. But Spinks also broke 18, which for me he didn't, but still speaks to how good he was in the first half of the year.
Right.
Recency bias aside, he was one of the best riflers in the world in the first 6 months. Oh, this lurk though. Oh my God, it's down. And he can actually, he is making such good time right now. He can really think about this for a while.
All right. But with the footsteps, decides to pull the trigger and therefore won't get anything further. Obviously tough. Apex starts to leave. You never know what he's going to go get off to.
Yeah. You know, Stown maybe wanted to wait a little bit more there, right? His team wasn't ready to hit B, and if that kill came down, if he waited a little longer, then dupreeh might be in more jeopardy. But at least his smoke is going to come up soon. There's an opportunity here for Heroic.
dupreeh slides out. Ooh, can't manage to keep Shush bound inside of the site. ZywOo slides out from Market, does a bit more damage, finishes that. Bombs planted, and Cadian, critical headshot to pick up in that moment. But it's not just Stown who's going to lurk this round. No, sir. Jabby already, and he doesn't need to wait. You take that frag instantaneously, and you push Spinks to the 1v2. Half of Cadian dropped. Spinks' position unknown, but it's MAC-10 versus, AKs, but okay. First one's hella clean, and then he taps that bomb, gets Jabby to come out and respond, tries to gun him down, but it's at that point that the gun betrays him. So the AKs make the difference, and Heroic still take that B site, despite it not being off the back of Stown.
Not an amazing spray, but it is a MAC-10 from that distance. It was looking for that first bullet headshot, did create a timing for himself, but he doesn't complete the kill. That's a mechanical failure on a couple of fronts. I think dupreeh wins that round with his frag if he stops the player jumping out a window. He had an advantage on this fight right here. Shush wins it with a Galil, which, nice entry from him, but has to be said. The double lurk from Heroic gave them options to actually lose players and still be able to win the round, so give him credit where it's due, but it's a thin buy here from Heroic. No op. Galil still in the hands of Shush. There's an opportunity for Vitality to extend the lead. But Spinks at groups, not a question. Spinks at groups is looking like first half of 2022 Spinks.
Right.
That's all they really want. ZywOo needs a friend. You know, Shiro's got Axel right beside him. Monacy's got Nico beside him. And ZywOo's without that companion. At Simple had Electronic for a long time. Didn't make top... He was well into my top 20 list. I'm actually not sure how Electronic missed top 20 this year, but...
I like that we can reference this alternative top 20 list, by the way.
You know what? Yeah, they said, yeah, criticisms of the top 20 list, make your own, and I freaking did, so...
Yeah, down with the monarchy. Okay. Don't get me wrong, HLTV, a bunch of kings over there. But if you want to join the rebellion...
Yeah, come over to the asteroid belt.
ZywOo, he'll find Tesses. That looks like it was just a lurk out from the top of Connector. So the first foray out of Heroic, and there's more where that came from, but it's not Heroic's move, it's Vitality's flanking that ramp. Ooh, curious bits of timing here.
Magisk is allowing for the timing, though, based on the setup. So he has to be aware of this potential fight.
Shush honing in on it, but so concerned. And then Magisk just feels it, walks outwards. And unfortunately for dupreeh, he just dove into the back of Market off that kill. They do get a chance to slide back out. They're going to hear those footsteps. Fight goes beyond. Nicely done from Apex. From the back of sight, a double. Cadian tries to recover. No time. Don't die, or else money's going to hurt. He hugs the wall and can't hang on. That's the cash cleared out. And Vitality continue this tear.
They had him in the right spot there to make sure to punish at the last seconds of the round. So Cadian out, all 5 down. A great hold. And yeah, you see Magic's in this position, relatively vulnerable because he's alone, but also more aware because he doesn't have people to watch things for him. You put that responsibility on someone, and suddenly they get a little buff in that regard. They're not going to take any overt risks towards Palace or A ramp. They have to be aware of that position. So, well, Heroic won a great round in this map so far, but there have been a lot of pistols around that. Actually, I have a pistol round. Work's cut out for him. But they've got nothing else to do tonight.
Feels like everything's been leading to this evening. Tickets to the spring final.
It's interesting because even if Vitality win Mirage, still a great veto for Heroic because of the second and third map, and that makes Nuke so much more interesting. You know, regardless of the result right now, it would make that interesting. So, well,
nice time flank.
How many times are they going to get away with this lurk? I've been watching demos.
There's just a quick uptick in concern from dupreeh, like, oh god, I'm surrounded.
Yeah, he's got that long barrel on the silenced M4. He's getting nervous about this.
Ooh, but drops both. Nicely done from dupreeh. One of those moments where, like, you know, if they'd split him, it gets awkward, it's crazy. Cadian comes out with it, but no, sir. dupreeh, ice cold, sits in sight, gets all 3 frags, cleans it up as it always should have been.
Yeah, he had one mechanical issue with Shush jumping out the window. Apart from that, been pretty solid. And we're not in a day and age where the B player on Mirage is not getting any action. These days, sometimes B is getting more than A. Which is not a timeline we expected. Mirage just keeps giving, man. Such a great map.
Excellent map. Don't take it out.
First timeout here for Heroic.
Leave it.
Cadian said, you know, he was kind of on his team about coming into the match feeling motivated the other day. Also put some responsibility on himself as a captain. Recognized to James that things are shaky. They're winning what they need to win. Revenge match versus EG. Their match win versus Astralis. But now with the qualification spot on the line, there's no extra VO3. This is the one they can't afford to lose and think, oh, well, it could have been better. They know, just like a couple months ago, this would be a very favored matchup in favor of Heroic.
ZywOo not trying to mask the cannon, but early warning shots. Top mid presence. Ooh, good damage from Spinks. Clips TeSS. Just nearly misses down. There's a chance for still this fight to go either direction. Heroic have at least puffed their chest enough to push back that front line of the defenders. The B site changes up. Apex instead closer towards Arch. ZywOo scoped in on the windows. Clean kill versus Cadian. That's the Mac 10 dead. And Apex cuts off that cat play in TeSS. So Stown is going to have to come and take the place of that. They're still trying for this split. From 5 players down to 3, they go at it a second time. And unfortunately for Heroic, but fantastically for Vitality, that is flawless.
Don't think his eyelids even shudder when people swing on him. ZywOo so calm, so collected at all times. Crispy shot so far. Right place, right time as well. As he pointed out, shooting out of the window at the beginning of the round into actually rotating A to CT to maybe try to elicit a swing. But as soon as he didn't see any reaction from Heroic, decided to move it to the B site. One step ahead of them, reading their game plan before they get their notes out. Back to pistols for Heroic.
Heroic trying to keep up the pace. We've already got Cadian tucked on chair.
I think they just spotted Spinks tucked, but can't approach.
Well, the nature of these outcomes, it's really Heroic getting a beating, but it doesn't seem like they're shying away from anything yet. This one just straight back at it, straight into close proximity from Cadian. Feels like even though the kills are going down so quickly, the tempos of these rounds are being kept up, even when they're working with so little. You don't want Vitality to get to 7-2 and also feel too comfortable. So that's gonna invite them inwards, and it's not just one. dupreeh tries to come off of the catwalk peak. Bit of a challenge here. M4 was picked up momentarily, but then it hits the ground again. But we've got damage on ZywOo and dupreeh. A miraculous Desert Eagle moment could be coming. Apex, had he been either of the other two, that would have been a kill. But from 100 health, you'll stand, 3 survive, Vitality 7-2.
The most frustrating thing for teams that are going against Heroic in the last 12 months is that they're not a fan of him because Cadian likes to make enemies so that he's motivated to win. Well, the problem is they talk the talk and walk the walk. When they bring the energy by yelling, they also bring it in the server with their aggression, and they do it consistently. We're all like waiting for the day, you know, well, not waiting for the day. Fingers crossed that never happens, but that Cadian on a celebration just, you know, pops a blood vessel because of how much energy he's outputting.
Eyeball pops out.
He can keep it going. I mean, he's proved he can keep going. Sure. Best of 5, multiple tournaments in a row. Yeah. It works for him.
Yeah. He always gets redder, and luckily never turns blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Red looks good on Heroic. dupree's slight vision over top of the ticket. Quite an abundance of smoke for there to be nothing behind it. And then silence.
Vitality have brought an incredibly active game so far in the first 10. And now they're stacking the correct site. Light on mid control. Light towards B. Heroic have not seen success over there in some time. So it looks like another great setup, another great read here for the defenders.
Just kind of floating in the no man's land.
Oh, he gets into Sandwich. So Sandwich, you don't want Sandwich if you lose connector control and if you're really like the only one on the site. But to overstack a site, it's a great spot.
We'll see how many he can claim from here. Keeps the gun barrel tucked in. Wants them to go beyond and almost given a chance to transfer that one upwards. Tesses, the next to fall as dupree comes out wide. Spinks, his chance, and he does get more done, but Jabby still alive and kicking here.
ZywOo hasn't lost vision on this cross. They have to respect it. They go for it.
Missed shot. Ooh, critical turning point, maybe. They're left with such little HP that the cleanup should be easy. Cadian doesn't get that best of ZywOo. 8 seconds to play. Bomb site on fire, no chance.
The molly was nice. ZywOo knew he didn't cross yet, but that was also his only option. Couple seconds ahead on that one. Vitality are looking lucid right now. And I think when they were at their best, I think it was the, you know, Masuda iteration of Vitality. I've always said that when I felt like their whole team was really bringing a lot of output. But even as a team and calling, it was the activity on CT side that signified them playing well as a team. And I think last year we saw a lot of ZywOo carrying, not much help. Spinks when he had a second carry, they literally won a tournament. When they didn't have that, that just wasn't enough to have one man. And that exposed actually the follies of the team and the unit and how much they actually aren't bringing as a squad. Because when we look at the team they're playing against right now, again, you bring up Stown, not even ranked higher than ZywOo. No one else from Heroic in the top 20, but farther ahead as a roster in the rankings.
Number 1, in fact.
Yeah.
Although I will say, even with Heroic being number 1 at the moment, we've had many teams at number 1. It doesn't feel like, you know, it's incredibly cemented just yet. And I think even they're super aware of that, right? It's like they are the kings, but it feels like their head's still on the executioner's block. They got control of the situation for now, but everybody's gunning for it.
Yeah. It's like they capture the point.
Yeah.
But they still have to hold it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's attacking, trying to get in the circle.
And everybody else just respawns, got full kits.
Right.
You just know those nades are coming.
Some work to do.
But for now, it's theirs.
5 straight, so many pistols. Well, Apex up to the plate.
Oof. Track shush. They're going to try to swarm him here, and it works. Tesses with the Tech 9, able to grab that freshly reloaded M4. But ZywOo still holding that angle, and they can jump and hop and hope as much as they want. It's not enough. No bomb plant, no further kill. They've only lost Apex in this moment, and Vitality, safe to say, came to play tonight.
If this is the establishing shot of the year,
holy hell,
we are in for a show.
Because to be honest with you, when I looked at Group A at the start of this event, right, before 2023's Counter-Strike gets going, I was looking at like, okay, who's Heroic's challenger? Evil Geniuses? Nah. Vitality? Maybe, but I almost put Astralis in that same conversation because of the inclusion of Device. So I thought if we were going to get a heated battle, it was Vitality and Astralis. Not Vitality coming for the Kings. Knocking their heads clean off. Also because of the new format for the blast groups, you know, you get a day off in between games. Vitality been sat back, waiting for this chance.
Nuke Pick had to have rocked them. Like, Heroic are going to be ready to play it. Maybe a little too happy based on what we're seeing here on Mirage.
Sorry, Cadian, not today. Feels all the way back at the minute mark. We've still got all of Heroic spread across the map, so options very much open. CT's kerneled closer to the A site. Couple players in connector. Smoke's trickling down onto that A bomb site. We'll see if that ends up turning them backwards so that maybe Stound can come through. It's a double peek both sides. Nice first trade. TeSS can't lose presence of mind, but he does lose half his health. Nice damage here versus Dupree. They're gonna try to get him out, and they will. Flush him off that corner. Magis drawn back from Khan. Again, has to fight, but can't get more than one. ZywOo slides out, and they're about to round that corner. Not fast enough. Not that time. One player left in Apex, and it feels like Heroic's squeeze to A has worked out. Layers on that, orchestrated by Cadian, critical to come up connector to at least unravel the initial setups, and then the X factor is no kill from ZywOo.
There was a massive amount of resistance inside a connector, so Vitality, they had the right idea about where to stop him from coming in, and so Heroic, with the toughest job to do, still pull it off, and that inspires confidence. That'll feel great. Also, chance here for ZywOo to hold on for a second, but shush, that perfect first bullet accuracy. Also brought it on the entry on the other round they won. One of the support players of last year that kind of almost went under the radar, I think, because it's hard to say with Heroic. Sometimes I think the conversation was, it's hard to say what position that some of these players even play because they play such fluid CS in a way that other teams are not doing, that their stats are so even. Like even here at the groups right now, they've all got a 1.20 rating. One of those down is a 1.21, but
one of those teams that's like really kind of pushing that narrative of roles being redefined in CS right now. We leave behind the traditional term.
And it makes sense that, you know, late stage Counter-Strike is about how much you can push, how many roles each person is doing. There are other games where you get one role and then you master it, and the thing that makes Counter-Strike hard is that you can play all 5 roles in one round if you really need to, and oftentimes the best players do.
Uh-oh, TeSS was under pressure there for a second as Cadian missed the shot, but now TeSS is going to apply it. Runs out top middle, won't let Spinks get back. All the while, Stound now creeps beneath. He hears the scope.
See, he just jumped out. Oh my god.
Okay, that's a little.
Well, they thought they had one mid control, seeing him run back. We'll talk about that in a second.
what an animal move from Magis.
Oh, Dupree's doing well, man.
Then the other Dane lines up a couple, so this one's gonna be taken back for the most part already. 3 up. Tall order for Cadian, especially now as the Arch player tucks in. So nicely done from Dupree, and out of nowhere comes Magis.
Dude, yeah, so the thing is that you don't pull the underpass player without top mid support, and they cleared out top mid. So that's why Stound's actually at a disadvantage coming out there. But it looked like, from his perspective, he found a timing. No one was looking here, and they're making tons of noise above him in the window. But as soon as Vitality decided to release pressure, they almost have a right to peek underpass. They actually know TeSS just ran out of top mid. He's not there in support. So Stound tried to do something creative in that situation. And Vitality, again, just thinking actively, decided to jump first. And that came down to a small timing, but a good one.
Yeah. Ooh, hold on. It's fast. Heroic gonna try to kick up the tempo.
Wow.
Dupree, just like last round, gonna body bag him on the exit. They do have 2 back sight. Nice early dink. It's gonna make things uncomfortable. TeSS connects to Apex. Down comes out, knows that Dupree is pinned in this position, and a frag with his name on it. Dupree smothered by the shrapnel. But I like this. Nothing to lose. So much money in Vitality's back pockets. Go for it. Surely. Okay.
I guess they just, that was the only gift they could give Heroic that they might not be able to buy for themselves next round. But yeah, you're right. They should be trying to punish exits here. And they have rifles just straight up going for it.
Now into the AK.
No, you were right and they were wrong. And I want that to be known.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Get back in there, ZywOo. There it is.
He makes it look so easy.
He does for 17 and 4. He's clapping cheeks right now.
God.
Listen.
Both hands.
Yeah. Well, Heroic, it felt like a little tilt coming in with just a straight-on rush B. They've been going fast. They always do, but this one's just so light on the util, but that might relieve some tension. They win the round. They get some good entries, and they hit some hard shots to do it, but they all do them. Dupree's a scary one to test right now, too. He's been doing great inside the B side, and Dupree's form is one who I think, of the 2 players to come onto the team, and again, we're talking about 7 majors between him and Magisk. Dupree's form was solid when they first came on, started to drop off a lot. Another fast round, though. Let's get into it.
Heroic, not wasting any time here. Gonna try to keep things rambunctious, and Jabby finds the equalizer. Magisk over the top. Ooh, awkward. Burning down to a measly 35 HP. Stown wants the challenge. Works out wonderfully for the first kill, but maybe he didn't expect Apex to also be right there. They pump the brakes, and Apex won't respect that. Over top of Ticket, claws it back. Man advantage, health advantage. Time, however, left to be played.
The re-aggressions are insane. I think Heroic are expecting them to play back a little bit.
Yeah, like, where's our respect?
Yeah. Oh, Bomb's actually in an awkward spot. I mean, they can obviously jump up and grab this, but right now, we're talking about no utility whatsoever. And the A side is definitely the worst of the 2 to go to. They look for a kill.
Yeah.
Zaiwu welcomes the try.
Yeah. So, best of luck, dear Jabby. Ticket first, jungle next. And that first one won't even go down. Not only is Dupree second on that scoreboard, but Apex right behind them. Lights out CS from Vitality, but it's only the start of the series.
Welcome to the round table of in-game leaders. I've assembled some of the greatest minds. I've got Nitro, Nexa, and Karakan to discuss all the things around being a fantastic IGL when it comes to Counter-Strike. This kind of discussion I want to start off with is becoming an IGL. Now, I know for you, Nitro, as an example, you just kind of fell into it. You know, you went from being one of the star players into this. But how does it come into it? How do you just start becoming an IGL? How did it work for you, for example, Karakan?
I think already in a young age, when I played 1.6, I kind of was always a secondary caller in that sense. Okay. I was a star player back in the days. People might not know from CSGO, judging. So yeah, I played under great in-game leaders back then in the Danish scene, but also God B was like kind of the last big IGL I had before. I kind of took it myself up. So yeah, it kind of came natural when I was 16 that I had like a strong voice and a vision for the game and how it should be played. But I waited until the right moment, so I was mature enough to kind of lead bigger teams.
I mean, for me, I never really wanted to be the IGL, right? I was always the secondary caller, and I guess the thing for me is I never really played with any like top tier in-game leader, you know, so I don't really know how others do it. I just know that like I was always a secondary caller, and people kind of like looked up to me, and they said, yeah, bro, you should do this. Like, you know, you have what it takes. You should be the in-game leader. You know, you can do it. So I always went into that path. Like I tried to stop being an in-game leader like 3 or 4 times, but it just, like, you know, I was like, I think I'm better as a secondary caller, you know, like I can help my actual in-game leader, you know, and then just somehow I just kept coming back into it, you know, and then I decided to take the responsibility and you know, see where it can take me.
For you, Nick?
I think like 2016, I first tried, and I was really bad because I was really skilled on my team, and like I was like the second voice. I think the second voice in the team is like the best because you can kind of do what you want and like also be playing your own game, right?
Yeah, it's the best job in the world, I think, in the CSGO.
2017 is when I first took over and just went from there, and it was not something that I wanted.
Five control. Fake.
We 5A, we 5A. That window boost.
Nice.
We 5A. I have rope. Should be con, guys. I have rope.
I'm blind. Maybe.
Oh, Tetris, I'm flashing, guys. Flashing, Tetris. Block.
Two. Blind, both.
One more.
Apps. No! AK rep.
I was too far. Nice, guys.
For everyone else.
Sigma 2.
Oh, that was too far, he said. But I think it set the precedent, man. That energy, just enjoy.
What did he say?
That was too far.
No, but what was it that was too far?
His pop-off.
Oh, okay.
By the looks of it.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what he said that was too far, but it's Apex. He's come up with
It's
things
Apex,
to
yeah.
say every day.
No,
I get it.
It's nice. It's nice to know he's self-aware, though.
Yeah. Listen, on the other side of that mirror is Cadian.
Right.
And, you know, when he's winning, he's going to be doing the exact same thing. But right now, I mean, Vitality, it's so pleasing to the eyes to see Vitality playing well, isn't it? Smooth as butter right now.
The formula.
You just love to see these expensive teams do well. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job, EG.
You want these projects to make sense. And Vitality for a second there, you know, maybe the most expensive, right? That was a crazy clash and upgrade. And to be fair to them, from an org perspective, I think their moves have all made sense. They just didn't necessarily work, right?
Yeah, no, they don't have a... Yeah,
they spent a lot of money to make moves that did make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Now they're supposed to be reaping the benefits. Said Cadian would get loud when Heroic win, but right here on Mirage, it's if Heroic can win.
Oh, this move is so important. Okay, it's 3v5, but we'll see about Cat first.
Yeah, that Cat fight's kind of putting a bit of a dent in this rotation. Apex, oh, caught in the murder hole. So it's going to have to be a miraculous 2v5 out of the French-Danish-Israeli fusion.
Gotta be careful, though.
Because ZywOo's still kicking 20-4.
Or maybe some kind of high-low advantage, but there are limited angles to peek from. The T's know what to watch. And they win over window control. We just witnessed Prime Simple. Prime move up next. A site open. Yeah, TeSeS on this flank. What do you really gain from it when you could be tucked Palace or A ramp? Right now he's just turned into a rotator. Some irony to that. It's still 3v2, but the bomb's going down. They found the open site. This is a lot of space, man.
Ooh, and TeSeS misses the kill on the attempt from mid. And it felt like maybe that could have confirmed they didn't go apartments, but they also left underpass.
No one's even coming in to flank Spinks, so...
Oh, ZywOo. Oh my god. He's the reason they're back in this. Those 2 kills towards window. But TeSeS keeps himself honed in on it. Can Spinks go above and beyond? He's definitely outnumbered. He's already been spotted and very quickly killed. So the threat's quelled. Heroic, they'll take that pistol.
Yeah. Vitality denied the conversion after Heroic won the first. They have a pistol. They have 2 pistols in this game in 5 rounds right now, so desperately looking for conversions.
That was an attempt to turn it around.
Yeah, Vitality juggling all that chaos. They know the buy's coming through on the other side of the map.
It looks good, dude. Look, AK, triple Galil.
But remember, even that bomb plant makes you buy less SMGs. Makes it more expensive for Heroic. Puts more emphasis on not just winning, but with how many you win with.
Exclusively.
On Blast TV.
Magisk. Yeah, careful now. Nade's coming through. That's decent, right?
Solid.
Remember, we're playing with the FAMAS, we're playing with nerfed A1Ss and the MP9, so that nade.
I mean, Shush can smell it.
Potentially impactful. Oh, but he can also feel it. Feels the wrath of Magisk.
Damn, they're putting ostensible pressure here on A. They're just down inside a jungle. No one in CT right now. Bomb's gonna get collected with mid control here for Vitality. I like the map for them. It's not terrible for Heroic, but they would have loved for it to be in this situation, I think. Now starting to work back towards the A site. Cadian's going to clear out B while they're clearing A, however. These are the kinds of moves that define Heroic. That's nicely done.
Nicely orchestrated by Cadian. Of course, there's still the question is how does he get back into it? And the difficult task of Heroic holding off this commitment, because here it comes, 30 seconds. ZywOo will have an open run towards connector, though, because Cadian's still removed. And Dupree wastes no time shredding the little that was left of Stound. Jabby also empty as he falls, and TeSeS gonna have to go God mode. So even though TeSeS gets a double, it's still gonna have to push Cadian into the clutch. Not comfortable, but... Oh, so close to maybe denying that bomb. Problem is he sprints, so Spinks ready for that peek. off Palace gives Vitality 12.
Little boost in the economy, plus the round win. Guaranteed trade with him running there. So 12 rounds for Vitality, and actually, they're moving like molasses to approach that A site after those kills came down, and Heroic made a great move of both clearing out B and getting into good spots in the A site. That was the only way to get back into it. It actually demanded of Vitality to hit hard shots to win that round, even though they got the 5v4, but they did. And I think that's the extra layer that's separating Vitality right now. That's standing out, that's coming off the page for us. They're hitting a lot of hard shots, and it's not just ZywOo.
Cadian doesn't go deep enough to see him. Beretters sitting outside the ramp. Vitality peeling away. Oh, nice, TSS.
He wasn't pre-aiming that, was it? That must have been some kind of
That's a clean one.
Nasty adjustment, yeah.
That there's a doozy. And CT is going to very quickly run that back on Cat. They get chased, though. Ooh, it's not just TSS. Jabby also connecting with the hand cannon. Cadian scout up next. Apex gets tagged and connects damage, but neither player dropped. You got to get out of there. No man's land. The connector peak's coming. Just leave, bro. Stay alive.
Well, 3v4. Looking at the guns here, TSS couldn't get that gun back. One at top mid.
Ooh, Scouts found another. Cadian's done a great job. He has tagged all three players. He has primed his players perfectly to finish this off. And instead, he's going to do the job on his own. Excellent scout shots out of Cadian. That's 5 in a row. Every single player tagged. Apex, desperate for the plant, will be ended. And it's Deagles and a scout out of Heroic.
Massive, obviously. With an op there, he just ends them right away. Really good positioning. Going in for the second window while staying in market was really cool. Yeah, that's an insane shot from TSS. Clean Deagles tonight here for Heroic. That'll get him talking in TeamSpeak. That's not too bad. Still a huge cavernous deficit in rounds, but CT side to look forward to. They know they're great on Mirage. This is their map pick, but now they're down to their final 2 timeouts. Exist will join the fray.
Love that scout clip from Cadian. I feel like we've seen a lot of Apex scouting lately, a lot of Cadian scouting. This is the best scout play I've seen yet this week. Superb.
Now in French.
Superbe. However, there is still a threat. ZywOo and Apex going raid boss. Armored AKs. No utility though, so it's gonna have to just be duels. And they find one mid. No damage out of Jabby. ZywOo ready. It's the fact that Apex picks one up.
And this is a gun they can get back. They put him out on an aggressive move with no support behind him while the smoke in the window. It's maybe something you didn't expect actually on a low buy. So it might be a slight misread on the money here for Heroic. Not sure what they would say about it. And Down puts himself in a playmaker spot again. When you play this spot, you can peek the connector, walk in, look for timings. On low grenades, you can't molly the window that often. I think that's the read from Down as well. And he is even playing here with a smoke in case that's coming. But does he find that timing window? Oh, and will it just be too late? There it is, the connector walk in.
At least the answer. Puts down a smoke to try and keep himself shrouded. Not too far off the lineup, and Dupree has just been pegged by a nade.
ZywOo just intentions clear here. He could have gone catwalk to punish the window play. Instead, he turns the corner on Cat to move forward with this exec. Showing their intentions now.
Can Spinks get over there? Yeah, he can take underpass, just leave. Problem is, again, right? Spinks' other entry, Dupree on half health. It's down. Oh, he catches Apex up inside connector, not ready for the fight. Pistol will not be a limitation, apparently. Man's now on an MP9. Stown misses the jump that could have maybe, if he's fast enough, caught this bomb jumping out from apartments, but instead, it's Vitality and Heroic going tit for tat, back and forth. 4 rounds in a row, no consecutive wins.
Yeah, but that's the thing that gets more expensive for the CT side.
Do they chance this?
He's close.
Kid on Stown. Cadian needs a clean one, and he picks that up, but he loses his teammate. Here it comes out of Cadian. A little bit of conviction. A fight back bench. Not knowing where that second player was. Turned him away from the engagement and gave Vitality a chance to recover, so it works.
Again, key frags at every turn, and dupreeh. The map he's having, this T-side entry with a P250. Your worst enemy is not even an M4 or an AK, it's the MP9. And that was sitting there on Van, waiting for him to come around that corner. So I think it may have started out with a misread of the money. It may be hard to precipitate a force of that kind with the 2 guns, plus window smokes, and that's all their utility. So a great call by Vitality on the wrong round to push mid, seizing the opportunity.
Fresh reminder that they can do it. Incredibly similar buy. Worked out last time because of Cadian going God mode. Vitality are not wasting a moment here. Already inside connector in abundance. And a 3-prong split into this A site. Stown gonna have a multitude of players to his left. Gonna be very difficult to keep them in. Maybe Cadian can send a scout shot through. Sure enough, Spinks gets hit, smokes land. And that should keep them back, or possibly prime Stown to shut him off with the Deagle. And sure enough, he will catch Apex, but the rest of the players had already gotten past.
Yeah, they almost didn't care at that point. They knew they could continue with the scaling, that smoke going down, as long as they got the CT guy.
They just let him go. So Vitality, all the players in the right positions, and a proper pounce on top of it. But it's not over, folks. Desert Eagle and Berettas find their home. Weird post plant as dupreeh's wrapped back around through CT. Counter terrorist just cleared jungle, so this should go well. dupreeh now has backs turned to him. Hands on rifles means that they now have this bolstered sense of confidence, and it's all false. Vitality 14, 2 alive, get past that force, and it's awkward money for Heroic to try and keep Vitality off 15.
20 rounds deep and the game's almost over, man. If there's one thing we've learned today, it's that EG walks so Vitality could run. They aren't investing a single dime.
Not one, man. Just can't. They know they got to run this back. It's going to have to be 9 straight. Or GG go nuke. Which is such an interesting part of this
crazy
menu tonight.
Yeah.
Magisk going to find both the players to his left side, and then, sure enough, dive. So be it. Give him a Mac 10. It's a
That's Apex on 20.
What a day.
Yeah. 21.
Showcasing his tapping and spraying all in the same round. The fact that Apex has tied ZywOo for kills. I would love to know. Some nerd go digging. We got the analyst desk up next. When's the last time Apex has gone kills? 1 for 1 with ZywOo?
Or more, or even more.
Or more.
Yeah.
You know, it's an anomaly. It's one of those things where sometimes I watch Apex and I just want to I just kind of want to just pat him on the back, like, slow down, buddy. You know, like sometimes outside on Nuke, he's just running at Nico, dying, and it's like, take a step back, reevaluate, and maybe change it up. You know, ramp on Vertigo has also been a problem.
I really think that's a confidence thing that comes from you end up being so you put yourself in the mindset that you've got such good players, you're an IGL, and you're info getting. You're trying to be so selfless to the point that you actually don't value your own life at all.
Yeah.
And then you just get too far away from your teammates, you take too many noise risks.
They're going to try to close this with a statement, but maybe sent back to the drawing board. Stown kills Apex top mid. We get all of Heroic starting to try and sprint over to save Tesses, who's been left under balcony.
Palace Smoke saving them right here. Vitality with Spinks at the corner could have punished Tesses. Going up, Spinks ran away, and it baits, draws that shot out, maybe 3v3.
Queen from Shush to catch ZywOo. That's a big scalp dead. Maybe Spinks has to go hero mode. All the while, Jabby's getting ever closer on the flank. If dupreeh doubles back and can catch him, because, listen, there's so much time. I don't blame Jabby. Yeah, just keep this tucked in. Great insurance policy.
Yeah, and now we'll see if Heroic go for better spots or if they chill. Either way, they're up. Smart of Yabi not to overextend in this position.
Yeah, him and Dupree a waiting game, but
lots of utility if they want to think about this.
Deck stacked against Vitality. They have to go for that site. And I would say caution being...
They can go for the CT plant and
yep.
cross via default, but we'll see. They're holding on to everything for now.
Jabby activating, knowing that they've got to be working out. Smoke for connector. Shush. Ooh, he's still got a little gap. Oh, wow. Just the smallest little margin. And now as the bomb plant is tapped, faked once, Jabby's going to emerge out from ramp and put a very quick end to all this. Heroic, fight on.
Yeah, it's another good one. But is it too late, man? Heroic, 7 rounds.
Had to be 9 straight.
Yeah.
That's number 1.
It was a good stoppage on the early exec out the A ramp. Got marginally sketchy for a second, but great round from Shush. Killed the high HP player in both situations. Yeah, Dupree said, Dupree's a player who's, I think, tapered off the most for his stature in the last 2 years on the roster.
Okay.
He said his goal is to, full rifle coming in against down, stopping him.
Farewell.
Wow, drawing the line in the sand right at the top of mid.
See ya. This one just dismantled, so 2 of 9. 7 to go.
Dupree's goal was to be the most winning major player in Counter-Strike history. So he moves to a new roster, right? So he's no longer playing with Glaive device. And he said he's very happy to have moved on with Magis because he only has 3 majors. So even if they win one together, he'll be 1 ahead. And we'll be looking at 5.
I love Dupree's perspective.
That's a great way to look at it.
Set yourself up for greatness, folks.
If you were wondering why he picked Magis to go to Vitality with, that's why. Because he had the least majors on Astralis.
Because of Kirby. Cadian. Not going to waste a moment. Feels like Heroic still powering up. Think back to that first half where Heroic kind of ended things very quickly. You know, we never saw their identity change throughout that. They were still playing active, getting aggressive and man disadvantage, and you know, it's like a live and die by your philosophy. For now, there's still a pulse.
Daiwu has a deagle, that's all I'm going to say.
TSS has given him information. The Zaiwu calculator
we might have to reload in a second here.
Is formulating a way to open up this B site. You know, I'm just saying, I had never heard about artificial intelligence until I also knew about Zaiwu. Is that a coincidence? Maybe.
Oh, he has a deagle too.
I like it. Apex, let's see what you got. Chance to go grab the guns down. Nice and easy. Remember, these are unarmored pistols. So, unfavored every step of the way. Apex. Come on now. Not gonna happen. Jabby cleans up. Like I said, 2 of 9.
1 foot in front of the other.
Yep.
Brick by brick. Trust the process.
Also, that was 3 of 9. I only had to count to 9 and still got it wrong. But the guns are back.
We forgive you.
Okay. Round 25. Still mood on the line for Heroic. Recover this score. Things aren't as bad as they seemed.
Yeah, morale is an underrated angle, 100%.
Kerrigan recently did that interview where he said, you know, it's just important to not let teams, if you're gonna lose, don't let teams completely stomp you. Because the next time they play you, they've got that confidence. You fight every round.
Oh, that's free, isn't it?
Should be, and is. Apex continues his success. Down, staves off the first connector player, and with an excellent flash out of Cadian, just pins Apex to the side of that wall. We've got Heroic back with man advantage from a 4v5.
Yeah, we're not talking about a great half from basically anybody on Heroic after that 4 rounds, but in the second half, Down has been making a lot of key plays.
Shush gets one at least. Traded back, so it's going to be a one-man difference, and Bomb can just go join Spinks. There was a point in this map where Stown was as far down that scoreboard as Shush.
Yeah, they've both been good on CT side.
You'd expect nothing less. 30 seconds on this one.
This is an incredibly late underpass. If they clear this, I don't even... Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't believe he's here. Okay, Tessus comes back to check. And Magisk will just now save. Miles across that A site to get to the bomb plant zone in the 1v3. So a relatively quiet round. And in the default opening kill here for Heroic, that's been a persistent feature of the last few. Into sometimes 2 undenied trades. So Heroic, they're in dignified territory.
5 left.
Took a long time to warm up and potentially risking their own map pick again. Great veto to look forward to, but also a Vitality who are better than we've seen in recent memory. They've now validated their wins versus EG versus Astralis in this group. When they play versus EG, we're like, damn, Spinks is playing really well. But it is just EG in that sense, so great to have these 2 lock horns now for a spot at the spring final.
Feels like things have gotten a little quiet in terms of the players towards the end of this game.
Sprained his ankle.
Yeah. But even Apex, out of the pistol round, hooting and hollering.
True.
Obviously, Vitality, maybe if they get that 16th, can enjoy that pop-off, but reality creeping in. Heroic are stringing together rounds, and Vitality, it's not buy after buy. But they've done more with less. Ooh, Cadian, early damage. Not going to be comfortable here, close connector. And there's an abundance of Vitality players outside of this window. Stown, before that smoke goes down or pops up, he'll catch Magisk. Opening kill, Heroic. Pretty tucked chair.
Yeah, he's rented out some space in the corner of that window, and it has paid off. They miss a small timing on when they smoke.
Active.
Yeah, Shush catches the fallback with the bomb in his possession, comes flying at him.
There we go, Shush. Oof, he's going to find Dupree top middle as well. Smoke will give him a little chance to escape, but ZywOo caught, as TeSS will not give them a single bit of space to catch their breath. Spinks 1v4, 3 players top middle. This could be one of those crazy moments where they all line up. Or if he plays the angle correctly, 1 by 1.
Okay.
But Jabby keeps his head tucked and gives Heroic 11. 4 more to go.
Now, this would be my crazy prediction gamble bet.
Okay.
That we have Vitality losing steam, right, in these rounds. They aren't looking as strong. And Heroic clearly could win this game now. They could come back to overtime. But it's a game that, despite now the calling starting to slow down a bit on Vitality, they've shown so much individual level on this that they're going to win this on an eco.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm just going to, that's fine.
We're going to get one of those ZywOo moments.
And if I'm wrong, my name is Scrawny Connor Gervin. Find me on Twitter.
That's Connor Lormer Dawson Gervin to you.
Tristan Felix Norman Williams Jenkins Rowe over here.
Dupree. So close. So close. Ooh, I thought Stown was going to get back around the corner, but instead... Listen, 2 rounds ago, 5v4 from Vitality, still didn't net them the round win. Heroic gonna have to show they can do that once more, at least, to keep the hopes of Mirage alive. They just for a second were posted on that angle, but Jabby comes outwards as Dupree gets into the ladder room. So Vitality not catching another kill, but still collecting more and more control of this map. 45 seconds, Cadian's deep in apartments. Spinks isn't gonna give him anything to shoot at, and so we get Vitality walking this back. Magisk, next up, Shush. The sliver of hope for Heroic. TeSS can turn his attention back to Connector, and all of a sudden, Heroic are very split up. It's 2-2 per site, because even Vitality seemingly going either way.
They have to wait for Spinks now. That was the turning point. He was the guy to split A. Now they have to go up Con a little faster. See this angle getting used. It's very powerful.
Spinks versus Shush, that could be key. TeSS catches Apex first. Cadian's died elsewhere, but it's the Spinks pickup that puts all the pressure on TeSS. 8 seconds, and ZywOo is gonna take that head clean off. It's Jabby's turn. Stop that bomb! And as he runs out, he gets that first player, but nothing more. So sure enough, 9 rounds needed out of Heroic, and they chain together some, but not enough. First blood will go the way of Vitality because they came out swinging. When we look at that scoreboard, topped by ZywOo, Spinks, Apex, Dupree, and Magisk, all not too far off. This is the Vitality formula.
And this Vitality formula continues to work out. The streak continues, at least for now, Danny. And this Mirage, this was one hell of a fight. You guys started back at the beginning when Spinks came in, picking it again and again, but you were struggling against the top teams. What was the difference today?
I think Lotan has had a lot of time to, because he's controlling a lot of the CT side by being the connector player, so he's had a lot of time to adapt to our playstyle, and I think he's doing a tremendous job. But we also knew that, kind of expected Heroic to pick it, and they were playing really well, but we just got momentum on the CT side, so props to the guys, they played really well.
Yeah, fantastic first half off the back of that. Now we're going into this Nuke, though. I want to see why you went for Nuke over Inferno that Heroic continued to struggle on. You didn't want to be too predictable?
I mean, as I said earlier, I think Paris is in our view. For me, it's also about that we need to dare to pick some of the maps that we are really good on in practice, and we need to get official experience. It's not that we are not taking anything seriously, but we need to be able to dare playing our game and to try out some of the maps. And yeah, of course, I saw ET yesterday. They did a pretty good job against Heroic. So for me, it's mostly about ourselves, but we need to be able to dare to pick it.
Dare to win. I like it, Danny. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
It's a good position for it, but oh, that's the M4 removed. Shush! A Nova and a Dream! 3 kills from it! I did not expect that to be the hero of this round, but somehow it's kept Heroic in this. I've never seen the Nova get away with something like this. Oh, and I'll be running away, but that Nova, that big green gun, not the one we often talk about, sat up on top of the hut and thirsting for blood. Some Young might give it to him. He's hunting.
Oh my lord.
He's dropped into the lobby. He wants more. Nova is his friend. He's on for the ace. 4 kills on the back of the shotgun.
That's unreal from Shush. Up on top. Everyone is looking elsewhere. Look at it go.
This earned the hero music. I mean, man, look at it. It's like the perfect habitat for it. In all its glory, the Nova. 4 in the round, and Heroic keep themselves in this series.
And a smoke goes into the window. They do not want to make this mistake. They do not want to give those guns back to Liquid. No more chances, because there will be no more attempts this year. Final chance to write the final chapter. Hunter, of course, turns it right into a Liege, sent to the sidelines, and still OC is nowhere to be found. Hooksy plants that bomb with the hopes of a trophy lift at the end of this year. It's little from OC, and it's far too late. A retake necessary with the talent stacked against him. A phenomenal event from JKS. And while the Kovacs watches on, guess what? 2 brothers from Bosnia with a childhood dream to win events since this all started. And ladies and gentlemen, believe your eyes, Abu Dhabi with the newest champions. G2 do the unthinkable.
They win a LAN. A first Tier 1 victory for Hunter, a trophy in the cabinet.
The comeback too little too late as it's Vitality to begin off at full speed and truly submit the hurt to Heroic. Stealing away their opponent's map pick is a statement win on this first round of Mirage. And it wasn't just the ZywOo show. We had Dupree with some highlights, even Apex pulling some punches. A true concerted team effort from Vitality.
You know what? It is true. We are not going to congratulate ZywOo solely. That would be wrong. But I will say he did what a superstar is supposed to do, which is to put his team on the right track. He had an incredible beginning. Of course, we're going to talk about his Deagle round, but he really helped creating that momentum for Vitality, and then you had different actors, different players, different profiles who rose up to the occasion.
It's looking good. It's looking real good for Vitality. For the first time, we see them all activated at the same time. I feel that's a conversation we've had a lot of times here on the desk, that then ZywOo is having a great game, then Spinks occasionally having a good map, Dupree occasionally. Magic's have actually been, you know, the one support player or supportive element for Vitality that has been delivering over the vast majority of the past 6 months, but they are all activated at the same time. Look at the scoreboard. Even Apex up there, you know, having a fun time and having a good time screaming left, right, and center inside the studio. It's good to see Vitality play at this level because we haven't seen that in a very long time.
Well, Matthew, we've got to spin that track. The Dirty Deagle Madness going down from ZywOo in just round number 2.
The best way to start a game, if there ever was one. Yes, indeed, ZywOo did some of his magic onto Heroic. Have a look at here. Heroic won the pistol round. We thought they were on track. Then a couple of tags being flown in. Magis tries to make the work with the Deagle, but then the rest is history. ZywOo from that shadow position, about 6 bullets, 4 death. You can just hear it. You hear it from the reaction. We get the chance, actually the luxury of watching from his POV as well. That angle is known to be dangerous, and ZywOo with the Deagle is obviously a force to be reckoned with. We even get the behind the shoulder kind of view. I like that.
He's so calm. Like, how is he so calm after that? He doesn't even react.
Just a normal day.
Screaming. It's insane.
He's done it so many times before, right? He's so good. He's so good at the game.
Just another day in the office, you know?
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that's totally apt. It's that momentum shift, I guess, the kind of the hype that's been put behind the team certainly happened in that moment.
And that's why Superstar will always have a different weight on the outcome of a game, because once the scoreline is 5-1 or 6-1 or 7-1, I'm confident that Apex can have a couple of multi-kills. I'm confident that maybe Dupree is going to overplay a little bit because the atmosphere is positive. The atmosphere is happy, full of energy. We're winning. We have momentum. But whenever you need someone to start from the get-go, this is when you look at your superstars. You look at your Simple, you look at ZywOo to make sure that when everyone is on the neutral state, they will create that energy for you. And I think that's exactly what he did on Mirage.
They install confidence in the teammates. You look towards your right, you look to your left, and you know you have ZywOo next to you. You know that if you're losing a duel, if you're making a bit of a misplay, there's always this chance that ZywOo will come in and save you. Players like ZywOo, players like Simple, they install confidence in the members around them when they're having a good game. And we saw that right here. Apex playing the best map of Counter-Strike he's played in a very, very long time. Dupree, for that matter as well, on track to having his best tournament in a very long time. Spinks as well. We can mention every single player right now for Vitality. They're delivering, and as I said, it's great to see.
I want to bring up the round distribution for this particular map as well, because it took up until round 21, I believe, for Heroic to actually string any back-to-back rounds together.
This was a full suffering on the side of Heroic, I'm not going to lie. I think the last 5 rounds kind of give us the illusion that this was an actual combat, that it was an actual battle. I don't think that was the case. I think Vitality always were in control. It was great for Heroic, though, to catch a second breath towards the very end, but Vitality had their numbers figured out.
Heroic won both pistol rounds. You see in the graph right here, you win both pistol rounds and get reset in the second round both times. It can happen once, but it can happen twice on the same map. That you're prone to lose the game.
So in terms of the CT side that Vitality were bolstering, first of all, what else was working so well for them? Was there any kind of tactical elements that you think they just had the upper hand versus Heroic?
Well, Jacob mentioned Dupree, and I think he has to be a one that we need to discuss. I think his positioning was most of the time very correct, in the sense that by playing that catwalk position, he always has to decide, am I fighting towards middle or am I helping Apex? That's one of the conundrum that he has to solve, and I thought he was in the right most of the times. Whenever Apex was in trouble, he was ready to help from catwalk. He survived in a couple of occasions, so that already makes a difference in itself when he's having a game like that.
One of the things that Vitality always have been exposed to is that their A defense and the B defense on the bomb sides have been a little bit weak. So ZywOo has always felt the need to kind of gamble and be either on the A side static or being on the B side static. This time around, they were solid. As you said, Dupree shot down B together with Apex. Magic's had a good one with Spinks on the A bomb side as well, which allowed ZywOo to basically rotate wherever he wanted to without feeling the pressure to do it. So he was freed up in a way where I feel like I haven't seen Vitality actually bust up a defense like that allows ZywOo ZywOo to do exactly what he wants to do instead of what he feels like he needs to do.
And I guess if we have to be completely honest, when Apex is finding a level like this, which is extraordinary by its nature, everything looks easier. Because we know his propensity to take fights, even when arguably this is not exactly the move to go for, but whenever he's having a zone, or he's having a game and he's in the zone, and he just goes for it. I have a couple of rounds in mind where he's from CT spawn, he finds a kill, immediately jumps up onto ticket, goes for another kill, and if it works, it's beautiful. But by probability, maybe, just maybe, he should have raided in a little bit, but in this game, all he touched was gold, so good for him.
In terms of what was lacking from Heroic then, kind of any glaringly obvious holes from you, because we were pre-facing this map, even Danny had a segment saying the minute details, the macros for them, always looking incredibly well drilled. It just didn't seem to be the case on this time.
One of the things we always praise Heroic for is their ability to dictate the pace of the game and constantly make your opponents feel uncomfortable on the server. You get into a round and you may end up in a situation where there's being traded a frag back and forth. It's a 4v4 and they instantly make the opponent sweat. I didn't have that feeling throughout this map on Mirage. I didn't have the feeling that Heroic were in control of Vitality in regards that you can make them over-rotate or you can make them get into their own minds and overthink the situation. We had the same issue when they were playing against EG. It felt like they were forcing the issue. They were forcing the pace of the game, playing super, super fast and not necessarily playing the heroic way of Counter-Strike. I think if you asked the Vitality players, they were never really, flustered by any of the imagination that what Heroic came with was actually enough to put them out of the position.
I agree. I mean, I've been standing here multiple times talking about how Cadian can throw a spanner in the work in the tactics that he's calling, but the problem is Heroic in this entire game found 7 entry kills in the entire game. And so he didn't have the space to play for. He didn't have the rotations to outmove. He didn't have the traps to set for Vitality. He was either a 1-for-1 trade from the defense or worse, a multi-kill, because if you were going on to ZywOo, he was multi-killing you. If you were going to Dupree, he was multi-killing you. Apex, hell, out of nowhere was multi-killing you. So I think Cadian never really had the pieces that he could move around. And as a result, it was Vitality who knew most of the time what was happening.
Let's preface Vitality's pick coming into this series, because it's been a little bit of a curveball of Nuke. We were kind of theory crafting as to exactly why they chose to bring this ground into the mix, perhaps compared to an Inferno, maybe even a Vertigo, which we will be seeing as a third and final decider if we do need it. Obviously, we didn't see Heroic having such a great time versus EG, and perhaps that's one of the reasons Vitality's gone for it.
I honestly don't care about what Heroic did versus EG. I have to be honest with you, and that comes from a Vitality fan. I could not care less. I think for Vitality, this is a long-term vision. Like Jonik said in an interview, they have their eyes set on Paris. They want to be able to pick new. You can't go into a major thinking, okay, there is only Inferno we can pick against Team XYZ. Yes. You're not going to get deep into the tournament. That's not possible. There are too many teams who will make life hard for you. So if you have your eyes set on deep runs in all of the tournaments, yes, you need to expand the map pools. Yes, you need to have more certainties in what you can pick. And that goes through winning maps that you don't usually pick. It can extend so Nuke here.
I 100% agree. I'm very, very curious to see what's going to play out here in Nuke, because it would be a statement if Vitality all of a sudden would be able to integrate a map like Nuke into the map pool. As you said, we know Inferno is a strong household. We know Mirage is a map they can play at a relatively high level as a third deciding one. But if Nuke becomes a threat to other teams, we know NAVI, we know Heroic, we know a lot of the top teams in the world, they like to play Nuke. But if Vitality were to be up there with the best of the best, that would put them in a prime position, as you said, for the major and for Katowice for that matter.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the best of the best. One of the sad differences that I see between Vitality and the phases of the world, the Navis of the world, or the Heroic of the end of last year, is their ability to have a rock-solid T-side on the map they pick.
Yes.
That has always been the issue for Vitality, and can go back to some of the most distressing, disappointing results they've had. It's a sad T-side on Overpass, it's a sad T-side on Inferno. It feels like they've struggled to find that second win, or that second way into the game when they have a bad start, and that to me is definitely a risk or a danger as we move into Nuke.
I think even zooming out further for Vitality, a struggle for them basically throughout the last 12 months is actually kind of arguably finding that home ground. And when they perhaps did on that Dust 2, it got pulled out from under their feet and left them going, where on earth are we kind of looking with this? Even Inferno, sometimes we've had a couple of nerves, maybe if you're a Vitality fan, of them actually going into that one. So yeah, I'm kind of more so curious to see how this expansion is going to work. As you're saying, Matthew, it's totally right. You need to have a really, really good, solid couple of picks at your disposal.
Yes, and just as much as the fans might not appreciate the process, how you get to that confidence is through official wins.
Yeah.
It's great to farm practices and have great results. That's amazing, but it doesn't give you the same confidence that you are going to need once you go up and you have now one map away from spring finals if you're in Vitality's boots. So you have to take that risk and you have to walk the walk if you really want to stress test a map and you want to know if you can pick it. That is now, not just in practice, but right now.
And I just want to set the context for the viewers as well, because we did see the win percentage coming in for both Vitality and Heroic, and they weren't that impressive, but make no mistake, despite Heroic's performance against EG, we recognize them as being one of the best teams in the world of Nuke. We saw that during the Major in Rio as well, where they absolutely manhandled Freya on that third deciding map in the semi-final, playing some of the most beautiful Nuke T-side I've ever seen in my entire life. So Vitality, to win this game, it would be a statement. It would be a statement to Navi. It would be a statement to FaZe. It would be a statement to the rest of the world. And basically the Counter-Strike community that, yes, we are a team that means business. No longer will we accept being a team that is flirting with being top 5. We want to be up there, we want to be consistent, and we want to win trophies that is not just Pro Leagues.
Absolutely, and the caveat here as well, Freya, is you have to remember Heroic manifestly have an issue with the first map here in Copenhagen.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's the weather, I don't know if it's the breakfast, the juices they drink.
Cold.
Don't know what that is. It could be the cold.
Yeah.
Maybe that's breakfast. I don't know. Something is in the air. The first map has been notoriously problematic for them now. You move on to Nuke. We have seen their struggles against EG, but arguably now the kick in the ass has happened.
Yes.
They have to be revitalized. They have to be more energetic. I'm sure Kadian is giving them one of his trademark speech right now. So we'll get to see if the issues that were glaring against EG are actually intrinsic to the map, or if they were just sleeping in that game.
Jacob, you said you've seen Heroic's Nuke being beautiful in maps gone past. Can you put it down to one reason? What makes this such a nice map for them?
Their proactive play. The fact they always try to take away space. The fact they always try to overthink the situation or over-rotate in a way that always surprises the opponent. When you think Secret is clear, Kadian is down there with an AWP. When you think Ramp is open for the taking for Vitality, they have a double stack on Ramp. They're very good at reading the game and positioning themselves in a position where they always surprise their opponents. I will say though, what worked so well for EG was the fast-paced T-side, the execute towards the inner bomb side, the rushing yard. So I'm curious to see if Vitality is going to try some of the same, or if they'll play their own brand of Counter-Strike.
I think Vitality could do that. When I close my eyes and I imagine Vitality, I imagine Apex, I think he's got a couple of first-degree, relatively quick Counter-Strike in his pocket. The problem has been in the past when these don't work. This is where it has been problematic. So we get to see if Apex is ready to just lock horn straight up with Kadian.
Yeah, and see if they actually have a plan B in the tank as well. Obviously, it's been part of the Christmas break. They've been working on things coming forward. That map veto included. Nuke coming in as a bit of a surprise pick from the side of Vitality. We know Heroic to have a strong footing on this hold. Let's see how it goes down.
All right, folks, it's time for map 2 with Nuke. That's right, Nuke up next. Zonic saying they want to get in some practice. It's a chance to maybe take Heroic down a peg. I think that, Vitality need to be confident in order to justify this pick and actually make this happen. But it's also understandable that they're trying to take down Heroic on a map that they've been known to play for quite some time.
That's true.
But the last caveat. Yesterday, in the rematch between Evil Geniuses and Heroic, EG, dare I say it, smoked Heroic.
Bodied.
I'm talking 12-3 on EG's CT side. The terrorist half from Heroic was nowhere to be found.
Abysmal.
Now, the fact that Vitality pick it mean they'll start on the offense. Maybe Heroic can find their mojo, get into the groove of things early. But once that swapping of the sides happens, it has to be a stark improvement from yesterday's performance. Mandatory, or else.
Yeah. Gonna be scary to test them. Oh, they're gonna jump by. Let's see if Gabby thinks this is a bait or what's going on. Oh, it is. It's a punish. They bait him and they punish him. And then, oh my God, look where they are.
I'm shocked.
Look at this round.
What the hell?
Oh, they came ready.
Sorry, Chev. Good luck with this one. There's fights everywhere, all at the same time, and Bombac's actually stopped. So Stown, give it a chance. His teammate can come flying up the vent, but doesn't get in time. TSS last man swarmed.
There's something about winning a round like that in that way.
Yeah, break that one down, would you?
Just does that for you. Well, it's just beautiful. First of all, it was like a dry run. They pretended like there were 5 bots on the other side, not moving, and they said, what would it look like if we went this path? Like, they jumped right over Gabby, in through heaven. Don't expect to see anybody spotting from heaven. Don't expect to see anyone in hell. Run right through Turnpike. You can't even blame them for having their back turned. Even if Gabby called that timing, you would not be ready inside of ramp for them to be running that entire way. So, I mean, a great demo round here from Vitality. Skirted the defense completely. And as you brought up, I mean, you didn't even get to see much of their CT side in that match versus Heroic. So, speaks volumes, again, in terms of the confidence that Vitality are willing to take it here. Now, I will say, I saw worrying signs for Vitality towards the end of that game. And also, Heroic looking a bit more alive. So there was that. But they did start to slow down a little bit when it came to their G side on Mirage. We'll see if that's the case here on
I think for Heroic's sake, they can't let Vitality start as successfully as they did in the map 1. Desert Eagle, ooh, finds Dupree jumping alongside Magus. So first kill's clean, second's quick, doors open. Jabby from that distance picks up Apex. It's gonna have to be Spinks with a Mac-10, and that deep ramp peak could be the end of him. But he gets away unscathed, so he's trying to piece it all together.
Oh my God, wait, that push.
Push out from TSS is wild, but still it works.
Got a little scary there.
1 out of Cadian on ramp, the double deagle inside control, and Vitality maybe get a little too excited down on that B site. This moment here.
Yeah, they both the windows open, and TSS just walks by that entire way, incognito, inconspicuously, into the corner, and waits for his opportunity. Boy, does he deliver. Cadian, just talking to him, having a chat, he was talking about, we were talking about the top 20, and he was like, TSS was like 29. Okay. You know? And I had him actually, like near, but not on the list, but he thought that was relatively low. So, I mean, that's just him putting his own teammates on in terms of how much he thought they should be up there. I think it speaks more, obviously, to the team when we talk about how little representation they have in the top 20. It's even more impressive. But still, you know, if there are individuals to talk about, it would probably be Stown, Katie, and TSS. And we're looking at the improvements from Yavi towards the end of the year. My God.
Yeah. I mean, instrumental to their win at the Fall Finals. So don't sleep on him. He's here right now. Ready to fight deep garage, AK in hand. Ooh, gets the long fight. Doesn't pick up the kill, so we've still got the majority of Vitality fighting, and half of them crossed already. Considering there was no smokes up, they get down unpunished, and then Zywoo catches Jabby's head. Oh my God.
That's that, wow.
They've got a chance to bring it right back.
An even less likely result. We've got a good gun down here. 2 good guns left. HP, though, low for Stown. He's got a headshot angle.
This might have to be shushed to recover. He
They're going to boost
could
in the
come
approach
down
or
vent.
swing by.
Oh! Okay.
Now they can camp the vent. They have enough players to wait this out. Shush doesn't even think about rotating down. What a shot. What a sequence from ZywOo. He started that out. He started out last map like, what, like 12-1, 12-3, something like that. Big round from him. He's been the bait on all these strats when it comes to the outside plays. The pistol round came out late outside of Mini. Here doing the same thing as they crossed. I think if there's one culprit, we had to point out it's Jabby. He's the guy who's inside Big Garage. Is it Yabby or Jabby? Yabby do. I forget. I mean, I feel like I mean, I'm not Swedish, so I'm not going to know it's... be unable to say a J.
You're not what now?
I'm not Swedish, so I wouldn't be unable to say a J.
Sorry. I get your reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in Denmark...
It's like Yabi, you know? Shabi.
Oh yeah, the generic European accent.
Kiabu. What are these words?
I'm not sure. Yeah, Danish is just English words minus a few letters.
I feel like I get even different explanations from different Danes.
That's true. Okay. Well, either way...
Jabby.
Yeah, Jabby was the culprit, I think. Taking the fight in Big Garage, missing the fight, and then swinging out after, and then dying. And allowing the cross. All in the same breath.
Oh my god, bombardment.
Yeah, those are the RPK attack nades right there.
Double M4 scout on this force back. Sketchy though. You know, again, you got locked out versus EG. I'm going to reiterate, 3 terrorist round wins on that half versus Evil Geniuses. Now you play Vitality. Your economy is in question. Early momentum to a T side. I mean, this could secure the win for Vitality. Nice and early. Could. Plenty of games still to play. It's obviously not ideal for Heroic. Smokes down on the cross, down, blanketed in secrecy.
Really good on the smoke shots. See if he lines anything up. I think he can smell this coming.
Pistol, almost a second. Dupree barely alive. Finished off by Jabby. Oh, and then a second off of the top of the hut. Shush slides down back sight. It falls on Apex. 35 seconds, runs down vent, gets his kill, and escapes. A clutch out of Apex on a day that he has outperformed himself throughout all of last year. They're hot on the trot, quick on his heel. Bomb down, door closed. One on this side, one on the other. A tag through the door makes it tough. A distraction and an attempt, but it's not quite there. Back and forth we go, 2-2.
That was testy. A nice try from Apex. Bomb plant's a nice win for the team in that 1v3, so there's that. Crazy round, well handled by Heroic. It's a good start in terms of the map control from Vitality, but a great hold in upper. And we go back and forth. The pendulum continues to swing. Who's going to grab a hold of it? That's the question. Not even... I mean, I think another buy's coming in. I'm not exactly sure, but with the bomb plant down to 2 with majority deaths.
Yeah, they could get one.
Yeah. Actually, almost certainly.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Galil's. Gaben, bless thy Galil.
Be a timeout called. Apex to clearly take the lead on the communication. They're going back and forth though. Collaborative effort here between him and Zonic and Magisk. Lots of experience on this team. No one's going to be afraid to call in a round like this.
Wonder how often ZywOo gets in on the conversation.
I think he just listens and knows when someone's saying something that's right or wrong and just doesn't say anything.
Right, yeah, okay.
And I think he just thinks, yeah, I can make that work. All right.
Doesn't contribute, just calculates.
Yeah.
There we go. Buyback, sure enough. And it's a healthy one as well. Everything on the line here for Heroic. Apex gonna walk contact outdoors. Early damage versus Stone.
That's a good one, actually. Apex even peeling back here just to leave an apparition of himself on that cross.
Ramp fully open. Oh, no.
And now they lose space outside. They can't actually challenge the cross as easily. But solid angle. Tess has great damage. And he stays alive, most important part.
Working with the smallest slice of pixels.
Actually see Katie in here.
They don't follow through. They have effectively pushed TeSS back, but Jabby gets aggressive. Ooh, Magisk.
He showed himself, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, first swing. Cadian, maybe the key point here. Knows they didn't cross outer into this position. Holding in secret. As the round goes on, Dupree waiting for an opportunity.
TeSS holding another passive angle, but this time from inside the B site. Cadian starts. Oh my lord. Oh.
That's timing 101 right there. He waits just long enough to get out of secret.
So now Stown on high alert of this flank through ramp, but he comes out worse for wear.
It's hard to get up the ladder. Are they going to force it?
Cadian versus Dupree. Oh, timing goes both ways.
Wow.
Cadian was holding that peak.
They got him.
Finishes off Stown from the ladder. Shush on top of Hut. That last line of defense inside the A site. And TeSS, who saw the first bit of skin, is now the only skin in the game for Heroic.
Dude, there were some good comms right there on that T attack. They were forced into a brand new situation, and they got out of that pit. That was really well done. And that's one thing that's been a prevalent kind of issue with Vitality, something that they've recognized, though, and they knew they were getting into, was calming the English. I think they expected it to be a little bit easier over time, but it still, they say, has resulted in a lot of rounds lost. But in this situation, I think they approached Stown by putting pressure by backing up through Secret and then also going up the ladder at the same time and getting the kill from outside. Or sorry, not Secret, Hell. Well, look at that score. 3 rounds to 2, all on island.
Nothing consecutive. Let's see if Heroic can bring it back. You know, Vitality have continued the trend, but that was with 2 Galils, 3 AKs. Hardly a force.
Whoa.
Shoot enough scout shots, you will find a target. Dupree is the victim, but he's still alive and kicking. Spinks has been left for the late silo lurk.
The best thing about this is knowing that the cross came out.
Ah, missed chance for Shush. Apex, though, bends the bullet into TeSS, clears out the B site, and he's going to go get that ramp control.
And
So
that's TeSS, so he's going to get the best spot in the site. They immediately swing the door open.
Vitality officially cooking.
Yeah. First here to get 2 straight. It's already been an emotional roller coaster.
Should be an easy third. Ratty Spinks. In a good way.
Yeah.
And what goes around comes back around. So grab that free rifle upgrade. Silver lining here for Jabby. But yes, unfortunately for Heroic, the Force Wars come to an end.
It's a shame we don't see more Nuke. You know, I think it's a map that it's my personal favorite, closer to a lot of great series. I think for a while it was Inferno, the many years of CS, but
so many saves.
So many big games on Nuke. When Astralis had their Nuke streak and they had multiple other streaks, it was always about their Nuke streak, how good they were on it. Navi, you know, versus G2 at Stockholm. We had Vitality stopping the streak of Navi in last year on Nuke. Heroic being the one team that Navi wouldn't play on the map. There are so many cool things to come out of it in terms of narratives.
Didn't Ents also end Astralis' Nuke streak back in the Blastralis era?
Yes, Alexi B did.
Yes, he did. In Madrid, if I'm not mistaken. So valid point. Never take away the nuke. Jabby's AK, Cadian Scout, brought forward from the last round. Do we get any additions? Nah. 5-7 gets thrown over to Stown. And they buy a couple smokes. So 2 smokes added to what was saved from the last round. Let's see if that $600 is worth anything. Vitality occupy lobby out the gate. Leave Apex outside alone. Careful though, there comes that 5-7. Or rather, it tucks in. Scout from Cadian. There's been a pretty regular presence on top of Silo out of Vitality, but not this round. No Spinks, no Dupree. But Red already occupied. Jabby, he's gonna push past that pistol. Spinks kills Cadian, but AK in between everyone, and Apex coming around the side of Red served up the perfect distraction for dupreeh to put down the hopes of Heroic. Now they've got a USP pinned in mini, that one goes down smooth, and so will this round. It's not just 2 consecutive, but 3, and 5 terrorist round wins early.
Yeah, I love the laggy approaches to outside, like getting to have one person on the cross, then too late, coming out afterwards, keeping silo control in the arsenal as well. These have all paid off for Vitality, especially with the CT reaggressions. Huge point of interest for Heroic in these rounds. Man, Heroic going out with a putter, not qualifying, you know, straight to the final would be surprising. I think they're the team that, like, when we get challenger stages at the last couple majors, they've been actually the team to just be a very consistent 3-0 pick. You know, they don't take a break and start slow. They usually are extremely good right away. And with such a great end to the year as well, you know, going 3 for 3 versus EG and maps is you have to say it.
Interesting. Interesting. Put politely. But guns look real good in the hands of Danes. Utility leaves a little bit left to be desired, but beggars can't be choosers. Economy hasn't been the forte of Heroic thus far on Nuke. Spinks fiddling around inside of the hut. Smoke walls go down. They've been doing a really good job of denying vision from Heroic. Pretty consistent in the B pressure. But this time there's nobody behind it, and Cadian knows. Finds contact versus 1, but it is just the Apex lurk. Minute left to play. CT utility down to just flashbangs, essentially. Spinks, though. Ooh, that hurt.
Same angle here for TeSeS. Oh, he really wants to get more damage. He's going to stay committed.
He's not alone.
Wow.
So honestly, go for it. You're already doing damage and picking up frags, too. And a little bit more on Magisk. Spinks' early damage could come back to haunt Vitality, and Cadian's close presence from Secret all the way back to ramp. I love that. Bolster TeSeS feels like it allows for him to go for a more confident play, and it pays off. TeSeS delivers when Heroic absolutely need it.
Yeah, it looked uncomfortable. You're probably upset that as soon as he moved, he fell off his headshot angle, but with Cadian right behind him, he had free reign to just go for the fights. Nothing more liberating that as a ramp player who you're expected to get 80 damage and fall away and have been told that you did a good job. Here, he got a lot more out of it.
And around Heroic needed to pick up in order to inject a little life to this CT side. They're going to do it with 4 players still standing, and they collect a bunch of grenades off of those dead bodies.
And they just had to...
Looters.
Yeah, used a bunch of rifles to make it work. Are we going to get an op buy-up? No, actually, no one even has the money for that option.
Clean ones from TeSeS.
And Nuke gets interesting in 23 as well. It was a map that was starting to get a bit CT-sided with the stronger A1S. Now potentially a bit more balanced out. We haven't seen the upper hit come out from Vitality, and I say the upper hit because every team has one. But they like to hang it over your head for as long as possible in some maps.
Here it comes. Nades first. Ooh, and he just moved in time. Shush was hanging around back there. Alternates to the back end of the site silos. Dodges damage and sends Vitality back outside. We saw Cadian come up from those secret stairs, confirm not too much presence and reposition. Looks like Stound's going to take up the mantle this time. dupreeh back to the top of silo. Will have that deep angle.
They've actually been skipping the molly in secret, haven't they? Just waiting for super late peaks from this position.
Yep.
But expecting these fights, I mean, I wonder if Stound feels uncomfortable, knowing that he can chill, but knowing that they're probably here as well. So here's that molly finally coming in. He'll get pushed out of position.
Still floats. Cadian wants... Oh, he just missed it. Would have got a glimpse of that. Smoke will deny it. Stound sticks around. Magisk with the bomb straight above. He's going to have to leave. They're going to call for his presence inside that site.
30 seconds, time to pick a site.
But if you just leave this empty, then on a moment's notice, Stound can press in. Cadian gonna let that smoke fade on him. Jabby picks up the frag. Here comes that secret peek. Perfectly timed. Catches one, and then can't get any more. Magisk trying to claw it back. Cadian's close proximity in the corner gonna make the difference, because now that bomb has to be picked up, and they simply don't have time. No time. In fact, there's a player coming up ladder straight beneath Apex. TeSeS just catches him off guard. A jump scare moment for Vitality, where that bomb just can't get through because Cadian holds off in mini.
And you could see when you pointed out that Magisk, wanted to push down back. They mollied him, but they didn't push him down. They didn't get him to rotate all the way out, and he was ready to re-aggress. Well, here's the moment that they clearly didn't have enough time to do what they wanted to do. And it's one of these moments, again, where T-sides, it's not that they can't call a well-orchestrated T-side default that's complicated and unique to the team and highlights the individual level of all these players, but sometimes they look foggy. And that was a moment that had happened. Maybe there was something that Heroic did that was special there that really made them confused. But we saw instances of that on Mirage as well. Time trouble is the least fun thing to watch, I think. Even worse to play.
A lot of bodies on door here. Spinks catches the headshot. Barely alive, but pressure falls on Cadian and Shush back sights. Shush gets the A4 out just in the nick of time, and now that mini peek is coming. I believe it's still smoked off, so there's a chance for the T's to claw back control. But TeSeS, critical flank, critical timing, takes man advantage and then some. And whether or not he's in ramp, he's delivering. But now you gotta deal with the woo.
Oh, with a smoke?
Yeah, he's gonna fight this. Oh, heads emerging around blue. Flash out to the left side, TeSeS front silo. ZywOo worried about the smoke. And with a bit of damage, that could have been two. Would have pushed it onto Cadian instead. Big impact from TeSeS on that lobby flank, and it sets up Stound's trade frag with Heroic tying at 5.
Yeah, TeSeS has been great. They stopped that, and Gabby's probably so frustrated right there, losing the duel to somebody walking out of Squeaky as you're watching it as well. Well, you know Spinks is going to do that once in a while. And the full exec comes in, and that can be enough to secure a round win. That opening kill while you're on the way out of the door, meaning it's too late to throw grenades, plus half of your anchor's gone, then, there can be too much pressure backside. Molly's coming through, a hot push coming out at the same time, but Heroic handle the madness.
So bringing it back. Third of the half still left. Guns both ends. Game on. Feels like anything from Hero, it's an added bonus for Vitality. 5's the quota. Apex real quick to try and slide around. Awkward. Stound comes out on top of the first one, but ZywOo feels like it's easy for him to pounce on that because of how weird it got for Stound, and then silently they creep beyond.
And they're going to get big garage. They don't know about this at all. They cross close smokes. But Cadian gets to a spot that's going to be hard to find.
They're worried about Heaven. ZywOo will kill Shush. Cadian just tucked in. No way they check this. Not a
Cadian
chance.
has no idea that they even went big garage, right? He thought he was watching this. Now he'll take a check. Oh, timing.
Picks up the frag.
Could be a refrag. We'll see. He's making noise.
And ZywOo killed a player, so he knows he's still around here somewhere. Finding Dupree is just the bonus.
This is a hard one to calculate. He heard Cadian falling off, but Cadian's not moving. They still have material advantage here. Bomb's still back in lobby. Spinks is going to be responsible for that, and he's working on getting upstairs.
Honestly, it's working. And you'd think if he clears out all the A site, that should be ZywOo told that Heaven's probably occupied. Damage versus Cadian almost finished. 99 damage from ZywOo.
But they need to get this bomb back, too.
And there's Jabby, ready for the peek out from the garage. Spinks, you can push as far forward as you want. You've got to go back if you want this round win.
Oh, man. He's putting himself in a pretty precarious spot here. Opposite vent, no bomb, 20 seconds. CT's hungry for the frag. No chance to win this. Scared to go back into the lobby. You name it. He's got a problem. Oh, but the first kill comes his way.
Cadian runs and sets it up for TeSeS. So unorthodox positioning out of Cadian, and the fact that he did see Dupree slide into Heaven or Hell. All right, Heroic add another.
It's another sort of brand new situation. The close walk up on the L smokes.
The kill we didn't see. Magisk just walking out hut and caught.
Very lurky here from Vitality. And in the previous rounds, it was also lurky, just a little faster. That's the style they're trying to bring. I wonder what it is that they're queuing into when they're taking these timeouts in succession. We're looking back on some rounds that are so lurky. What's the weak point that they feel like they can't exploit right now? And again, I think, are they talking inwards about what they did wrong, or are they talking about what Heroic are doing that they're not able to capitalize on, or that they were wrong about potentially? And in this one, maybe just talking about how to spend their money appropriately.
Timeout at a Heroic before this one goes live.
Thing. More time to talk.
Smoothing out any kinks.
I feel like the players just have so much to say after a game like this.
Yeah. Well, it's a big one.
And luckily, we're talking to Tessus on Blast TV for the overtime show today. After this match.
Exclusively.
Exclusively only on Blast TV.
You still hanging out with Mahone?
Yes, the live Mahone zones are coming in through every night.
Damn.
He's bringing. Last time he brought in a round from 8 months ago.
What a nerd.
Yeah, Kinder, do you remember this? He kind of did.
Kind of did, yeah. Mahone be digging for gold. All right. Couple of timeouts, so an extended amount of time for both teams to talk about it, and we come in real quick. Scout at the helm here from Apex. Lands his shot. Scouts have been on point tonight. Down the secret stairs they'll go yet again. Now this is, I think, where the vast majority of Vitality's success started at the start of the half. B hits. You've got two of Heroic's players occupying vents, so it's never easy to get beyond this point. They're going to give Apex a little boost so that he can try to deal with control stairs, but Shush could just very much catch them off guard. Oh! Apex! What a shot! And that's an upgrade into the rifle, but Zywoo then dies and drops that bomb. No clean kill out of Spinks. It's a recovery from Heroic, but so little health left. Dupree caught on the walkout. That is close, but no cigar.
Yeah, they walked the tightrope on that. And oh, man, what a shot from Apex on top of the damage he did in the beginning. It's a good individual display from him. And a number of those frags that went through at the end could have totally turned the tides.
Oof.
The rotator out of vents. If he gets caught, then there's still a live wire with Dupree's lurk on the vent. Things get interesting. But Heroic, 5 straight.
Push close. Cadian already down beneath. But he shoots, and now he's in trouble, but takes off Zywoo's head. Would have expressed that that mini wrap was coming fast. However, Shush not able to slow it down, and Jabby, this kill versus Apex, keeps it within 1. Tessus stranded, backside, Magisk hunts, and is caught on the hut exit yet again. Dupree needs to double back for bomb, but at least he's killed Jabby, so Tessus with a chance to shine.
The structure starts to dissolve, and it gets a little lurky. Gives Tessus a chance to talk about this 1v2, but with a player coming in from heaven, it seems like his odds are low. He'll go for a reload. He's coming in for a full flank. Oh, my God.
Wait a second.
I think he must have seen Dupree, right? He's slowed down here. He's on full alert.
The timing works.
Yeah, it does.
Unless he gets around.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Nope, he waits.
The bomb.
He stutters for a second. Tessus given possession. Spinks has to come in big, and the bomb is right there on the corner. So if Tessus takes a wider angle, it'll be harder for Spinks to just grab it and run. He's picked it up, he's walked back, and that minute window of timing tells Tessus he's not far off, because the bomb disappears.
But Spinks is, oh my God, he's going back in a squeaky?
And he's tucked.
And he thinks Tessus is going all the way around. Does he turn? And yeah, that's where I thought Spinks would go.
Oh, Lord.
Tessus just walks by him.
Spinks.
That's how you know they're not cheating.
Statuesque.
Sometimes it's crazy, the game sense that these players have, but in this moment, how could you read this?
Is he too stoic? Tessus comes back up. Oh man, plant back sight. Spinks has no idea where TESS is, and he's real up close and personal. Now he's ready. Which side? No, he didn't see him, but he didn't need to be prepared because he's sharp as ever.
That's just it. That's just it. His sharpness made up for his lack of information, and TESS almost created a timing out of thin air.
God, I love Counter-Strike.
That's crazy.
1v1s. Nothing better than that. The mind games, the milliseconds.
The calculations, the where did he go? Where can I plant in this situation? What did TESS do that's interesting? Did he go back for the full rotation? No. I'm walking back out. TESS thinking, well, obviously Spinks would have gone down or he would have planted.
All those variables, and at the end of the day, it comes down to the headshot.
Headshot.
Delicious.
And to stop the streak as well.
Of course, still enough money for the buy-up from Heroic. Not the best set of nades, but they've got 2 players top hut. Uh-oh, problematic. Now they're lost in a sea of smoke. Dupree's already managed. Oh, what a turn that must have been! Snaps Shush's neck, and the other CTs fall to the other side of Squeaky. It's gonna be the deep clear out of Spinks, the king of the A site, and a 5v2 to tie this game again.
I thought they were taking it easy for a second, just leaking out on all these lurks, walking out of hut, walking across outside. No, they've turned that dial. What a kill from Dupree. And 2 from Spinks. Great T side here, 13 and 7. On top of that clutch.
Can they save? He's behind box. Give it a, yeah, all good. Run for the hills, brother.
Yeah, it'll be maybe the only 2 real guns here that Heroic have in this next round after their win streak, so they can afford much. Luckily for Cadian, one's an op.
You can see the utility, though, just stopped Heroic's intention.
Oh, dude. Ask me about my Hiko moment.
You know, Heroic wanting to climb up top, put the smoke down to put out the top hut molly, but then because they're not able to climb up into the rafters, they have to sit in that smoke, so it's weird. Not enough space for 2 players. They're jumbled up on one another. And then on top of all those problems, Dupree pulls off that.
Comes down to aim again.
Oh my God. Can we replay it? Do we have the technology in a tech pause? Just one more time.
One for the road. Oh! Watch me whip. And that's Dupree coming off a really good Mirage, too. Yep. Really good. Really, really good, as Pimp would say.
Apex right on the hot heels of Spinks at the moment. It's another moment where Apex is going 1-for-1 with ZywOo. 2 maps back to back.
Yeah.
Felt like such an anomaly on Mirage.
And they're surviving that first round test. The fresh game tape of EG versus Heroic on this map was largely that first half where they were on different sides in Vitality. Little game tape there, but they felt confident in their game plan. The pistol showed that they had a read for sure. And Heroic managed, honestly. They did pretty well to get the 7 rounds in between then and now, but the second half is what they're probably most scared of and what Vitality are foaming at the mouth to get started.
Slightly quiet series out of Stown. Not that his presence is non-existent, but just that when we start this series and we say if ZywOo has any counterpart, it's supposed to be him. He's been looking rather mortal. TESS at the top of the board.
Yeah, TESS has definitely been good throughout all the bad moments.
You brought up that point, right? Cadian touting him as really being better than what he was ranked last year. We saw his presence in ramp. One of the first problems that Vitality ran into on this T side was TeSS either grabbing one and running away. Or
Yeah, he never just flat out died.
Nope.
Yeah, played that position perfectly.
And then at times just straight up won those rounds. Hell, even going into lobby, you know, like, feel like your ramp player, if they come to him, just get one. It can be enough, but given the space to thrive, look at TeSS go. One final round on this half to decide who gets the majority.
This has the makings of a full 30, so maybe this is the round that makes a difference.
Mandatory improvement needed from Heroic's T side.
Yeah. Well, Vitality have to be pleased with themselves, I think. So far today. What's all this pink juice that they're drinking, by the way?
I don't know, man.
Who else had it? It was a different team.
There was ZywOo's.
Yeah, ZywOo has it too.
Yep.
Spinks has it here.
ZywOo Woohoo juice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, ZywOo Woohoo juice.
But I'm pretty sure I saw on the player cameras earlier that all of Heroic had a bottle of water and a bottle of pink stuff. So, like, it's been prepped for the team.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Secret sauce. That's why secrets are secrets.
Who's winning Paris?
Ready?
La 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 la.
G2.
G2 are winning Paris.
Yeah.
Coming from the Frenchmen.
Yeah, they are.
I'm French too, and I find this shocking. I like it.
Pooksy Major champion, just saying.
It's supposed to be Zygote's major, man. You gonna take that from him? Top 2 average in his first 4 years as a pro.
It is crazy how he has just
Top 2,
spoiled.
but not 2 in 2 of those years.
He's just spoiled the entire conversation of, like, Rookie of the Year.
Honestly.
You know,
Where do we go from here?
Bit won so many events. I guess that's the one thing he had over ZywOo.
Like, we would be talking about Monacy's rookie year debut as, like, number 7 or
Like,
I don't know what we got here.
You know, Monacy is the next prodigy. 7's wild compared to ZywOo.
Yeah, Bit in 21.
Yep.
But ZywOo just straight up number 1. Okay.
I think we're good to go. Sit up straight, folks. One last round on this half.
If anyone ever gets number 1 in their rookie year again, I'm giving away one of Pimp's knives.
He's going to run out of knives at this rate. What's the buy look like? It ain't too pretty. Stound Desert Eagle, double MP9, op on Cadian. Let's see if that's the difference maker. Back to the action. Ooh. The op does find its home, but Magisk opens up with first blood and then pounced. He just flew out from Squeaky on his own. He's got players behind him because he made so much space, but it's awkward for them. Luckily, while that entry comes in from Magisk, Apex got over to the secret stairs, so they just dived down vent knowing they could all come together. 3 Ts from Vitality on B, and Heroic nowhere to be found.
Yeah, they look like Heroic on this round. And in lower so early that it's going to be hard to rotate down. They're worried about coming through the vents. Ramp is the most obvious place to go through. They know, the Ts know, there's no one on control stairs right now. And they can even take this over. Oh, late smoke for the secret flank, as if you needed that problem.
Nate a second later could have been far worse.
He could be playing this safer, though. They could jump through the smoke, and they got to do something crazy to win this, so we'll see how he plays it. But
here he comes.
Oh.
ZywOo can take that, though, but it's the slide down the vents that makes things interesting. But doors closed in Jabby's face as they get closer. They just shut off the doors. They've already done such a good dime of burning off some time. Apex going to be assaulted from both ends. Nice op shot out of Cadian, and Spinks is not enough to hold it. Time? I don't know, folks. It's going to be close to end the half. It's 8 to Vitality.
Wait. Did he defuse?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh my.
See you in the second half.
All right.
And so the time has come, folks, to figure out whether or not Heroic can improve on what was a lackluster outing yesterday versus EG. When they attempted that T-side, they got smoked by Nealon and Hexed. And I'm not sat here trying to talk smack, but Nealon and Hex are not two players that you would expect to shut down the world's #1 on a map they play inside that A site. So let's find out whether Vitality can harness the power of EG and be another team to take a win off Heroic here on Nuke. ZywOo, first at bat, but it's actually Apex to go with that deep, silo peek. He runs out of bullets, and Jabby trying to respond, but 11 health means he shouldn't be meant for this one. It is cleanliness from ZywOo.
Yeah, he's just insatiable, man.
Succulent little headshots. Poor Jabby's not going to piece it together. This is potentially momentum for Vitality. But remember how the first half started. Force buys back and forth for the first 5 rounds. ZywOo, gobble them up.
Yeah, playing Hungry Hippo here. Clapping heads. Insane stuff. And just, still looks so simple, man. He really does sometimes. Well, 9 rounds of CT side, up a map. Gotta be feeling good if you're French or Danish. Or Connor. Maniac.
Yep, that's me.
Yep, it me.
Ooh. But remember Katie and Scout back on Mirage? 5 bullets, every single one hit. He'll tag Apex. And Shush just eyeing up the ramp push, not coming through. Magisk leaning back on the railing. Facilitates the evacuation down to the B site.
Didn't love that T side out of Magisk. I feel like some of the lurks that he kept trying to pull off in some situations.
No, agreed.
You know, but we'll see if that story changes here. Ramp. The CT side.
Pretty MP9 in the pocket. Spinks will shave off a bunch of HP and set up dupreeh wonderfully. Shush responds though. 16 health, however, and the bomb falls down into the dungeon.
Where's the free one, he ponders. He meanders across. In and out of Squeaky, looking for someone in heaven, but it looks like they're looking for him too. Starts off okay for Heroic, but 3 alive for Vitality is just fine. Do Heroic see themselves losing this match? That's my next question.
I think it's fair to say EG have put a dent in the confidence. As they build up the glorious return of NACS. Oh, wowza. 300 bucks, huh? Worth it. They're gonna try to force their way out Hut, but stuck back by Spinks. SMG shreds him. Makes a ton of money. Should be able to grab that M4 back sight, and so all good so far, Vitality.
Man, this is supposed to be a movie. It's looking like TV. Be a short one. And Heroic only on the tail end of that last game, you know, even came close. Apart from that, it's just Vitality in control into a crazy start to nuke, but then Vitality back in control. Rifles are out. Ops up, though, for ZywOo. So much money made on those first few rounds. And ZywOo with an opening kill. Whoa.
What did he wallbang?
I don't know. Maybe that was through the top of... Oh, it was outside.
The corner of Mini, maybe? Had to be. It's the only thing that makes sense. Unless the AI is learning. He's come back. Met by the flames. Magisk stuck around. And great call. Gets himself a second under pressure with Tesses, who's able to just fall off the railing. Cadian attempts to push in, but ZywOo escapes the danger.
Yeah, good movement.
And all the while, Apex tucked into the back of the B sites. Reveals himself. Careful now. Not the ideal fight for that A1S, but at least he's serving up a distraction. However, his closest rotate dies, and Cadian has found 2 headshots, which means secured bomb plant, or it could have been, but he comes off.
He gave him too much credit. No rotations here. Cadian, with the door open on control side, will come back, and maybe he wins this round off this peak. ZywOo's waiting, but he doesn't overextend.
Oh! Tesses goes deep, 2v4.
Is that ZywOo's smoke? Do they know he's here?
It is. He knows he was at least on that right side. Deagle's out, runs it wide. 2v4.
Wow. Well done, Cadian. I'm sure Apex is like, why peek, why peek? You know, I have this in that situation, but they were getting closer to him. I think some support was required, and Cadian, he doesn't get tunnel visioned and focused on this kill, but he also gets the frag back sight on top of that first one. Oh, it's a beautiful adjustment on dupreeh. Every right to take that duel. They didn't swing at the same time.
Oof, that is snappy. Quick turn of events here. But again, utility damage once more. They're going to have to play hard mode. They managed to skate all 4 players past Spinks, burning down to a near crisp. And this one, it's got some pace behind it. Gusto.
Rotation's slow.
Out of Heroic. Oh, insta headshot from Jabby. Stound's going to press up towards that ramp, so it's going to be a difficult endeavor to even get into this B site because rotation is slow.
They didn't believe that at all. So Heroic ran the entire outside cross, which means that if anybody is playing even in Big Garage, they know. If someone's smoke spamming the cross, then they maybe get a kill, maybe get a tag, and then they know if someone's playing close red, pushed up back mini, they would hear this. And so Heroic run a risky strat right there, but it totally punishes the fact that it's vacant outside. Vitality have played the perimeter of outside. Win that without losing a single player. There's still chances actually to get dropped in this position. And Dupree's spray is not excellent, but it's good enough.
Hanging on. Whoa! 98 damage from the bomb. Dupree survives. So Vitality, you'll cut your losses, but you've given Heroic a little buffer economically. And honestly, these AKs finding headshots. Between Cadian and Jabby in these 2 rounds, it's crisp.
So as soon as the timing is called outside, it's Magisk's rotation inside into lower, and how he does it, that really defines if the site hold's going to be possible. You don't fight from ramp as the first guy in. So again, they create that timing by running the entire way, and because Vitality, they do it. No audibles. Well, they're running, but no one's around to hear it. Tree falls in the forest, so to speak. But with the death of Peace, it's just a round for Heroic. Money's okay here for Vitality. Shame for them, last 2 rounds. They got lots of utility damage, but didn't win either one.
Sneaky stuff again, though. It's down. Garage open for the taking. ZywOo is the addition to the ramp room. Curious to see if that boost pays off. There's been pretty regular presence towards that ramp. TeSS creating a question. Weird smoke goes through from Dupree. TeSS not going to respect this, looking to exploit it instead. Rounds these corners. MP9 up at bat. Finds the headshot, but no follow-up. Apex double kill. That comes in from heaven. Bomb on the ground and a push out from Magisk. A creep out through smoke. This one comes up Vitality with absolute ease.
He's been such an unlikely hero mechanically. Apex in these last 2 maps. Key moves time and time again. That 2K spray down makes up for Dupree, the guy with the worst gun, holding down the first choke point of attack from Heroic. And Cadian's forced to save, walk it back. 12-9 now. But for Heroic, they save 4 on that last round. Money is okay. They still have this op in play. This map is far from over.
For the record, Apex, we say uncharacteristic performance. 2nd lowest rated player at the Blast World Finals to finish off last year. So it just kept feeling like, you know, this lack of impact was being dogpiled on.
No, we got to the point where we were dogging on Hooksy for his individual level in certain maps. Apex's overall rating was lower than his by the end of the year.
Just wasn't kind of getting the flack. But
yeah. And it makes a difference. I mean, the same storyline for Kerrigan, hammered that home, where Nitro. He doesn't have to have a superstar level, but his kills do matter. And when he was having serviceable performances, we don't talk about Kerrigan failing as an individual anymore. Not as consistently, and at the major, that was a big reason they brought it through. I mean, straight up, everyone matters these days. Just want to be the last to figure that out. We talk about Hooksy's World Final win. Also, hit shots. Now, Heroic are a team where their captain, well, you know, you could say overperforms whatever you want, does really well, and ops. So that's not an issue for them. Something else going wrong for Heroic. Not exactly clear what that is.
Lots of players close on Mini. Apex on the fallback. Not too comfortable, and again, not too informed, right? We go back to that round where they just run behind the smokes, get down to the B site with no confirmation from Vitality, no audio cues, because nobody is nearby when it comes to Secret or Mini. It's another passive lean back. Now, I don't think ZywOo ever utilized this boost when he was up here last time, He ended up leaving before anybody came out.
There's 2 that can join into ramp in a second. Molly's gonna come down. Lots of support here. They want it to be ramp.
Yep, and that's why. ZywOo, oh, from the top rope, gets Jabby. Apex swings out as that Molotov gets extinguished, and then now the remnants of Heroic all go down secret. But Apex, as quickly as he peeks from hell, goes right down into the open floor of the B site, hears this coming, knows, and raises the alarm. But they're gonna double back so that they can split from Decon. No rush, but as that nade's being thrown, ZywOo mischance. Apex drawn out, in with another kill. ZywOo traded back, Cadian the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name, 3 kills already claimed, and a 4th could be had. Ooh. Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes Dupree, quietly, creeping, lurking, and Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh my God! 1v5! An absolute beast!
Feels like he gets clutch of the century every week. Cadian, the captain. And the king of the close. A monster on the B site today. And a clutch for the ages on a litany of them for this one player. What a shot, and then what a shot again. Holy hell.
And fast, right back into the action. Will this cost them? Shush, singular kill. Jabby comes wide, and sure enough, stuffed until Stoun's at bat. They run a risk here. They get electric, and they're gonna put that bomb down, but Cadian is still alive. Hands shaking, heart beating. After the impact of that last round, CT smoked out for the time being. And that's gonna give time for Heroic to not only piece together this picture, but also slide in to a little bit more comfortable of a post plant. Double molly up top buys time. Flash for Cadian, half health's down.
They're walking out.
Magisk, Apex, trying to inch closer. Both of them already getting to that cusp of the bomb site. Cadian wraps back, but he now has to clutch, and that push out from Mini will end this. But guess what? No kit, no time, and therefore no 13.
Ooh, their only prize is the 5 deaths. Now, this is a round for Heroic, and it's a round after that clutch as well, but it is so expensive. 9 of them dead in these last 2. At least they get that bomb plant. But Vitality have to stay sharp. Put the shoulders down. They have an opportunity to crush the money right now, and Heroic know they're vulnerable. But what a match this has become.
Oh, it leaves them strapped for cash. Game on. Quick boost. Trying to make the most of that A1S, and it works wonderfully. Double kill back blue. Stoun and Cadian dead in an instant, and now they don't know what else could have been invested.
Oh, there's a lurk here to take the op out on the ramp. There's going to be some weird rotations. Jabby has to be ready for everything, but right now, he's setting his team up. However, Magisk is playing back of the box. They don't know he has the op in this position, but he's coming down.
Oh my God. Makes contact. Body blocked. Head popped. TessS able to get out. Shush sits inside vent, and they have done it. They've strung together the kills they needed to claw back a 3v5. Of course, not everybody well equipped, but it's the fact that Jabby went by unchecked, and the confidence from Heroic to use him as the king of that lower bomb site.
Yeah, Jabby's lurk saves the day, and that's something that we've seen that has added so much dimension for Heroic in the last few months. Sometimes entire maps are based around his lurks. That's how often he's doing them on maps like Mirage. Normally, we didn't see that last time. But it's coming in a good moment. Not a liability in big games as well. And now the map is all tied up here, man.
Game on.
3 in a row to follow that absolutely magical Cadian clutch. It's just crazy how fast his processing speed is in situations like that. You gotta be ready. And then some. Couple deaths there, though, however. Keeps Heroic honest continuously.
Oh, nice nades. But ZywOo, quick answer. We're gonna get the outer push. Bodies here. Moving forward ever closer to ZywOo. A sea of nades, but also the creep up from the secret stairs. Magisk off angle. ZywOo gets another. It's gonna be a bunch of players. Magisk, oh, it's one and then damage on the others. Apex quick into position, but not a kill to his name. And they linger for a second, holding in case dupreeh drops down that vent. Do they go up? Do they hold off? They've got a minute to make this work.
Okay. This is a 5-headed Hydra. Okay, Heroic in these mid-round situations, they can rely on many to come up with creative solutions. Vitality, full respect to that prospect. Heroic go for the simple play. Plant the bomb. Oh.
dupreeh with a chance. Yes, gets the best of him. Shush, little bits of health. A quarter on, and he slides away, trying to get into dark. Double doors opens. Doesn't know where the hell ZywOo's coming in from. There's a smoke, there's a kit. This time shouldn't be an issue. But a clean headshot out of Shush. Where is ZywOo? Up above and walking down the ramp. Shush is nervous, but ZywOo with the sidearm will take Vitality back to this lead.
Wow. I can't believe
go again.
Yeah, I can't believe we went through with that approach. But leave it to ZywOo to lock it up. Not enough health there, and Vitality win the round. Stown is relatively absent today. That was a kill that he probably should have gotten, right? Got an opportunity to get by the vent, saw dupreeh in there. dupreeh took an extra second to get the kill. It's a 5v4 to start out for Heroic, however, and the rest of the round looks much better for Vitality. Look at how many rotations, points of resistance there are before the site can even get taken over. Even though they lost so many of those duels, they just had so many outs. With the amount of players ready to fight, final timeout here before Zonic loses control and has to hand it over completely to this roster, but it looks like it's all about Apex's ideas right now. But again, Heroic, 3 in a row off the KD and clutch, but majority deaths each of those rounds. And now they are dead broke.
When this series is over, remember Blast.TV, the exclusive overtime show. Who is joining you again?
TESS.
Ooh, this man right here. Apex wastes no time, gets into the vent, clings onto the ladder. dupreeh gets up close as well. Limitations by way of MP9s. Smoke squeaky side, but a second player back sight, holding on to the silos. dupreeh, chance to perform. And Spinks with the jiggle could smoke them off. This could just buy time at least, but here comes the util out of the tees. And Shush, the only one to fall. TESS in attempt to push out, but oh no!
Team kill.
Stown shoots TESS in the back of the head. Apex, awkward fight on the ladder, gonna get punished. No chance at that. And ZywOo relegated to heaven. Can't find an angle on the exit. They're gonna use that as an invitation to go downstairs.
Oh, that's a massive error from Apex, man. He was playing with fire, and he got burnt. That's the lower side taken. He doesn't give his team a chance now to play this round. Heroic will take that and run with it. Thought he was simple there for a second.
Yeah, not quite, Chief. With that rotation, right? B site completely, they just make that call. They pounce on that. Yeah, it's not just the death, but it's the plant.
It's obvious at that point. After testing the upper exec, committing to it, all those deaths, the rotations are coming in towards upstairs. Apex is the only thing securing that lower position. If there were 2 in vents there, that Vitality would have looked crazy. So, clear as day. Apex is just hoping to maybe draw their attention, because sometimes the guy who's playing outside Squeaky is also fighting Heaven, so it allows your Heaven guy a little bit more leverage to fight into the site. And you want to take that fight as the bomb is getting planted, because that will have one of the T's up there, hands busy. You know it'll be lower numbers. There's a specific advantage in that situation. But right here, yeah, they were given a chance as well with that team kill. This is brave.
not the cool kind.
Regrets will be had. They stave off the reset just yet, but if Heroic takes 14, folks, and it's gonna be another quick push, a blast down the vent with 3, nothing here to stop them. Magisk, it's desperate. If he tries to fight these doors, the cross will be enabled by the smoke, but he at least picks up Jabby. A little bit of damage backside as well. Shush, he will find that plant, and Apex, he turns it onto Stown. Man advantage doubled down upon, and an upgrade here for Dupree. Knowing Shush is low backside could be key, but Cadian alive, the killer with conviction, smokes off the staircase. We've got 3 of Vitality's player over towards Decon. A smoke they'd have to push through. ZywOo, barrel stuffed, point blank, doubles back with the op and gets himself a second. Cadian wants to fight outwards because Apex, hot on his heels, can do nothing now. He puts that wall in between him, time decides, and Heroic will bottom out those bank accounts as they take 14.
Oh yeah, at least Dupree and Apex safe here, but man, they worked hard and that hard work is paying off. So close to touching map point and defending, maybe earning a map 3 here in this series. It seems so unlikely for a second. Oh, Shush makes the play, man. Upgrade to the op, into op kill right after. The numbers mean nothing. Call him the comedian, but I don't think Vitality are laughing.
Stown thinks he's got an angle here.
That call right there puts so much pressure on the low nade buy from Vitality. Down the vent with such high HP. Managed to give up all those kills and still win.
Clumping up towards the ramp. We've seen ZywOo boosted, but we haven't seen him tucked into this side with Magisk. Magisk with the responsibility to sell it. But before it comes their way, they disassemble. Here comes the flash. Wonder if they would have preferred to be in position. Couldn't they still hold on? Magisk on the reload, just popped by TeSeS. Double headshot.
Oh man, huge risks here. Taking that fight again. They're leaving the B site open. This is for match point. Upper rotators are having the worst day right now.
And Stown, I mean, he's already got that secret control. Makes you wonder, what if they had just stuck to their initial setup for a few seconds longer?
Let's look at TeSeS playing the ramp, playing it to perfection. Taking his 80 damage, getting his kill, staying alive is the most important priority. There are some positions you need to go out with a frag. Sometimes you're looking for 2 and you'll take the death. Ramp is not one of those. If you die, your teammates can't win the round. And right now, they're just so unreliable. And they had 2 there fighting. And when Magisk got his, that was a great position to say, okay, this sucks, but we're still 4v4 with lower control. You can take ramp, but you can't plant here. I'm holding your fallback, and now they're even dying on the exits. It is not a good look here for Vitality. Heroic jumping to the Call of Duty to make sure that that clutch was not made in vain.
Glorious moment like that. You gotta pick up the map win. And honestly, this second half has been nothing but heroic. Remember, 5 rounds so far for Vitality, 3 of them by way of pistol and conversion. Heroic, stark improvement to what we got versus EG yesterday. Fired up. Ferocity in the belly of the beast. Don't forget, the beast himself is Cadian. Setting the server ablaze, and yet again, no respect to that cross. We've got 3 players going for this B site. The rotates have not been enough, and Apex getting stuffed off the bat means B is prime for the taking. We've got 3 players towards control doors. ZywOo and Magisk, having shifted down the ramp, need to hold this off. Early damage, but no kill. So Heroic hold. Plenty of time to milk this moment, to close map 2. To push us into the next one. ZywOo trying to piece together something, goes through the window.
Takes control, calls him out.
Jabby, though, back from lobby. Guess what? A is open. B is but a ruse. And while ZywOo will give chase, it's another headshot out of Cadian. It's another round set up by Heroic. Masterclass in this second half to extend our series.
Wow, they've actually done it. There's no way for Magisk to pull this back. A retake to upstairs. Not finding open sites but creating them. Heroic all throughout this half. Beautiful work. Lowest resistance in some of these situations. Getting downstairs on top of clutches, X-Factor moments. Jabby coming in with lurks. Tessa's playing well throughout.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing to write home about for that one. The Royal Court Jester dances on the grave of Vitality here on Nuke, makes them look like a fool with that 1v5, and that is nothing but momentum thereafter. Heroic on Nuke survive.
Exist. One hell of a game, but certainly a close game with that. 8-7 and even half as you go into it. They start off by getting the pistol. It looks like Vitality had some good momentum in there, but you guys continue to force it back. Do you feel like they tried to benefit from the fact that you lost out to EG the way you did on Nuke, and it kind of backfired on them?
Yeah, I think Nuke was a little bit of a surprise. Definitely because we lost to EG, I guess. But I think finally, I mean, that clutch from Kaden was just insane, right? And I think finally, like after that, we started playing some heroic CS. It was very chaotic. I don't think they had an answer for it, so yeah.
The one thing I noticed is that you guys got so much more aggressive, so much more confident coming out after that 1v5. What did that do, and what did that change in the mood you were hearing?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've been struggling all event, all tournament, like the energy and like, I mean, it shouldn't take 1 of 5 to get that energy. We should be able to get energy even though we don't win 6 clutches, but obviously, yeah, I'm just really happy.
I bet you are. Now you got one more map to do it on though. You're confident that you can bring that energy that you keep talking about that keeps lacking into this third and final map?
I think, I mean, Vertigo is one of our best maps. We know that it's one of their favorites as well. I kind of expected them to pick it. But yeah, it's something that we need to build on the comeback that we just made for sure.
Well, let's see if you can exist. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Boosting kicker up. Oh, there's that
the scout.
Oh!
See what the
No!
pre-aim to the top of the half wall.
No, open B
He just
site.
wins the round. He just wins the round like that. He won the whole round. That is unreal.
How does he do things like that?
That's crazy. The boy is special.
Outsiders did nothing wrong.
They had 2 good spots and good guns.
Oh, that is disgusting. And Hooksy's losing his mind.
Yeah.
Hands off the keyboard.
You're so sick, Monacy. You're so sick.
That's what he always says. I love
Ilya.
Ilya, you're nuts. You're so good, bro. And honestly...
Yeah, really. He just won. That's the cool part about Counter-Strike. I mean, he just won the round by himself. He did.
Watch this.
Oh, man.
Now, James kind of posted and then...
Wow.
Oh!
It's insane. I can't get over it.
Show me how.
Liquid are teed up nicely. The Flames and Dexter. This bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Dexter just lets loose.
He wants an angle and a timing, and has at least gotten the first. Molly ahead of him, sees the gun, executes Twist first and foremost, tries to wrap it back around the hut, but the Heaven support, that could be the bigger difference maker. Rock's dead. Hunter continues to thrive until Brokey puts him down, and it's time for the ice-cold JKS to try and come through. This isn't Ramp, this isn't his wheelhouse, but it's still a chance to shine. And Brokey doesn't know where he's at. A peek out with the 8-4, sees him up in heaven, and he nails it! He nails it!
Talk about an absolute emotional roller coaster and talk about an absolute masterclass from Heroic in that second half. The first going back and forth, we couldn't exactly pin who was going to be taking this one, but man, we come into the second and then we have the moment, gentlemen, that changed the fate of the entire game. I am talking about the Cadian clutch.
Rarely have I seen a round of Counter-Strike on its own decide of the fate of a series the way this 1v5 from Cadian panned out. You could almost disregard, you could ignore the entire game prior to this clutch because it started an alternative timeline in our freaking multiverse. Vitality could never survive this. He stunned them, he stunned me, he stunned the entire community. He reversed the tides of a game that was surely locked in for Vitality, and he broke the code in that clutch.
And what a fashion to do it. Perfect Counter-Strike coming out of Cadian, punishing every single little mistake Vitality is making right here and giving himself another iconic moment in the game of Counter-Strike. A 1v5 at this stage in the game, and as you said, with the impact it had on the game, completely changed the tide and the momentum in it. And we see it here from a third perspective as well. He actually takes it quite cool, you know. Knowing Cadian, I would have expected him to stand up there, yell, scream, and do everything, but oh my, does this man do it again?
There he goes, there he goes, that's it.
Vitality could never recover. They could never recover from this clutch. And I'm not saying this is normal. In fact, I'm saying it's not normal. You should be able to. But by witnessing them, by observing them play after this, something changed. Something clicked. They started to panic. They started to second guess. They started to double think and maybe overthink situations. They started to be shaky in their aims when they used to be so stable. The whole team just fell into a vat of oblivion after this moment.
You say they couldn't recover, right? It's not like they didn't have the chance. It's not like this moment had to be as impactful as it turned out to be. The round afterwards was a 5v3 situation for Vitality. They also lost a 4v2 retake on the lower bomb side. They had plenty of opportunities after this clutch to wash it out and be like, okay, it happened, but we move on. But as you said, something mentally clicked for Heroic at that point. Cadian was involved in a lot of those clutches. Cadian was involved in the calling, the pace coming out of Heroic after that moment as well. They were rushing down the vents. They were rushing down Secret. Vitality couldn't stand a chance after the moment, but it wasn't like it had to be like that. Vitality, that was a mega throw.
Yeah, and before we do go on to talk about anything any further deeper in the map of Nuke, I do want to check in with the team speak to hear exactly what went down in a mic'd up moment.
Kigger hæk tæt. Han er foran målåen. Foran målehæk. Nede bag skolen. Død hæk. En mere kommer nok. Jeg ved ikke. Vi har ikke set magisk. Nej, det var magisk. 11. Sygt. 5. Tom. Du er fandme varm. Kom da! Vi skulle lade skide på det. Det der, det er lønniveau. Kom nu.
Absolutely stone cold. Played that one to perfection. And from that moment on, Matthew, I mean, the fate from Vitality was sealed. Only one solitary round that they were able to post up. Even as you were saying, Jacob, they had the mind advantage in so many of these situations. Absolutely broke Vitality.
Because after this clutch, even when Vitality were in a good position, somehow in the back of their minds, they remembered that they messed up this situation. It felt like it made them second guess how they were supposed to approach very easy situations. You talk about 4v2s, you talk about 5v3s. That's because a round like this shatters what you think is real, what you think is certain. And I'm gonna be critical. Yes, Cadian plays a perfect 1v5, but what the F are these positions in a 1v3? Why is Dupree completely committed from ramp with no way to hide? Why is the second player in vent not hearing Cadian coming to him and just stepping back? It was 9 seconds on the clock when he gets that second kill. It's perfection from Cadian, but it's also a Christmas gift wrapped in the spring finals theme from Vitality.
It's so painful when you're Vitality, particularly as when we actually move on and they do actually manage to cement another round, and you turn to me, Maniac, you say, you know, this could potentially spell oblivion in terms of the weaponry Heroic will be bolstering. And then they answer back with inferior weaponry. They literally only have Tech 9s in round 26.
The thing is, it changes the narrative completely for Vitality. Had they won this map of Nuke, they would be qualified for the spring finals. We're talking about a situation here where Spinks, again, they have a massive opportunity of actually getting it done. It's a Tech 9 round. Heroic, no money whatsoever if they were to lose this round. And it just changes the narrative one more time. As I said, that Cadian clutch didn't have to be as impactful as it did, but as you said, it felt like Vitality were stunned from that moment.
And mistakes were starting to happen. I don't really know why Apex is playing peekaboo in the vent here with the MP9. That's an easy kill from Yabi, and from that moment on, it's over. But you see that micro mistake we just pointed out, they happened every single round from that clutch. That's what I'm trying to explain. Players were, I mean, Apex, but he's not the only one. He's not the only one, but Apex and others were just starting to make mistakes. They were trying to force situations because what used to be evident in how to win a round became complicated. And on the other hand, for Cadian, all the matrix started making sense. You said the calling he was having from that moment on, he entered a sort of a flow state. Insta vent dive, insta secret dive, insta ramp rush. Everything was working. It's like the whole world just made sense. And for Vitality, it just became clouded.
We literally turned to each other, Jacob, and also said, I don't know whether Vitality can emotionally recover from that. Sure, in terms of frags, in terms of the firepower, they were bolstering some really solid numbers, but it's the hauntings that we know they'll have in the back of their mind. We've seen it happen time and time again, you know, in even easier clutches than KD pulled off.
It's just so annoying, to be honest. Let's be completely honest, right? If you're a Vitality fan or if you're the Vitality players, right, it changes the narrative. We're talking about a team that's won 5 maps in a row. They are a couple of rounds away from securing a spot at the spring finals, a couple of rounds away from finally getting the credit, finally getting this positive pushing the back, so to speak, that they've been needing for such a long time, and all of a sudden that completely goes out of hand now. Sure, they could turn up to the 3rd deciding map and win, and we would forget about it. It'll be a blip on the radar in a way, and we can accept it, but if they were to lose now, it would just put Vitality in a very vulnerable position one more time, and I feel like we are done with this. I feel like we've been here before with those guys. I really sympathize with whoever is a Vitality fan, whoever is involved in this organization, or whoever is on the team right now playing on the server. Mentally, this is one of the toughest battles they can ever be exposed to.
I mean, from the doldrums of Vitality to the highs that we saw Heroic managing to finish that one on, because, man, the pure pace that was coming out of the Danes as well to kind of bring the heat to Vitality instantly, make them have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They knew how to play that to their full advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they got into that position, Killian knew how to run towards the finish line now. I think Zist was very level-headed with the interview as well. He said that's true. From that moment on, everything changed. But we shouldn't be needing a 1v5 to reach that level, which is why we are describing Heroic as being maybe a little bit far from their top niveau right now, a little bit rusty, because they needed that man that we have on our screen to catch on fire, to be the Heroic we know they can be. Prior to that, that was a very shadowy, very calm, very timid version of Heroic. They didn't have that kind of pace that they had after this. So he saved them. Cadian saved Heroic. He maintained their chances of making it straight to the spring finals right here, right now, although there is a gauntlet. But now there is a reset. There is a reset for everybody. The disappointment and the negative emotions we're depicting from Vitality, they're also calming down the happiness of Heroic. Everybody can take a deep breath and then move on to map 3.
Yeah, Vitality certainly needing to a big farewell to any negative emotions they may feel after that loss. They are moving on into the 3rd and final decider, which will be Vertigo. It's actually been a ground that Vitality sometimes have been picking into as their own map choice in series. So how does this kind of lay out both teams for you, Jacob?
It's not looking good for Vitality. I'm not gonna lie. I think Heroic is perhaps in the conversation to be the best Vertigo team in the entire world. I think the stats back it up. I think the way they've been playing the map lately backs it up. I think they've said it themselves. They've been surprised they're not allowed to play more Vertigo in some of the best of 3s, but a lot of the teams out there respect Heroic a lot and don't want to test them on a map like Vertigo. It's not like Vitality don't know how to play the map. We've seen that in this tournament as well, but they're going up against what I would classify as perhaps the best team in the entire world on Vertigo. After a showcasing like we just saw here in Nuke, it's hard for me to imagine Vitality bounce back. We've seen this so many times before where they haven't had that mental resilience. So let's see if they matured. Let's see if Saru can make some magic, but I'm starting to believe in the Heroic victory.
Yeah, if we are imagining the bad scenario for the Vitality fan where they cannot properly reset, I think there are 2 main issues that have been rising in the past. First of all is the all-in approach, fight or flight from Apex on A ramp. If they start on the CT side, we've seen him die, or ride or die rather, through these first few seconds in the ramp, and a lot of teams have abused that position. They've abused the ability to get a first kill from him. And also Spinks, in his good or bad days, has either been a wall or a liability towards the middle side of the map. We don't know which one we're gonna get. Spinks have been sending very positive signals throughout the series. If he can step up like that, he's gonna plug a hole in the defense of Vitality. But when it comes to Apex, he has to be able to be level-headed. He has to be able to be calm. No matter the frustration of that map, he cannot just be an offering a first kill every single round.
And I'm looking at the odds. We've had 2 good Apex games in a row in terms of, you know, the firepower he's able to bolster in terms of the kills. That's not often that happens, Jacob. I'm going to be brutally honest.
No, it's not. But let's hope he keeps it up, because I want a competitive game. And I fully agree with what you're saying and insinuating right here, Matthew, that if Apex is having a rough game, it almost means instant GG for Vitality. Tess is, on the other hand, I think he's one of the better players out there to play that position on ramp, constantly aggressing, constantly finding space, constantly being annoying. And I think Apex and Tess Astralis will have a lot of head-to-head duels in this game, and whoever comes out on top of that is going to give their own team a very good chance of winning the game. Another thing I do want to point out, something that we learned from the very first time they played Vertigo this season against Astralis, there was also a game where Vitality struggled massively. It took a bit of a throw for Astralis. They were leading big time. Astralis, you know, probably should have won that game. It ended up being Vitality doing it in overtime, and I'm going to be straight up honest right here. Heroic is a much better unit, a much better team than Astralis, and sure, chain logic doesn't always work in Counter-Strike, but the way that they were playing on Vertigo against Astralis, if they just resemble that level, then they will be in for a very tough time.
Heroic have instantly become the favorites in that series, right? There's no debate in the way Nuke panned out. But in dark times, what is it that you do? You turn back to your superstar. I think this is where the circle comes back around. We talk about how Saiwu took control at the beginning of Mirage, at the beginning of this series. He put his team on track. I think he has to do something equally important right now. He has to give them a few rounds at the very beginning so that everybody, consciously or not, just forgets about the catastrophe that was the end of last game and just remembers now we have one map away from the spring finals, and you need someone that is going to show you, that's going to guide you towards that W, and that has to be your star.
Yeah, Vitality were tantalizingly close on the grounds of Nuke to making it towards the spring final, but it slips through their fingers as Heroic and the man on our screens absolutely steal that one away. 1-1 in the series, and it's Vertigo to decide.
And just like that, with a second half on Nuke, it kind of feels like the tides are changing. Seems like Heroic are fired up. I mean, after a 1v5, how do you not feel invigorated?
With the win.
With the win.
With the win.
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
They could have still easily lost that game. They had to win 3 in a row, losing players constantly. It was a dogfight, man. It was Cadian had that dog in him.
Now we go to Vertigo.
Vitality, the doghouse.
Yeah, I mean, good first half. You know, nothing to scoff at how many rounds they picked up on their own T side. Felt like everything was going well. They end up picking up that second pistol too, but now we got knives out.
You want to talk about pistols?
Sure.
Heroic don't lose this map. The last time was versus Cloud9 about 7 maps ago. 4 out of the 5 last maps wins are single-digit losses for their opponents. Liquid, Spirit, G2, Liquid, and Astralis on Vertigo. And even though those are single-digit losses for their opponents, out of the 12 pistols that they played, Heroic have only won 1.
Ooh. I was waiting for like something impressive.
Well, yeah, it's impressive. No, it is impressive
that they're not losing games.
Yeah, they are getting they're forcing single-digit losses from their opponents with no pistols. So that's incredibly terrifying, and a pistol could just instantly win this game for Heroic. They are super solid on this map. And when we think about Heroic, again, this veto is just amazing for them, and Vitality somehow almost 2-0'd them. So we don't know what's going to happen now, but it feels like, as you mentioned, tides are turning. And I think they have to come straight for the morale in this one. Like, Vitality have to make them feel bad quickly, take away whatever energy that they accumulated near the end of that nuke game, and put them to bed. Spring final on the line here for Vitality. They got to the goal line, they fumbled it. Heroic picked up the conversion. Down was afforded a really bad map there on Nuke. That one could have come down to him as the star of the team. The lack of trades that he got, they made up for it in the end. And I think TSS, who was awesome on Nuke throughout, is also a Vertigo specialist. Definitely the player to watch for me on this map. Alongside Shush as a B anchor, and yeah, they all work really well, and that's why they win so many rifle rounds on this map. So Vitality have their work cut out for them if they didn't already, but they probably weren't expecting it to go to 3. Let's see if they got the stamina.
Here we are. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This map decides who goes to Spring Finals and who gets thrown down to the gauntlet. Heroic started this event with a loss to Evil Geniuses, have rebounded since, are on the brink of defeating everybody else in this group. Jabby, TSS, opening kills after Spinks found the 5v4, so it's a flurry out of Heroic on the ramp, and it's left Magisk waiting for the assault that doesn't seem to be coming his way. They double back, make sound on vents.
But these running rotations are hallmark to Heroic's gameplay. And Vitality know they're almost certainly going to leave one back and look for a lurk, but they still have to respect the fact that there's numbers here for the T side. Just affords TSS a tiny bit of space, and oh, he gets shut down. And they're actually halfway back, so ready to full commit over to the A site, but it's still up numbers. Vitality switch to Danish. Just gonna do pre leftover.
At least in this lull, though.
On Nuke, we needed to see more responsible play out of Magisk. We didn't get that. Definitely struggled on the both halves. If you made up for it here, that's all that would matter.
They get up cross. Bomb will be planted. Shush. Ooh, looks like maybe Dupree's got him honed in. They deal with the short player. Great start. Magisk still up top. His teammate takes a dink, but honestly, barely any damage there because it comes through the edge of the wall, so really just chipped away. And now Shush, I wonder, stuck in the open here, desperate for impact. And the CTs, oh, they come through with the retake and the time. Important pistol pickup.
Absolutely. And again, Heroic, they just don't win pistols, and that was a really good situation to do one. 1 out of their last 13 now, as Vitality take a lead early. Don't think it'll rock their confidence since they're so used to playing in these circumstances, but it doesn't change the fact that Vitality, they had a lot of preparation coming into this series and a lot of new stuff coming out of last year. They wanted to repurpose their veto to include maps that they weren't as good at, to bring in new maps. And they've shown that they've really tried to read into exactly what Heroic want to do. I can't help but feel like they've been looking forward to this match for some time.
got pieces that make a ton of sense on this map. We want to talk about Shush on that CT side, anchoring B. dupreeh as well. It's a spot that I think early on the map, he defined a way, a lot of the ways that other people played it. We'll see about his comfort today and now. E2 has been doing really well. Mirage and Nuke.
Tag's good. But expect Heroic to take all the time in the world. Every second that's afforded to them. You already mentioned these cross back, these rotations, key to their Vertigo play. Indicative of a great Vertigo team.
That smoke is so well timed.
Perfectly placed, but they may not respect it. They could boost over, see that there's nobody here. I mean, dupreeh, it's not like he's up close in a pocket with that MP9. So the smokes go down. The vision is lost. And there's a whole collection of counter-terrorists on the other side of this smoke, trying to pry over it. We got 12 seconds on that clock. Stound's nade finishes off dupreeh. Bomb needs to be planted. Rush comes out the left side. Oh, it's been stopped, but picked back up, Jabby. The god of Vertigo, it stopped again! He got away! The molly! Apex banks it wonderfully.
They had to plan out in the open because of the first molly. A second one came in, and it just got too crazy with the communication. He ran right into the fire to plant, and maybe didn't feel like he could get away with it out in the open once again, once the smokes came up. Wow, that was well fought from Vitality, and it was actually an equally good attack here from Heroic. Seeing over top of the smoke, recognizing there's probably no one quad, they decided to launch onto the site with high numbers, even though they got an early scout tag in. That was close. It was a close call, but they had the utility to play the way they did. You know, it might have been a shame even to commit into the site to play for frags when they had that much utility at that point in the round.
Spinks up here early. He gets highlights from this position. There's one. Some follow-up damage, and Magisk not too far away. Slide by out from Tetses, recovers a little. AK in his paws. Cadian looks to join him. Ooh, but dupreeh gonna go ahead and take back that control. Cadian swaps to the Deagle. His presence is known, and dupreeh wants nothing to do with him just yet. Gives him some space to work. And work he has. Vitality have an affinity for putting Spinks up there in like late rounds, very late rounds on the defense. Overtime sometime, I've seen them pull it out just in those last few moments. It's one of those positions that will probably be cleared from here on out. But important to stabilize after that zany round in the last. 3 players hang on. No armor for Cadian, has to be clean as can be. You know he's going to go for it. Apex softened up. Cadian wastes no time closing that distance. dupreeh has to worry about construction, but he also has his head on a swivel, so Vitality, with 3 up, find a third.
It won't make any more mistakes in the 3v1. If everyone hadn't learned already.
That was a tough pill to swallow.
Damn.
Gotta say, you know, there's 1v5s and then there's that one. It happens so fast.
So fast. I actually didn't know. I didn't say 1v5 for like so many rounds. I just wasn't sure. It was just such a quick sequence. It's as if that op went on cycle faster when he was using it. Magical moment, that one. But it'll all be for naught if they don't close out Vertigo.
Zywoo opens. Sometimes I'm a big critic of Apex on the ramp play.
Yeah, this is a position where, you know, you talked about him not being responsible with how much noise he makes and running around too much. And here on A ramp, it's all about the smoke spams. And any audio cue you give, whether that's a spam, which you need to do at certain times, or if you need to run away, this is where you can definitely get punished. That's fair. Now, Apex, solid series so far. We'll see.
he's upgraded his Vertigo A-ramp CT side as well.
Yeah, no criticism as of late. And even the last time we saw them on Vertigo earlier this event, impressive. I think more calculated.
Full control of B, they're just spotting towards mid. A-ramp unoccupied. Vitality moving in with a smooth timing here on the flank. There's no way for Heroic to come back and fight this. And since they're down numbers, it'll be hard to watch this as well. I'm gonna say this is a hard round to lose if you're Vitality. But
you've got Jabby on the entry. He doesn't waste a bullet. Apex's brain splattered on the back wall. We get this flank up from Dupree, so the T's worried and concerned about the flank. Cadian tries to run, not gonna get out of there, but at least they've got the bomb down. 2v4 queued up. Peacock yellow, hello, Jabby. Double into the third. And this is the thing, world-class player on Vertigo. Trying to keep this one locked in for Heroic. The first of maybe many. Shush has a nice deep angle, an off angle at that, but ZywOo is so clean, and he's sticking that bomb. Jabby doesn't believe it. Ice cold out of ZywOo to keep Vitality's winning ways rolling.
yeah, it was actually somewhat of a desperate stick because they didn't have any utility. They would have normally smoked that bomb, tried to watch one side, but in this situation, had to split the difference. Stuck to the defuse. Luckily for them, Jabby reads too much into it. This is such a nice play for him in the 2v4. Bit too close together, shoulder to shoulder coming up the ramp. ZywOo does the rest. Timeout will be called 4 straight here for Vitality. No WAP. Pause. Actually, Jabby does have enough to drop one if they want it. This would be a massive win for the Veto on top of qualifying directly to the spring final for Vitality. And we're talking about Heroic coming off of Rio Major with a 16-8 win over Liquid, 16-8 win over Spirit, 16-12 over G2, 16-9 over Liquid, and most recently here at the Spring Groups, 16-4 over Astralis to really cement themselves as maybe the best Vertigo team at the moment. Definitely the most confident. And even when they've been shaky here, destroying Astralis.
Cadian hunting, as he is currently quiet. 0 kills. His time will come. Nice nade damage between the two of the CTs. It's going to drop Stown and Tesses.
Finding good ways to pressure the ramp with low visibility and no physical presence.
And I think that's one of the quintessential marked improvements from Vitality. No longer is Apex dying on his own towards short, and ZywOo, as always, finding his impact. They've had to change it up. Ooh, Tesses hears him, has lost track of him, and ZywOo will get killed. Even with Tesses sitting on about 60 health, it's just 1 bullet out of ZywOo. Shush finds the lurk through middle, could go over top construction, and if they transition this back to the B hit, it's going to have been banked on by Shush. But all the while, Spinks gets aggressive over towards short, drops bomb. There is another T, but with that player over towards B, it's gonna leave them wondering where and how he brings this back.
Oh, they had an interesting situation, but it looks like they were gonna commit A no matter what. So at least Shush would have denied any retake potential, potentially killed everybody on exit if they tried to save, forced them into bad fights, but ultimately the A attack just goes down. No issue whatsoever. They even take out ZywOo right away. Vitality, hey man, that's a really good round. They damage in, the late smoke on short. They even, again, get ZywOo, and still, everybody else comes through. Oh, wow. Well, that spray control. I mean, he just reset his crosshair, or reset his gun so quickly for another instant headshot. Vitality on fire. 11 rounds away from locking in that spring final spot.
Honestly, just kind of pushing Heroic to the side right now. Brought up that damning stat, how Heroic keep players or teams at single digits. Vitality halfway to 10 already. And it looks good. A couple by the skin of their teeth, but feels like they can replicate this success round to round. Flash goes over. ZywOo nearly picked off, but the flash blinds them, stuns them, holds them back, and then TeSS re-engage and catches ZywOo through in nades.
Wow. Luckily that incendiary goes down and they could run down this op. Now it's still scary for the CTs to go and get this back, so there is some incentive to try to keep this attack coming forward, which means, you know, you might want to elicit a B push. They don't have that much information, but I think they saw at least 2-3 ramp. Holding the cross now is Apex. They'll spring for it.
All the way to the front site. Tech9 with bomb. Apex getting jumbled up here.
A little confused on grenades. No, but with that molly, they can't plant.
Spinks catches the kill. Stown returns the favor. Now he's going for that bomb, and he'll get it. Magisk lining up damage. Short player getting ever closer in the form of Jabby. And you gotta be careful here. Are they gonna call this off?
Oh man, that's crazy.
Just the plant, they leave?
They don't have any utility left. Am I looking at that correctly? They just pick up a smoke right now, so somehow ran out that quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah, I guess that's that.
Heroic on the board.
Couple odd moments here for ZywOo, and I just say that because it's him. Died without a kill.
Oh, the audacity.
I know, right?
How dare he?
Looking like the number 3 player in the world, or worse.
4 up from Heroic, and they grab a bunch of guns.
Yeah.
But here's ZywOo re-peeking with that incendiary. Yeah, thought they weren't going to come right back at it. He knows.
Don't need to peek to throw that one. A gift for a struggling Heroic.
What a noob.
Let's see if they can replicate that success.
That's one. But they'll need many. Cadian limping into round 7.
It's just for full immersion, so it's just like real life.
Magisk was thinking about getting closer, but I don't know. Ominous Molotov. There's more where that came from. Heroic, don't follow suit.
The mollies are so flawed in mid because the area is so big, you can't really shove someone completely out of it. It's the right amount of disrespect right there. He's been good on the angle mechanically. Move up towards A again. Aggression's coming in from the wide side of the ramp, though. They're not too worried about short. And that nade is amazing.
Thick on the damage, but Apex still rounds the corner to his own demise. ZywOo's tucked along yellow. Stown's dead. Shush follows suit, and there comes the split around the other side. Short player comes through. Low HP for the remaining 2, however, and Dupree's gonna test the waters. Presses out. Oh, he comes off. No plant, no round, and a potential hard reset. They're gonna have to reinvest, and Vitality back to winning ways.
Yeah, they'll be able to buy. Actually, they have the money. They have the money. They're good here. TeSS the only one marginally low. And fair play to Cadian. Dupree could have swung on him in this last moment and just denied it. So he gave him some respect to get off the plant. Played it composed, called out the fake plant. Won the boys around. Again, Heroic at least sitting on max loss. Vitality already doing better than most teams that try to take on Heroic on this map. And again, this is when it comes down to the decider. I think Overpass is open as well. So not only did they pick Nuke into Heroic and lose, they leave Vertigo, statistically Heroic's best map at the moment, for the decider. They got a bone to pick with this team.
I like it. I like the fact that Zonic goes on record with James prior to this second and third map just saying, like, you know, we got to get the practice in. It's all about the major. We've got to, you know, if we're going to play Heroic in the future, we've got to test them here and there.
Yeah, there won't be a team with a small map pool winning that event.
That's why Liquid's shooting for 7. Apex. Ooh.
I was getting bodied right now.
Having used that smoke, they know he's here, so Apex is going to have to fight to the very end. TeSS jumps up first, dead. 2 players look back. Oh, Apex, he runs.
Just starts running.
And it looked like they were about to turn their backs to him.
I think he thought they would just be more shallow in that position. So, okay, here it is.
Dupree forfeits the B site. Jabby knows it.
Yeah, they're watching Heaven. Overstressed in this position is Dupree, but does he catch a timing on Jabby? Yeah, he turns for it. Oh, but Jabby adjusts.
Down in with the flash assist as well, so B site compromised. Belongs entirely to Heroic. They rock that back, and I think you're dead on. Apex expecting them. He didn't think he'd have to run 4 steps.
Yeah.
He thought it was just going to be 2.
It is good to, you know, not just walk peek somebody, but they were peeling back just as he was committing. So it made it look like old Apex that runs too much.
Yep.
But we still have reason to believe that Apex is behind us. Done super well in these last 2 maps.
Once you've made 2 steps, you got to go for 4.
Yeah, that is the Apex.
There's no turning back. But there is a turning around from Heroic.
Yeah.
They shut down his aggression. They'll go ahead and collect themselves a 2nd round win, 8 deep.
Indiscriminate screams. Counter-Strike staple. Is that TeSS?
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes TeSS gives us that Neanderthal hoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, if it's 2 steps, we still got him turned.
Come on, yeah, 2 minutes.
Yep.
Feels good for Heroic. Got to claw back this half.
Uh-oh.
That bounces the wrong direction.
That would have been a value grenade. They were perfect on the timing last time.
Heroic right to it. So now it's full HP bars for all of the men on ramp. Limitations here, double MP9s in the play. Top box spotted. He sticks around Magisk. Ooh, doesn't fall off, gets a kill. ZywOo deep, denied. Insta kill out of Jabby.
He's getting nothing this half.
Rock solid headshot. Spinks slides behind Orange. Here comes the util, and here comes all of Heroic. With as many players that were back on ramp, into the all-in on this B site, Spinks gotta do something and dies empty-handed. It's a scrambled rotation. MP9 challenges through smoke on green, but this already belongs to Heroic.
Yeah, they're not participating in any retakes right now unless they have the favored. Not even pretending to go for it. So they'll sit back and wait. ZywOo's getting beat up. I mean, he has 5 kills, but it's Pyrrhic. Not much impact here. Dying with rifles, too. We had the Vintage Simple series just before this into 2 Unreal maps from ZywOo, but not enough on Nuke. And, well, again, the only thing that matters is the last map, isn't it?
On a day like today, for sure. And Dupree's gonna go down, so 1 less weapon. You better hide. Everybody else hyper-focused.
I feel like it's a bit too much of a reward to know that if you get 1 kill with a little progress onto a site, you pretty much win the round right now versus Vitality. They're just peeling back instantly.
Feels like they got him scared. Let's see what Apex and Magisk can muster.
It's gonna work. Oh, it is.
Oh, he didn't clear it.
Wow.
That's a free AK given over to Spinks. Interesting turn of events, and Magisk is looking to go deep. We've got 2 players watching the flank, 2 right side. Nice distraction, and a good amount of damage on top. That short peek out of Apex nets a kill and gives Magisk an excellent chance to keep that man advantage well and truly alive. They lose their guns though, right?
Yeah.
The ones they start with, dead on ramp.
Yeah.
But Spinks picked one up in mid.
And he's got their fallback. Unless they beat a timing on him, which he has to entertain, they're in a good position to hold on the A site.
Problem is, though, Spinks is that good gun. There are 2 USPs here. Very flimsy defense. See if they can muster up some interesting spots.
Measly pistols. But Cadian being low could be problematic. Misflick. Cadian's also got the bomb. They have the 2 smoke grenades they can put down, put up that wall. Shush just has to make sure pistol players don't rush through. And I like that they go for the deeper smoke. Gives Shush more of a distance. Pistols can't get into that range of lethality. Whoa. Zywoo barely alive. Shush also down low, just like Cadian, so they know where that other one is, but they don't know about Spinks, and he gets dangerously closer. Rounds the corners of ramp.
Yeah, he makes the wrong call on the rotation, though, both off on short, but now it's info gained.
Expectant of a push, Cadian leans back. Op shot off the mark, Zywoo on the bomb site, low HP, has to be Spinks. He falls away, and even then, Shush survives, but the pistol comes out. Time's ticking, he's going outwards and going downwards. Spiraling is the lead of Vitality. Heroic get through that test.
One shredded out there for Spinks, and that's enough. He's holding on to that angle. He comes through on the ramp. There's nothing bad about the move that he takes. It's a 50-50. Are they going to post plant short side, or are they going to default on the ramp? And Spinks obviously knew he had a good opportunity to get in. He timed the flank perfectly. Cadian was watching it for as long as possible. But still, the post plant's too solid. 4 rounds straight back for Heroic. Showing their teeth now.
Walking up, getting close. Three's got to go big. Shush wastes no time, and Magisk rotates in just as fast. But Stound's got the response. Spinks clipped by Cadian. The op coming alive now, second of the map. And there's no overcommitment just yet. That looming threat of a mid-split. Gonna keep him occupied. Nice grenade straight to the chest of Stound. Smoke all over the place. And a Buns Molly actually burns back the tease for a second. Luckily, TeSS comes through with the mid kill, just alleviating the pressure off of Heroic.
Yeah, the lurk was in through mid, though. No one towards the other side of the map, which, again, is more classically Heroic. But I think that even though there isn't one, Vitality are going to be worried about it. What can Heroic do based on this information? They're coming in single file towards A, and Vitality have decided to stack the B site. Zywoo has moved out of position. Again, nervous, paranoid that they could be anywhere. Trying to find TeSS. But he's just left a ghost and a mark here in mid. And they're just going to save again, so open site gets picked up. Heroic will plant the bomb, and now they're on fire.
Yes, sir, this T-side's coming back. Well and truly alive. As we would have always expected.
Yeah. No, when it comes to both sites, I mean, actually, Magisk, I feel like he's getting some of the most impactful frags. He's 11-4. When he's been there, they've died inside of mid as the rotation over towards B. He's been fast. He's been precise. Much better map from him, but Zywoo on this map, everybody else right now, struggling to get comfortable.
How quickly that great start has nearly been tied up. Shout out TeSS, again performing well. It's been a consistency in this series.
It's one way to interrupt attack.
Do I use this time to somehow micromanage my teammates and make sure we're all on the right page?
Or? Yeah. Let them know there's nothing to talk about. They know what to do.
Yeah. They are all on the same page. Not a doubt in the minds of Heroic here. So gobble away. Hey, remember that time Cadian got a 1v5?
Feels like yesterday.
A little bit less impactful on the op this map, but organizing. A nice recovery here on the T side. And off the timeout, they go back to the ramp play. Unfortunately here for Vitality, it's another one with lesser weapons. But we saw how close that last one got. Apex trying to find a home for the P250. It's gonna take more than that to stop Tesses. He is on point. Apex tries to smoke them away from short, will die, and then Magisk activates off the top of Crane. Spinks creeps deep. I would stay tucked. They're running over. He's gone unnoticed, and sure enough, Deagle to the back of the head. Jabby over top, the second victim of Spinks. Finally, they're able to shut down that B play at the entrance, because normally it's this huge clash inside the site. But not here, not round 12. But guess what? It's not over. Go ahead, take the opposite side of the map. He's back in another clutch. 2 kills on the map, 4 to take here right now. And the CTs want to get themselves all grouped up together before they come forward with this retake. There's 1 kit, it's on Magisk. There's low health on 2 already. Cadian from the top of the site sprays into just the 1. It's not enough, it's close. All 3 players nearly dead, but Vitality with lesser weapons pull off a 7th.
The comedian doesn't get the last laugh again. Dude, that was, like you said, with the way that they're controlling space down the B steps, or lack thereof, with Dupree normally playing back on the site. As soon as Heroic get up there, again, boosting over the smoke, they've also noticed that no one's playing left side, ever. Like, they're repeating positions back on Generator, Dupree, ultra passive, and so I feel like they're even able to skip protocols because of how comfortable they are running in. And there's just too many known things, I feel like, in these rounds for Heroic. Like, as soon as they get a kill or 2 with the site vacant, they're not really worried about a full flank that's almost never coming in. Vitality are almost always saving right away. And then on top of the fact that they know when they get a certain amount of space, the round's over, I feel like you can't give another team that much. Magisk, the most unlikely hero of the series here, to map 3. Definitely playing the best of any of his teammates at the moment.
Gonna try to replicate that deep success. There's a level of unknowingness with that smoke. Could go either way here, and the numbers actually lean too Heroic. That trajectory is going to tell them where they need to focus, and sure enough, 2 headshots come out. A ton of damage, credit where it's due, but they need these kills. Falls on Magisk. Can he really do this alone? No. Traded out by Shush. Zywoo's got an angle, but he has to concede. And Heroic have done it again. They go back to the depths of the B steps.
Yeah, they put up a better front, but this time Dupree just uses his grenade late. Like, the smoke is coming up. They have every right to come through that. It's fading, and then lots of damage off of the M4 from above. But yeah, a few moments where mechanics could have saved them, but definitely an unforced error to elicit that initial problem. Somehow it doesn't even feel like Vitality have a lead in this game, but they're still managing. Maybe they feel good about 7 at this point.
Keeping this off at M4. Be a little boon for the next one. Shush is coming. But all is good on the A site front. Still a lead, but at what cost? 5-0 for Vitality at the beginning of this game.
Well,
stunned ever since.
It's so awkward to talk about because clearly Vitality have improved, like you mentioned. Apex dying less on the A site. They're having nade protocols that have gotten a lot of damage off of, some good starts to the round, but then for some reason, Zywoo just so uncomfortable on all these really important rounds, just dying first bulleted with an op, with utility out, whatever it is. And then over on B, they improve right there, but then they still lose the round. It's so hard to see what's going to happen next, based on what we know.
Luckily for us, it's live. Dupree, give it another chance. Oh, let's half his health burn out. Dodging the nades that come from over top. And that just makes this forward setup feel a little too uncomfortable to truly commit.
You can see they want to do it, but clearly now we know why they haven't. They look so uncomfortable trying.
Well, they at least trade out. Leave Spinks here. He's got 100 HP.
Yeah, he was good on this angle. Okay, they full commit.
I'm down with this. Layered, one above and one down beneath.
Nice.
So all of a sudden, we get Heroic walking into the meat grinder. Cadian reclaims one. He knows that Spinks is still stuck there. Goes out on the AK and so close. But Spinks losing teammates left and right. Stranded down on that ramp. Bomb at his feet. TeSS back turned. Apex deep push. Pays off. And it's the Vertigo god himself in Jabby to try and reclaim it all. Last couple of rounds here, everything to play for. Jabby's given a chance. He could just swoop straight down. And sure enough, kills Spinks, but Apex ready to answer.
Yeah, he made it look cool. The map was his canvas for those 40 seconds, but time not exactly on his side with the bomb in that position. And it was all about Spinks right here. I mean, the high-low setup at least draws attention upward, so he has an easier time getting those kills. But this third one, Cadian made a great play, and it looked like he was about to lock that down.
That fight's so weird through the stairs.
It is.
It's like the vent over on A, A short.
Yeah, you definitely need to get a little lucky.
Put all that metal in the way.
Reminds me of Jim from The Office staring through the slits.
Yeah. Through the blinds. Also very cool if Jabby hangs upside down to clear that angle. Looking like a lemur. TeSS. Ooh, nice Apex. Reserved. Leans back, hangs on. Magisk with, again, a little bit of impact inside mid, but the creep up from Shush. Ooh, that could have been a great chance for Heroic to take it back. This will be Vitality on the brink of the double digits. Something that so many teams fail to do versus Heroic on Vertigo. And now, if they can manage to start off that second half with a nice clean pistol, we're talking 10 to Vitality. Or another robbery from Cadian himself. He plays the audio cue and doubles back. 14 HP, but ZywOo has to bite on that rotation. In fact, both CTs go. Trickery is afoot. If he wastes too much time, they come back.
Yeah, he had to give it a shot. He doesn't have utility. And from the way the map looks, of course, I'm sure he wishes he had some. But the bomb's about to get planted with them extremely far away. This is kind of nuts.
Both players have kits. Cadian's on 14 health.
Bomb planted good for short. Not so much the ramp, but it gives him a way to play this.
Is he going to get weird?
In a typical fashion. He has to do something weird.
Well, this is definitely that
One
problem.
guy makes a mistake. It's possible, but they're splitting right now.
It's just the fact that Dupree has the advantage if he comes from short or ramp. And then if Dupree manages to somehow flub this and die, he's still got ZywOo in the play, and ZywOo's making sound, so Cadian's watching that direction. He sees him, and sometimes the jester, sometimes the clown. This one comes down to the wire, but they will get that defuse, and so the brink of double digits. One last half between Vitality and Heroic for the tickets to Spring Finals.
T-spawn to connector to B. Through Palace to CT to mid.
Okay, I don't even know.
Bridge to A through T-spawn. Yeah, I got it. I think my team, NIP, is going to be best on this map. So here we are, T-spawn here. Obviously very similar, like, artistic style to Dust 2, actually.
The map has open skyboxes, so I think it was great for executing sites. I think that was like Valve's main initiative here.
So let's see in how many seconds I will be on B site if I want to rush.
There's also windows that are very obvious going into the B site, so they want to make it easier to execute. There's plenty of things to boost on if you get smoked off in main. What's great is that there's not many corners going into the B site. It looks good. It looks like a CS map.
Like on side time in 12 seconds, so it will be really tough for CT sides.
This peak here isn't very valuable as CT because the terrorists can come from the left as well, and it's very difficult overall.
They will need to block it immediately and to use utility if they don't want to lose the round instantly. But obviously with throwing flashes through these windows, I think they will blind them.
Like this is the first area you're gonna probably counter a CT if you're gonna take an early peek as T or CT. It's like these angles.
But I think the only problem is like I don't think you can smoke everything off, and it seems like you can always boost over every area that is smoked. So it's gonna be interesting to see how pros approach the map.
Because there's a lot of angles that terrorists can abuse, because they can take map control very easily. Very difficult to hold here. Like in general, I think this map is very T-sided.
The left side of B, like going towards CT, I think the CTs definitely have advantages in these areas. The creators of this map had the plan in mind already for it to be kind of, you know, CT oriented.
Like here's the CT spawn. What I think is like, I think that there's gonna be 2 guys at B, 2 going to mid and 1 going to A. Like that's what I think it's gonna be like.
This is kind of middle. I don't think it will be easy to block.
It seems like a really easy area of the map. It's kind of just about, you know, a chess game of utility.
So we find ourselves with a 3-round difference here. Vitality have an edge, but they've also got a difficult T-side ahead of them. Heroic, Vertigo, Gods, trying to keep that record well and truly alive. Can they stave off an offense from Vitality?
Heroic, 1 out of 13 pistols. Looking for 2 out of 14.
Yikes.
And it actually could be meaningful. Vitality already doing so much better than some of their recent competition.
Started off phenomenal, fizzled out for a little while. But yet they sprinkled a few more in. Shush on short. He's got support right behind him. Not alone here. Oh, Dupree, clean first one. But Testes gets a bomb dropped in front of him. Apex attempts to press up into the crane. Another critical duel over on short, and Apex doubles back, gets the best of Cadian. CTs try to possess that bomb, but they've got ZywOo to deal with. Empty mag. Oh, Apex. A mistake made, but at least ZywOo reclaims the kill, and it's gonna have to be the Jabby clutch. 1v3. They're still lingering nearby. Magisk meant to keep him stuck in. If Jabby times this flank to perfection, then Spinks will have the B site and ZywOo can sprint away, but Magisk straight up ends it. And Vitality keep that poor pistol record going.
Did you see? Yeah. 1 out of 14 on pistols on their best map. Crazy. I haven't seen anything like it, honestly. This is the most patient shot I've ever seen Apex take in my life. And I'm here for it. It brings me life. I loved it.
He made up for it by running up short with a knife out.
Yeah, that was like ZywOo was fighting this guy at the back end of short, and of course Apex is luck because he runs up and the guy just sprints across to the other side. So he comes to support ZywOo.
Hello. And dead.
Man, it's not looking good here for Heroic. I mean, you know, well, again, they win so many quality rifle rounds, but like this pistol stat has to catch up to you eventually. Again, the second team so far in their last 6 to get past double digits, and it looks like they can go even deeper.
Pretty given the cover. Smokes are going to go up. Looking nice and easy. Yeah. Call it quits, boys. Go ahead. Save all your tools for the next one.
Don't give him money.
So 5-round lead is the way this T-side starts.
Yeah, no kidding. We look back on Nuke, that could have been 1 as well. Then we look back on Nuke and remember that Heroic brought it back.
They've come back.
From a dire situation.
They could have left. Every single player here could have saved.
If they keep going 1 for 1, I guess it's worth it, but
they're going to test the waters and then just retreat with 2. Here comes Apex on the chase. Dies. That's 11, folks. So I guess they had second thoughts on letting Vitality and Co. walk away with all those
I feel like
weapons.
Vitality's only Achilles in this series has been they've called good T-sides on each map, but they've also called bad rounds within these maps. Towards the end of Mirage, it started to look a little sketchy. Nuke was obviously good and bad. And we'll have to see if that problem persists.
It's down perched.
And when I say bad, just to be specific, sometimes a little slow. But this one's not that at all.
Cleaned up easily. Good amount of damage, though. Now, that was the 2 weapons saved, so it should have come with a cost to Vitality. They're just going to walk away from it. Could grab a weapon.
They're just getting their affairs in order here before they walk away. The call is, don't lose this round.
Should be the call every round. But CS happens. And they're coming back. Dupree's at the front, so this one's easy. Could have been easier. Shush. Yeah, has to try and play off that flash. Spinks going to alleviate all the pressure. It's a graveyard of CTs here on this B site. 3 survive. Now a bit of cash, all good.
Yeah. Now, Heroic, they perform equally well. CT and T-side, 60% on both. That's how good they've been. So, lopsided that first half was. They've had even better CT sides here and there. Don't know if today's going to be the case. Of course, it's a new year, and that's part of the story. Map stats are relevant, but recent stuff is the most important, and a lot of the recent stuff we don't know about. We don't know what the server work has been like for some of these teams, how their recent scrims have gone, how their break is, how they're feeling, and what team they thought they were going to be coming into the groups, and what team they found out they were. Which is a harsh reality, but something that's also consistently happened after every single break, every year. Just the way it goes. Oh, another big kill from Magisk. And if he's a two-way player, well, maybe there's hope for them.
They hear that. Shush knows he's pinned against the wall, but could still fight. TSS traded out towards short, and that bit of a gap from Shush, even more damage. The fact he gets away with a kill and all that versus Magisk, when at one point he's stuck inside the fire with 3 guns blaring at him.
Yeah, he got tagged. They knew where he was. They could read his fallback position, but he kept it cool.
Spins a little gold. It's down. Yeah, even with the advantage on the Shadow, Dupree's too ready for it. I mean, it makes sense. Shush used that position with the USP last round to get that exact same kill on the exact same person. Dupree conditioned to look up.
Sometimes they wait too much. And, Heroic don't make like huge mistakes in these situations. They take risks, but they look for info in good ways. And so sometimes it really does bite you. I feel like it has bit Vitality to simply pause, even though that's classically the right CS thing to do. And I don't know, I feel like CS is starting to change a little bit in that way. Some of those things you're always supposed to do don't seem to always work anymore. Kadian gets into a good spot here.
Gave him time to get into this position. First shot's clean, second off the mark, but the nade, that would end Magisk. Ooh, he gets away with 13, dives in. Kadian, gunned down by Magisk. Now they gotta go for the plant. There's 6 seconds. Shush, he knows his hands are busy. That smoke on ZywOo gives him cover. And a great chance for Shush to close. Health advantage ZywOo. And he leans back to the quad. Unbeknownst to ZywOo, where has Shush got off to? Smoke fades, vision's up, limited options. Shush concerned, ZywOo as well. He's thinking maybe top of stairs, but he figures out that last fight and keeps Vitality's success story rolling.
Yeah, that was actually not the best case situation for ZywOo. He had that smoke, but he couldn't really leave. He was forced to plant out in the open. But of course, he squeezes water for stone as he usually does, and here on T-side, already having more impact than he did, it feels like, throughout that entire CT. This approach is great from Dupree. I mean, it's scary for him because, of course, your head's on a platter walking out in that angle, but crouch walking at that specific angle worked perfectly. He wasn't exposed in any real dangerous way, and Sound was regretting sitting up there instantly.
I think we reach a point in this series, Mo, where I want to talk about Stown. He comes into this third map with a 0.68 rating. And we kind of touted this whole series as ZywOo versus Stown. Can he compete? Can he keep up? And this evening, he's leading on his teammates to even give them a chance in this one.
And it speaks to the strength of Heroic that they've even survived this far without Stown, who is their consistent and highest performer, having a bad day. Lots of time to get back into the game, but not getting there.
For sure. At this point, it's Jabby and TeSeS rated highly. Obviously, this is Jabby's playhouse, but they're running out of runway. The hopes of easily soaring into the spring finals starting to crash around them. Deep presence here from Heroic on the ramp. Nothing over there. They like this affinity for the B site, and there's nobody just keeping eyes on it from the get-go. It's 3 ramp, 2 top mid. They start to hear that nuisance getting closer to the B site. They lay down utility, take up position. Apex over the wood wall. So now both teams confirmed. TeSeS. Oh, the timing could be good. Both CTs down deep. And so ZywOo's dead, and Heroic can just fall back.
So hard to chase through that corridor. They have to spread the map. They have to do this fast. And immediately the CTs pull back because they're going to bleed time off as the Ts have to clear all these angles and be careful of every situation. Now, as soon as they find this out, again, they have to reorganize. What site do they pick? It looks like they go back.
And 0 info top mid. You know, they are playing in the dark.
Oh, God. Shush. Almost in that same spot. Wait, now he's the anchor alone.
Again?
Up here again.
They line up. It's damage versus 2, but the double entry could just lead them into Cadian. Jump up across. Spinks shut out. Bullets come through. USP's desperate, and Magisk makes the difference. But we've got Stown with a chance to recover. Push comes to shove. They attempt to come up, and his shots aren't on the mark. He is pinned behind this cover. TeSeS leads forward with a lending help, and Stown can come wide. They manage so close.
Wow, I mean, yeah, Stown doesn't commit. It looks like he's not confident, but he has a teammate watching the cross, and he's delaying time over and over again every time he jiggles, and they commit to that spray. Man, but look at this defense from Heroic. They had to kill every single player to get into the site. All 5 of them rotating in to new positions. That's not the resistance that Vitality had. Yes, they have a lead, but I just want to say, you know, that's how hard it's going to be to close this game out.
So the CT side for Heroic begins. And could very well thrive in round 21. We've got a Scout, an AK, and Deagles across the board.
Legibility is a problem for some of the older styles of calling, and I think that's what Heroic have answered with.
Oh man, SMG finds its home. Cadian, deep off ramp, the jump across. The fact TeSeS gets 2. And so throw him to the wolves. AK for Magisk. The few weapons they have, still ready to go. Well-timed peek, even better trade, and it's on to Apex. But didn't expect Shush to go that deep onto the ramp, so they lose 3 bodies, but they keep 2 alive, and they keep the rounds going.
Yeah, you know, not the most impressive buy coming into it, but good control of the ramp there from Heroic. They've got some work to do, but unlike Nuke, I think they can see the victory, and Nuke, they still pulled that out, even though it was all set up. The stage was set beautifully for Heroic, or for Vitality to just close out. This map's a little different. And once again, you know, not taking this to overpass was a choice. But Vitality, say all that, they're still 3 rounds away.
That they are. Ooh, nice one from Spinks. TeSeS knows he has them pinned in the corner. Frag could find damage. But instead, it's Tesses that gets shredded for half his health. Cadian, quick, onto the flank. Spinks turns around, can't stop it. And now they've got them just corralled here. Lambs to slaughter.
Who's stuck in with who?
How it's supposed to be. ZywOo. They tried to get aggressive. They tried to push around the crane. I mean, they had them pinned in. Cadian could have just kept that flank secured. They could have sat on site. Instead, they take an initiative, and they could have just rewarded the golden ticket to Vitality. 14 off the back of this if they close 3v2.
Man, they made an interesting stylistic decision here. They don't go and get the guns. And Heroic, there could be an incentive to believe, well, why don't we stack the A site? They've got guns here. They're probably going to grab. It's likely going to be one player in this spot. But right now, 2 Deagles. This could get chewed down by Cadian. He doesn't know the opportunity at hand, but it is right before him.
Timing's working out. Oh, Lord. Oh, no, Cadian. Looked like he was about to round that corner. Could have found them when backs turned, but Magisk makes sure to play the left side of Tetris. And ZywOo. There are very critical games across 2022 on Vertigo that ZywOo made the difference in. Versus OG at the Rio Major, kept their dreams alive. And right here, right now, he shuts down the double.
Yeah, they're on the doorstep, man. They're actually making it happen on this round of all rounds because of this spray right here.
No
They were
trade.
stuck in there, but they just ripped that Chinese finger trap open.
Nice! Let's go!
They didn't play that delicately at all.
Nice
Brute force
Nice Badu! Let's go! Woo!
to make that round theirs. Apex probably thinking about the next round to see what they can do to extend the lead. This takes the edge off for him.
Final timeout. Man, the money's rough. And they've got a choice. You give Vitality 15, you play back 7 for OT,
or you buy an op.
Put it in the hands of Cadian.
What a map from Magisk. And his impact was felt. When things were going wrong CT side, he was there getting 2 kills. Now on T side, entry's just been as good.
Just a brick wall in mid. So here we go. That decision's been made. Shush relegated to the Deagle. And a veto that looks so good for Heroic. It's really just that world-class T-side on Nuke. Something they knew that they had to improve on after losing to EG yesterday. Here we go. Magisk looks to unravel the B play. And it's Shush, that weakened player on just the sidearm, who's meant to hit some kind of a zinger. Where Jabby goes massive on the FAMAS. Another smoke goes down to the top of stairs. M4 leans in. We've got 3 CTs defending. Apex traded. Stown tries to get back. Dupree stutter steps. Deagle leans into green. They've given them some space.
Yeah, the patience, they think the fallback is coming, but they're still playing close here. Vitality are worried, but they're worried about Phantoms. There's no one close by. Dupree starting to leave. They get smoked out.
But maybe better safe than sorry. Cadian, the only line of defense at this A site, finds the headshot onto Magisk. Overkill to shut them down, but here comes Spinks. Oh, he gets dinked, but still survives the challenge in from Stown. They double back again. Deep position from Shush. An upgrade into the AK. Continuation spray is good for the damage, and now Spinks, he becomes that cutter. Block them off from mid. Let ZywOo get in with that bomb. Push him into the clutch. 15 on the line. Doesn't plant. He goes for kills instead.
He has no choice, but he only needs one. Oh my God.
Bloodthirsty ZywOo. Soul-shattering ZywOo. And a critical mid-lurk from Spinks. Without that, there is no rock back from Cadian's kill on A.
Oh, they're laughing, they're screaming, they're jubilant, they're excited, and now they're right there.
The Jester of Cadian has met his match. It's the Mime of Apex. Mirroring his energy, but besting his calling. Vitality Just get through the little remnants of Heroic. That's all that's left. He rounds the corner, full of conviction, full of certainty. And Heroic, full of bullets. Jabby dead in an instant. The top of Group A. Team Vitality, Spring Finals about to be locked in. No showdown for Vitality. At the very least, a second chance Heroic, but you've got this entire camp. Finally, success for Vitality. They start this year with a bang.
Man, the big win when they needed it. They lock it down versus the top team in their group. They put it together in one of the hardest vetoes that we've seen, and it goes to the third map after Cadian literally wins a 1v5 on them on a map they should have closed out just now. Now they get to the Spring Finals. They start off the year strong, and again, it's all building towards the Paris Major. This team wants it more than anyone else, and they were willing to take Heroic on their strongest maps to prove it.
They just wanted to test the waters. They wanted to see what they themselves were made of. And they've been so apparent, like you said, fixating on this major. It's around the corner, and it needs to be an improvement after Rio. An expensive project, the world's second best. And I feel like tonight we felt that wrath, but we also saw great improvements out of the likes of Apex. Something that feels like it's necessary alongside the return of Spinks and Magisk, and hell, even Dupree. But here he is. Some say number 2. Tonight, he's number 1.
We're working out who we're getting here. A lot of excitement and a crazy game to get this done with. Zyro, you're the first team to make it to the Spring Final. You 2-0'd your previous opponents, a close game here against Heroic. Just how does that feel? You've got off to the year in a great start.
Yeah, feeling really good for the New Year's, for a really great start, and now yeah, feels good. Really feels good to beat Heroic because we always lose them, so it feels really good. So right now we're just gonna keep it and for the next tournament. Yeah.
And you had the confidence in that 1v2. Spinks goes down, a key moment there, and you just went for it. You just smelled the blood?
Yeah, I was smelling the blood, but I have no choice. I saw the guys jumping. I knew I was dead if I was planting the bomb, so I have no choice to just pick them.
Well, it worked out perfectly. And I want to touch on the nuke game, right? Because you guys were so far ahead. Cadian pulls off that 5v1, and it seemed to be something that spurred them on. Did you feel like you should have had nuke?
Yeah, we feel we should maybe won this map, but they play really good after that. So after that, we have no regrets. We know they play good. We try to play good as well, so we have no regrets. Yeah.
Now, in the interviews I've been doing with you guys, going into the previous games, going into today, you've been talking about the process that Vitality is going through on and off the server. This is a good sign of that process working out, but is this you guys starting to believe now as well?
Of course, we start to believe since the beginning. So, and we can just see we have more confidence, we work more on ourselves, and yeah, we're just gonna keep it. Yeah.
And you've grabbed yourself a little bit more time off as well, right? Because now you don't have to stick around, you can disappear off, you've got your Spring Final, some more further practice or a bit of time off in between?
Yeah, of course, we don't have showdown, so we have more time off, we maybe take some rest with family, more practice, I don't know, but of course we're gonna do good rest, yeah.
Now, we got a question from our Blast TV viewers. They get to have a little say on what I get to ask you at the end here. And Zyro, guess what? They asked, who's the loudmouth between Cadian and Apex? Which one's louder?
It's tough actually, because it's really tough. I think both. It depends. It depends who's the winner of the game, I think. But I think both are really loud.
Yeah. So today it was Apex?
Yeah, I mean both. I mean on Nuke it was a bit loud, Cadian, actually. Yeah, I think both, yeah.
The only map they won though, that's all it is. Yeah. Zyro, congratulations. Thank you very much, man.
From a heartbreaking, earth-shattering end to Nuke, Vitality pull off what we all deemed almost impossible for them, completely bouncing back on the grounds of Vertigo. And man, mental fortitude through and through. Vitality, a well-deserved first spot, Matthew, at the Spring Finals.
Qualification for Spring Finals, and it came through overcoming their obstacles, overcoming their demons, Freya. That's what Vitality had to do. We all knew, the world knew, that they had thrown away their chance on map number 2. We talked about how Heroic was an impossible opponent to take down for Vitality. 3 games in 2022, 3 losses at that. Everything was lining up for Heroic, beating them once again and destroying the hopes of the Vitality fans, but not this time. We see the reaction, we see them pull through, and they make it they finally beat Heroic.
It's the fashion they do it in that's so impressive to me. The fashion they beat Heroic in. Of course, we remember the new game. We remember what happened. But if you look over the course of this best of 3, there was no doubt that Vitality were by far the better team. They should have won Nuke. They should have won this 3-0. You know, you can't win a best of 3 3-0. But if you ever could, that would be it, right? It felt like Magic's came in and played some of his best Counter-Strike as well. Great to see. We saw on map number 1, we had all the players activated at the same time, Mirage. There's so many positives to pick away from this matchup that I'm actually very, very happy on behalf of Vitality in the fashion they're winning, let alone, of course, qualifying for finals.
Yeah, exactly. It's the style in which we see them manage to outclass Heroic in this best of 3 series. The fact that it wasn't just a Zyru show, as Jacob was just aptly putting it, Magic stepping up when he needed to on this final map match.
Oh, yes, he was the main reason. He was the main driving force on the CT side. I think Heroic tried to break the wall on the A side a couple of times, and Magic's positioning as this third defender was spotless because, of course, Zyru had a relatively slow start by his standards. He couldn't really get activated early on. It was Magisk, actually, who was stealing the show. And even towards the very end, I would argue the scoreline is slightly deceiving. It feels like it was easy peasy lemon squeezy for Vitality. I don't think that was the case. No. I think there were some very intense, tight 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3s, where you know it's one kill that's going to make the difference, and Magisk, more often than not, stepped up in these moments.
100% agree. And usually, you know, when you see Heroic playing a 2v2 and a 3v3, you always sit back with the feeling that that's in their advantage. That's their bread and butter. That's what Heroic is so good at, outmaneuvering their opponents. We saw that on Nuke after the Cadian clutch as well. There was plenty of 2v2s, 3v3s where Heroic ended up winning all of them. But it's just great to see Vitality take that mental step ahead, right? We spoke about the resilience. We spoke about the maturity of this team. And I feel the victory today is a statement to Vitality is definitely pointing in the right direction. They weren't too bad in Abu Dhabi. They didn't finish off the season in a horrendous style. They could have done better, of course, but here, so far, the Counter-Strike they've been playing, it's probably the best Counter-Strike we've seen Vitality play as a whole ever since Spinks joined, and that's a positive sign coming out of break.
I'll agree with that. And also, even more so because Heroic put them under pressure. Again, the scoreline might be vast, but towards the very end on that second half, it was constant flank. Constant players pushing in the back, always trying to grab map controls. More often than not, surprising Vitality. We saw Apex throw his hands in the air. Like, what the hell are you doing behind us? It's 20 seconds into the round. So Heroic did all they could to put the screws on Vitality, to force them to make mistakes. And regardless, they stayed the course and they were able to close some of these clutches. So that's what I call growth. I think today was about growth for Vitality.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the flip side, heartbreak for Heroic at the final hurdle. But let's get a few closing thoughts from Cadian.
Cadian, a tough game. You seem to have had tough games every single one. It's definitely a good practice start to the year for sure. But I will say, let's start on the Nuke, right? This one was where you guys came alive again. You brought the energy back. But I have a feeling that if you didn't get that 5v1, I'm not quite sure that you would have been able to make that comeback. Did you feel the same?
Yeah, to be quite frank, I think we played awful today, like on all 3 maps. So, I mean, Vitality haven't beaten us since October 2020, so that's a long time. And I think that if they weren't going to beat us today, they probably never would. Because, to be honest, I think we played really awful. I'm super disappointed in the way we played. I'm not gonna pretend that I think we played a good game or anything. I think all of us had many jitters, many bad decisions, over peaks. We lost both anti-ecos and Mirage. Yeah, there's at least plenty of things to look at when we get back home. Let me put it that way.
And in terms of getting back home, you now will go down, obviously, to the gauntlet. You'll wait for the other teams to decide who you're going to play against, but you're not getting much time to fix these, right? You're playing these tough games going through. So is it a sign of things that you start to worry about, or is it things where you're looking at and you say, okay, this is actually fixable, but we just don't have the time?
It's difficult to say because, right now I'm also in the heat of the moment. You know, right now everything feels shit, and you think that, oh, we'll never be able to fix these things, and what the hell was that kind of game from us? But also, you need to sometimes take a step back, breathe, evaluate the game slowly, talk to the boys about the things you think they should do different, and yeah, let's take it one step from there. No reason to just look all black on it. I don't even know what this saying is, but there's a saying in Danish like that at least, where don't just focus on all the negatives, but yeah, we didn't play a good game. I think also Vitality played good. Saivu had some insane shots, some good rounds, but for me at least, biased, obviously, but it's not overshadowing the way we played.
I understand you. Let's end on a positive then. You and 5v1s. What on earth does this the ones you pull off are masterminded in it. Is this just all off instinct and just thought process? Because it almost looks robotic.
Yeah, I mean, Jabby asked me after the map, what are you even thinking in situations like that? And I think I'm not thinking too much, like you said. It's the intuition, it's the instinct. Because also when I was planting in the one-on-one, in the end, I was like, where the F am I gonna planned, you know, like I'm open to everything basically, but I just had to take a chance. The time was so low, and I also had a good timing in the end on the last guy, so it played out pretty well. And I'm gonna have to rewatch the VOD on that one, and hope that the Twitch chat is gonna spam Guardian instead of Comedian. Who knows?
I think they will now, mate, for sure. Thank you very much, Caden. We'll see you soon.
Trying to start a new trend. You know what? For good reason, because, man, that clutch was absolutely dirty. But, of course, as James was alluding to, not the result that Heroic were, of course, hoping for with that spot at the spring finals. Tantalizingly close. That does move them into the gauntlet, which will be going on in just a few days' time. But it's the time factor as well that James obviously alluded to in the Vitality winners interview. You want that extra time to be kind of brushing off the dust and getting ready for this new season.
Yeah, you have to be ready, of course, not only to qualify for spring finals, which we know is ever so important, but IM Katowice is round around the corner. It's one of the main, most important point of the calendar. And I think Kadian is a little bit harsh on his teammates, but I also agree with what he's saying. And we might be blindsided by his clutch on Nuke, who creates this incredible narrative when they come back into the game and suddenly becomes competitive. There was a very realistic world in which Vitality put them to bed in a comfortable 2-0.
Yes.
And this isn't the heroic that we know. This isn't the heroic that we appreciate, that we compliment, that we respect. Stone was invisible pretty much the entire series. That's not something that happens too often. So he's been clairvoyant on the issues they've had, and just maybe he gave them a bit more time to survive in this series with the clutch.
Yeah, a little bit atypical from Heroic to look so bleak, but personally I'm not too worried, to be honest. It's again, they're coming out of a long break as well. They took some time off. Stown didn't play the last tournament as well for Heroic, so they didn't even practice up to Abu Dhabi with him. So it's still a slow start for Heroic, and there's no hiding in this competition, right? You will expose yourself if you're not ready for it, but I think Heroic coming Katowice, they'll be ready for it, and coming Liquid or Big, whoever they play in that gauntlet, they'll be ready for it.
Yeah, they'll certainly need to be. We can take a look at the Group A bracket to see exactly what the overview is now that Vitality have progressed on to the spring finals, the first team to do so, and man, that's a nice spot to be cementing yourself later on in the year. I do want to take a look at the gauntlet though, because that's where you're going to be finding the remainder of the teams from all of the groups are waiting to see if they can claim another spot at the spring finals. Of course, at Heroic, slightly closer to that, but it's not necessarily going to be the easiest of roads. Obviously, they've got the winner of either Team Liquid or Big to be facing in their match.
That won't be easy at all, but I don't think you really want to play against Heroic right now. In fact, after this game, they might be extremely angry, extremely mad at themselves, and usually that's when you get the clamp back when you try and go up against them. So won't be an easy game, but we get to see who is going to face them.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting indeed. Tell you what else is exciting, our CS Money Play of the Day. And man, we have had some absolute bangers to be rounding out the day today. It's going to be a tough choice, so sell me on this one, Jacob. What do we got first?
We got NPL with the AK-47 doing a lot of good stuff today's game against NIP, and I spray down right here against pistols, but well done.
Yeah, that's what you call stat padding, but that works too. Our second option is none other than Mr. Ru, Zaiwu with the Deagle. Probably on Mirage, if I were to guess, if I'm betting on myself here, doing the work, that's a 4K, and that in itself created such an important momentum for Vitality. We even get the luxurious bird's eye view, you would say. You can appreciate the man in his natural habitat.
9 out of 10 days, Zaiwu will win this competition, but today he won't, because Kadian pulled off a 1v5 that you're not gonna forget anytime soon. Absolutely fantastic, punishing every single mistake Vitality wait right here. A little bit of a mistake made by Magic peeking out right here, but as Kadian said, the intuition, the style, the flair, taking the chance, playing the bomb, and getting the kill on Dupuy as well. That was a beautiful, beautiful clutch and a strong contender for Player of the Year already in January.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the percentages on those ones tomorrow. Not to spoil anything, I think I know where my vote is going to be going, but I also want to check in with James Banks to take a look at our Mersk MVP contenders and see who might be ahead of the race in this one now.
Oh yes, we're going to check in once again for our Maersk MVP and see right now who has a chance of grabbing it here for the spring groups. And Zaiwu's still on there and he's edging his way up. Some of the stats are chopping and changing, and I think we should focus on the man himself, who had a fantastic game, a sick clutch on Vertigo at the end to give that 15th round for Vitality. This man was an absolute beast. He came up in multiple clips, multiple reasons why, the dominant force behind Vitality over and over again. This is a man you can always rely on. There's a reason he continues to be one of the greatest players we've got within this game. And right now, if he can keep this up, if he can keep it going, he can be way ahead of the rest of the pack. But obviously, we've got some other members that are on the MVP board right now, including Nico that will play tomorrow, so time will tell. But for now, Zaiwu is done, and they've gone to the spring final.
Yeah, Zyro has been looking hella scary indeed, in a well-deserved spot for the entirety of Vitality at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. But as James just alluded to, plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards going forward. 2 more best-of-3s going down tomorrow. Once again, a spot at the Spring Finals is going to be up for grabs with both of these 2 games. FaZe taking on OG first of all, G2 versus NAVI. This is a great day of Counter-Strike, gentlemen. I'm looking forward to that.
Serious candidates. That G2 or NAVI, even though G2 made it look easy the first time around, I'm expecting a much harder competition. That one gets me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, both rematches as well. That is very spicy. You will make sure you join us tomorrow for that. But make sure you head on over to Blast TV if you're not already on that platform already, because the Overtime show is going to be going down with Launders, Danny, and of course a very special guest Tezis as well. So if you've got any burning questions, make sure you head on over to there. We're going to get some tactical breakdowns as well, courtesy of Danny too. But we'll see you for more Counter-Strike tomorrow.